Chapter 3152. How could Luo Xingtian not see it? He hurriedly smiled and said, Senior Xian Qing, we have already won the battle in the demon-resisting valley. The space meridian between the demon realm and the human realm has gradually closed under the power of the realm. Only the demon venerables of the demon realm have the power to resist such power, right? With their demon venerables' bodies, they can't pass through the space meridian between the two realms. The curtain of the war is about to fall irrevocably. Senior, what are you worried about? Sigh, Xingtian. Taoist Master Xian Qing looked around and seemed to be a little worried. He said through voice transmission, you have been in the 3 countries for less than 1,000 years. You didn't make it in time for the last battle in the demon-resisting valley, so you don't know. Last time, the 3 countries relied on the defense of the capital star formation to block the invasion of the demon realm. In the battle, 3 out of 60 people died. Among them, there were 2 void refinement realm cultivators, 17 spirit severing realm cultivators, and 44 nascent soul realm cultivators. Those below the nascent soul realm. Let's not talk about them. Yes, about this. Luo Xingtian hesitated and said through voice transmission, I have also heard that the capital star formation is a defensive formation. It is not as good as the Pleiades demon devouring immortal formation that I brought. But since the Pleiades demon devouring immortal formation is an offensive formation, sacrifices are inevitable. Oh, Deputy Leader Luo, you are wrong. Taoist Master Xian Qing shook his head and said, I am not talking about the problem of the offensive formation. The best defense is offense. I know this. And to be honest, if we still use the capital star formation this time, I am afraid that there will be more casualties. Hiss. Luo Xingtian took a breath of cold air and said anxiously, Senior, you mean, the space meridian here is getting more and more stable? It can become a space passage. The strength of the demons attacking this time has increased greatly. That's right. Taoist Master Xian Qing nodded. This is the problem that I found in the last 3 great battles. With that said, Taoist Master Xian Qing pointed at the big formation below him and explained, there are 365 top cultivators of the 3 countries and the Huan country in this Pleiades demon devouring immortal formation. They are all nascent soul realm cultivators, spirit severing realm cultivators, and void refinement realm cultivators. But now, 121 of them have died. It is twice as many as the last time. This can't help but alert me. If this continues to develop, after 1,000 years, won't these 300 cultivators be killed? Even if he could withstand it after 1,000 years, what about after 2,000 years? Do we still have enough cultivators to set up this array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really don't know. Senior, you're right. Luo Xingtian's expression changed as well. 1,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. We have to plan ahead. Unfortunately, it is very difficult to travel from the Immortal Alliance to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Our Immortal Alliance has countless means, but none of them can pass through the innate restrictive formation of the Million Mountains. Even if we do pass through, more than half of them will die when we reach the world of soul cultivators. Less than 1 in 100 can follow me to the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Alas, the method to build the transmission array in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation has been lost, let alone such a long transmission distance. Immortal Xian Qing shook his head slightly and said, this is not realistic. When Luo Xingtian heard this, he smiled faintly and said, it's fine even if you don't have a teleportation array. Since Senior already knows about the changes in the space meridian, we should prepare as soon as possible. In fact, in Junior's opinion, the Imperial Demon Valley of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation is a solid barrier. Moreover, there are many restrictions in the space meridian. Ordinary demons, demon soldiers, and demon beasts can't enter. Those who exceed the strength of a demon commander can't enter either. Only demon generals, special demon soldiers, and demon commanders can pass through the space meridian. This is really beneficial for our human race. Senior, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of disaster it will be if hundreds of millions of demon beasts or demon soldiers rush into the Imperial Demon Valley, right? Hehe, although I haven't seen it, how can I not know after hearing what Deputy Leader Luo said? If that happens, the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples of the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation will rush in. We don't have to rely on the cultivators above the nascent soul stage to resist. Yes, after today, Lord Alliance Leader has to think carefully about how to mobilize these low-level disciples. Luo Xingtian didn't hide it and transmitted his voice. Although the great war of immortals and demons in the Imperial Demon Valley is very important, the leaders of the various sects didn't participate, and the low-level disciples of the various sects didn't participate. Even many cultivators don't particularly understand the great war of immortals and demons. Except for the dozens of days of the great war of immortals and demons, the various sects didn't mention this matter. This is not good for the future war situation. Indeed. Daoist Master Xian Qing nodded. With the experience of defeating the Immortal Alliance, the Three Kingdoms of Cultivation will definitely. Not good. Just as Daoist Master Xian Qing was speaking, the black-red fog suddenly froze, and the obscure sound also stopped. Then, a red brilliance flashed out of the fog, woo-woo. Ka. A spear-shaped demonic weapon that was over 10 feet long suddenly shot out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Moreover, the demonic spear was so sharp and so fast that it pierced through the air, causing the already unstable space to collapse inch by inch. The person closest to the demonic spear was a young female cultivator. That female cultivator obviously discovered it later than Daoist Master Xian Qing. When the demonic spear had rushed into the distance of 10 feet, she hurriedly rubbed her hands together, and a magic weapon like a jade hairpin rushed out. A blue wave emerged from the female cultivator's body, and the fine lines like scales protected the space of 10 feet around the female cultivator. However, before the demonic spear could hit this layer of protection, the collapsed space fluctuations had already rushed close. With a crisp ka sound, the scale-like ripples produced even finer cracks. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the jade hairpin was immediately broken under the impact of the demonic spear. The female cultivator's face changed greatly, and her figure flashed, wanting to teleport out. However, the space around her was shrouded by the demonic spear, so how could she teleport? Swoosh swoosh. A sharp sound rang out, and the female cultivator's protective magic weapon was broken. The flesh on her left arm instantly disappeared, and the demonic spear whistled past her. Alas, one force breaks 10,000 techniques. Daoist Master Xian Qing's heart relaxed when he saw that the female cultivator only had her left arm broken. He sighed and said, Changbai Sect's Fairy Li Yu has escaped a disaster. Fairy Li Yu has already reached the early stage of void refinement, Luo Xingtian next to him said with a smile, but the one who threw the demonic spear, should have the cultivation of a devil monarch. This guy can't pass through the space meridian, so I'm afraid he will use the demonic spear to vent his anger. This is probably the last blow before the space meridian closes. Yes, it should be so. Daoist Master Xian Qing looked again. At this time, the entire great array was flashing with golden brilliance. Layers of protection appeared in front of the demonic spear out of thin air. Although these layers of protection were easily broken, they seemed to be continuous and slowly blocked the demonic spear in midair. Clang! 2 sword sounds rang out, and a huge red sword that was also 10 feet long appeared in midair. With a boom, it slashed the demonic spear. Waves of qi surged from the demonic spear, shaking the brilliance of the great golden array. In the middle of the demonic spear, traces of black qi flickered, and thousands of fine cracks appeared in the space. The demonic spear was actually cut into 3 pieces by the huge sword. Good. Luo Xingtian clapped his hands and said, Void Heaven Sword School's Jiang Zhujiang Spirit Sword is becoming more and more fierce. Humph, such a good demonic spear, it's a waste. A void refinement cultivator next to him looked at the huge sword that had transformed into a human and waved his hand. The demonic spear that had been cut into 3 pieces fell into his hand, and he said coldly. He, Taoist brother Ji Feng. Luo Xingtian laughed and said, you are now the deputy union leader of the Immortal Alliance, not Ji Feng Zi of the Magnificent Spirit sect. The difference between Dao and sword can't be revealed casually. Deputy union leader, I won't decline your guidance. Ji Feng Zi said faintly and then bowed. Lord Union Leader, this junior will take this subordinate to look around. Now that the demonic path in the Imperial Devil Valley is about to be closed, there might be a lot of fish that escaped the net hiding in the Imperial Devil Valley. Go. Taoist Master Xian Qing waved his hand with a smile. This matter is more important. If the demons sneak into the 3 countries of cultivation, wouldn't our Imperial Devil Valley have fought in vain? Ji Feng Zi left, and Luo Xingtian accompanied Taoist Master Xian Qing to look at the demonic qi inside the Pleiades devil devouring immortal formation that was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the war had already ended, but to their surprise, the real story had just begun. Somewhere in the Imperial Devil Valley, a Taoist with white hair and a youthful face was wearing a Taoist robe. He was holding a Rui scepter in his hand and was standing quietly in midair. There was a faint light in his eyes as he looked at the black and red fog around him. The fog was already a little messy, and it was obvious that there had been a fight just now. Although the Taoist master wanted to stand upright in the air, he couldn't help but stoop a little. His white hair was a little messy, and his face, which was supposed to be as rosy as a baby's, was no longer clean. Instead, it looked a little flushed. The expression in the Taoist's eyes was a little inconsistent with his quiet figure. There were traces of anger, indignation, and even more fear. If one looked closely, although this Taoist was standing calmly in the air, his body was trembling uncontrollably. However, it was also covered by his wide Taoist robe, so it was not obvious. However, his hand that was holding the Rui scepter tightly in the veins on his forehead were gradually showing, and his emotions were exposed. The Taoist's eyes turned sharply, and his divine sense swept out like a waterfall. Then, he raised his snow-white eyebrows, raised the Rui scepter, and said coldly, "Come out, this poor Taoist has already seen you." However, after this Taoist said a few words, the black and red fog was silent, and there was no movement at all. Humph! The Taoist did not say anything more. He waved the Rui scepter, and instantly, all the qi of heaven and earth around the Rui scepter gathered, and the qi of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was sucked dry. A shadow that was a few times bigger than the Rui scepter gradually formed in the air. When the shadow solidified, the Taoist waved gently, and the shadow flew out silently. The Taoist even said, "The people of the mortal realm have always done things openly. Since you did not come out, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 3153. Just as the Taoist finished his sentence, the Rui scepter's phantom plunged into the black-red fog. A huge hole appeared in the fog due to the Rui scepter's phantom. Following that, an earth-shaking rumble sounded from the fog, sweeping away the black-red fog. At the end of the fog was an extremely burly man leaning against a mountain rock. He was 20 feet tall and emitted a pitch-black fog. The fog wrapped around the burly man, and in the black fog, some scarlet flames were emitted from the burly man's body. They entangled with the black fog, forming an armor similar to the black-red fog. The burly man looked similar to a human, but if one looked carefully, the edges of the burly man's body were formed from slightly retracting black fog. It isolated his true body from the heaven and earth spiritual energies of Demon Resistance Valley. There was also the burly man's face that was as black as charcoal. His scarlet eyes were filled with bloodlust. All of this meant that the burly man was not the person from the human world that the Taoist had mentioned in the sky. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The burly man laughed loudly. Before he could finish laughing, he coughed and held his chest with his hand. He panted rapidly, as though he had suffered serious internal injuries. As he panted, sparks mixed with wisps of black fog rushed out of his mouth and nose. Upon closer inspection, the burly man's armor had indeed cracked in many places. However, it was obscured by the thick black fog. And at his waist, there was a hole the size of a skull. Black blood was flowing out, and there were also sparks in the black blood. Ha ha ha, people from the human world are only so. Taoist you. Who are you? Why did you only chase after me? The burly man didn't seem to be hurt by the Rui scepter's shadow. He jumped out of the black and red fog shakily and flew in the air with his body tilted. He said with a grin, but his words were very unfamiliar. He almost spat out each word awkwardly. The rules of my human world state that we have to report our names in front of 2 armies. How can we be like your fiend world, fighting as soon as we arrive? If you hadn't ambushed I and injured I, how could I have chased after you alone? The Taoist priest seemed to be a little impatient. After saying that, he waved the Rui scepter and shouted, both sides are grim fiends. It doesn't matter who I kill. Why bother asking for the reason? I am Reverend Sun Lo of the Changbai sect. Which devil of the devil realm are you? As the Rui scepter moved, it stirred up countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy in the air. An inexplicable trajectory appeared in the Taoist's hand as he waved the Rui scepter. The trajectory streaked across the space, tearing it apart. A half-acre Rui scepter phantom appeared once again, but this time, it was even more powerful. It actually stirred up even more heaven and earth origin energy. It was like a kind of spirit tide, surging and surging towards the people of the demon world. Hee, just in time. This venerable is the fiend world's fiend general Chi Ku. It's precisely because I want to experience the methods of your mortal world's experts. As the burly man spoke, the black aura around him surged. His entire body seemed to expand, gradually growing to about 10 feet. Hee. A strange sound came from Chi Ku's mouth. His devil chi stretched out like tentacles, and he waved his hand with difficulty. A pitch-black devil blade flashed in his hand. With a light wave, the blade trembled slightly, and countless tiny spatial cracks appeared. There was also another strange mark on the tip of the devil blade. This Chi Ku actually wanted to use a devil blade to fight against a half-acre spirit tide. Hiss. Reverend Sun Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes flashed with a fanatical light, and the flush on his face became even more intense. However, just as the Rui scepter in his hand was about to burst forth with brilliance, he frowned slightly. His body suddenly became illusory. From behind him, a sharp black light flashed, and a crack appeared in the space where he was standing just now. This long crack flashed with a black and white brilliance. It was several feet long, and the brilliance of this crack rapidly closed, gradually disappearing. When Reverend Sun Li's figure flashed again about 10 feet in front of him, a strange hoarse voice sounded, Hee, you really are a famous expert in the human world. Just now, there was a fool who called herself Nishan who died under my eroding ruler. You actually managed to dodge it. Taoist Master Sun Lu looked over angrily. Behind where he had been standing, there was another slender figure. The figure's face was blurry, and he couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The figure was holding something similar to a tree branch in its hand, and it was saying strange things with a smug look on its face. Although that person's tone was not small, looking at his red close-fitting armor, which was also tattered, and traces of dark red devil chi were constantly seeping out. Presumably, his injuries were not light. Something's not right. This neither male nor female demon glanced at his own devil weapon. Suddenly, he pointed at Reverend Sun Lu in disbelief and shouted, You were clearly injured by me just now. How could you dodge it? How can your body be tougher than my devil realm's devil generals? When Chi Ku looked at Reverend Sun Lu again, sure enough, Reverend Sun Li's hand was slightly covering a certain part of his Taoist robe. His body was also slightly trembling, as if he was really injured. Kill! Chi Ku bellowed. Hundreds of strands of devil chi rushed out of his body, sealing off the area to the left of Daoist Master Sun Lu. That devil cultivator shook his shoulder, and red devil fire soared into the sky, transforming into a devil body. Under the branch-like devil weapon, the area to the right of Daoist Master Sun Lu was filled with ferocious flames. Ha ha ha, even if you all come, what can you do? Reverend Sun Lu raised his head and laughed. Thousands of rays of light rushed out of his body. These rays of light were as small as silk, and they bloomed like bees. These rays of light intertwined together, like pythons winding around Reverend Sun Li's body. At this time, Reverend Sun Li's body also expanded, and a Dharma body of 10 feet in size gradually emerged. Roar! Like a dragon's roar, the rays of light around Reverend Sun Li's body turned into the shape of a dragon, and twisted towards the jade scepter in his hand, but at this time, a strange change occurred. Reverend Sun Li's body suddenly trembled, and the surging dragon let out a miserable roar, and quickly withdrew into Reverend Sun Li's body. You! Reverend Sun Li's face changed dramatically, and his fingers trembled, as if he wanted to take something. However, just as his finger moved, before he could touch the storage bag at his waist, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body, which was dozens of feet tall, flashed rapidly. Clearly, he wanted to turn into a void and fly away. At this moment, a pitch-black spearhead, which was emitting black chi, flashed out from the void behind his back and pierced into his heart with lightning speed. Bang! Reverend Sun Li's body flashed with brilliance. Obviously, his protective chi was unable to block the spearhead. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon-shaped brilliance disappeared. Not only that, but the green brilliance on Reverend Sun Li's Daoist robe also flourished, and blocked the spearhead. But, the black chi on the spearhead was incomparably agile, like a spirit snake, and when it opened its mouth, it devoured the green brilliance completely. Therefore, the spearhead, pierced deeply into Reverend Sun Li's back, as if it was piercing tofu. It pierced through Reverend Sun Lu, and a small part of the spearhead came out from his chest. Reverend Sun Lu staggered, and without turning his head, a huge shadow appeared on his jade scepter, and with a whoosh, it brushed behind him, kakaka. An owl-like laughter sounded, and the spearhead on Reverend Sun Li's chest disappeared at the same time. A demon general, holding a long spear as thick as a bowl, appeared behind Reverend Sun Lu. This demon general's face was black, and his flesh was blurred. It was impossible to see his true face. Facing the shadow of Reverend Sun Li's Rui, this demon general's face was full of astonishment. His figure retreated slightly, and his mouth spoke half-cooked words like Chi Ku, the people of the human world are indeed our food. What I saw before was a weak body, and it was tasteless for me to chew. This guy's body is somewhat interesting. Even after being stabbed by me, he still has such strength. I'm afraid that his muscles are strong, and his chewing is tasty. Reverend Sun Li's Rui. Sure enough, it was only halfway through, and the brilliance suddenly dimmed, and the huge shadow gradually shrank back into the scepter. At this moment, Reverend Sun Lu did not bother to say anything. He gritted his teeth, and narrowed his eyes at the 3 demons who surrounded him in a triangle, and the light of revenge faintly appeared in his eyes. Reverend Sun Lu. How is it? You've killed many disciples of my demon world, and now you know the taste of being killed. I remember that there's a saying in the human world, those who kill will be killed by others. Is it like this? Chi Ku coldly said, holding the demon saber in his hand. You invaded my human world, killed my people, and ate my people. Killing you will be accumulating merit. Reverend Sun Li's voice was getting weaker, but his spirit was rising. Chi Ku, why are you being so long-winded with him? Capture his nascent soul, and we'll share his blood essence. The time for the demon gate to close is coming. The last man to appear raised his spear and said impatiently. Good, Chi Ku smiled, and a long, blood-red tongue came out of his mouth, and licked the side of his mouth. With a whoosh, the thin and tall blood shadow, whose face could not be seen clearly, swung his hand, and a fishnet-like net, shining with blood-red brilliance and suffused with black gas, covered Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's body gradually withered, and a five-colored brilliance appeared above his head. An infant's nascent soul, whose face was exactly the same as Reverend Sun Li's, appeared above Reverend Sun Li's head. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul was wearing an extremely exquisite armor, and there was also a small scepter in his hand. Seeing the nascent soul leave his body, Chi Ku and the others unconsciously drooled. Go, the thin and tall blood shadow pointed his finger, and the black net fell towards the nascent soul. Reverend Sun Li's nascent soul did not seem to panic, nor did it prepare to teleport away as the three demon generals thought. They only heard the nascent soul's sneer, revealing endless ridicule. Chapter 3154. Seeing Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul suddenly grow, it was as if someone had blown a lot of air into his stomach. This is bad, this guy, how can he self-destruct his nascent soul? Chi Ku was shocked. There were too few self-destructing nascent souls. Who wouldn't want to escape if they could teleport? Chi Ku cursed and turned to leave. The large man holding the spear also spat and cursed. Bad luck, I didn't say I was going to capture your soul essence. If you explode your nascent soul, even your soul essence won't be able to escape, so how can you talk about reincarnation? You're harming others without benefiting yourself. As he spoke, he also wanted to leave. But just as the two were about to turn around, a faint golden light flashed from Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The two unconsciously glanced. A dragon-shaped thing was held in Taoist Master Sun Li's left hand. Long Yu. Both of them were shocked, and the same thought came to their minds, how can this thing fall into the hands of a human cultivator? That's right. The demon general who was neither male nor female yelled, it's the dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade's dragon body, how would he have been able to block my attack? Quick! This thing is a gift from the heavens, it's our chance. Hearing this, how could Chi Ku and the others shrink back? Although the self-destruction of nascent souls was a bit troublesome, it was impossible to take their lives. Chi Ku shouted, Taoist Yuna, I'll let you see my means. As he spoke, Chi Ku's entire body instantly became thinner. A pitch-black flame emerged from his hand, and his body suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. Faster than the wind, he slapped down on Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. The man with the long spear didn't hesitate. He put away the spear in his hand and punched himself in the chest. The bloody face completely rushed out, as if spitting out a mouthful of blood, also sprinkled towards Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul. Since Chi He and Sun Lu could see it, the blood shadow, who was neither male nor female, could see it even more clearly. He was even closer. Although he was extremely regretful of his slip of the tongue, he waved his hand, and the black flames turned into a black net about 10 feet wide. He wanted to imprison Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul before it exploded. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the Rui scepter in Taoist Sun Li's nascent soul's hand. With a loud bang, the Rui scepter shattered into powder. The yuan qi that burst out from the powder was like a fuse, igniting Taoist Sun Li's nascent soul. Io, it's too late. Without waiting for Chi Ku and the other two to think, Taoist Master Sun Li's yuanying flashed a few times before exploding with a bang. This was the self-destruction of a yuanying. In an instant, it set off a boundless hurricane within the valley. The already unstable space, at this moment, walala. The window paper that was already riddled with holes was blown apart by the hurricane. Several huge holes were formed in the air nearby. If it was an ordinary yuanying self-destruction, the power might not be so great. However, Taoist Master Sun Lu was not an ordinary yuanying cultivator. He had the dragon jade in his hand. Not only was his body tougher than a demon general's, the amount of heaven and earth spirit chi his nascent soul could hold was several times that of an ordinary person. In particular, this nascent soul was as tough as the body. When it exploded, the power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. In addition, the 3 demon generals had set up a restriction around 10 feet around them. In this small space, the power of Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul's self-destruction was too powerful. On the ground behind Taoist Master Sun Li's nascent soul, a hole suddenly appeared and gradually tore open. Just as the hole appeared, a golden light flashed, and the dragon jade in Taoist Master Sun Li's hand shot into the gradually expanding oval-shaped hole without anyone noticing. Under the effect of the power of space, the hole gradually shrank, and when it was only about 10 feet away, a naked, skinny man flew out from the hole and floated straight into the distance, then slowly fell down. He and the other 2 from the demon realm were greedy and wanted to take the initiative, but if they knew the common sense of the human realm, they would know that they had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Just as they saw that the situation was hopeless, they turned around and tried to hide in the void, but the strong energy storm and the swift and violent self-destruction had already caught up with them. They were already seriously injured and were at the end of their rope. The power of Taoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was more than 10 times that of an ordinary Yuanying. The moment they came into contact with this power, their armor collapsed, revealing their bodies. Just as they tried to resist, it was as if they were hit by an infinite hammer. They only lasted for a moment before they turned into a pool of flesh and blood. When the 3 bodies collapsed, a faint blood shadow flashed out and tried to escape again, but the hole that just formed mercilessly sucked 2 of the blood shadows in. 2 screams came out from the hole, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. The last blood shadow looked at the hole not far away in panic, and quickly flew into the depths of the valley. Just as the blood shadow flew away, the hole that Taoist Master Sun Lu had torn open on the ground slowly closed and disappeared. However, Taoist Master Sun Li's self-destruction was really powerful. In the void, after the hole closed, countless space bubbles expanded and expanded like bubbles. In just a few breaths, puff puff puff. Several deep piercing sounds could be heard, and several space cracks were pierced through, and rays of light rushed into the void, whoosh whoosh whoosh. From 3 consecutive holes, a small marten rushed out and fell into the mountains. A small black dog appeared in the sky tens of thousands of miles away and also fell down. As for another hole, between 3 towering mountains, a sword embryo fell like a meteor. At the same time, far away in the sky, there was another hole that had been blasted open. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a small 4-tailed fox jumped out from the hole. The small fox looked around in surprise, as if it was lost. Just as the fox was about to turn around and jump into the hole again, an incomparably majestic aura came from the hole. The fox's eyes seemed to be filled with panic, and it didn't dare to jump into the hole again. It looked up and directly flew into the hole that had been created by the self-destruction of the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The majestic aura quickly arrived at the edge of the hole. At this time, the hole had already shrunk to about a foot. A golden light swept out from the hole, and then with a sigh, a small silver-white wolf jumped out from the hole. It sniffed the air with its nose and directly flew into the hole. However, when the silver wolf flew out, the hole was extremely far away from the fox's previous location. Before the hole closed, another hole appeared beside it. Just as this hole appeared, a ray of light came from the other side of the hole, and a beautiful voice came from there. Quick, there's a passage here. Hello, is there anyone home? Then a childish voice came, and then a delicate little girl stuck her head out of the hole. After looking, she immediately shrank back. Goddess, this place is very strange. Oh. It seems like it's the human world. The little girl shrank back, and another woman flashing with 5-colored light appeared in front of the hole. The woman looked and shouted in ecstasy. Human world? What human world? The little girl called clearly didn't understand. Quick, let's go. The woman called Empress waved her hand, and the same five-colored radiance enveloped the little girl. The two of them rushed into the crack and landed in midair. Let's hurry over while the crack in space hasn't closed yet. Thank you, the merciful Holy Mother. You're really merciful. When I find it, I'll thank you again. A multicolored brilliance flashed across the sky, and the woman disappeared. The crack that had already closed suddenly swelled again for some unknown reason. However, it was only the last time that it swelled, and its position moved a few miles away. At the same time, a human figure in a black cloak flashed out of the space. This human figure only appeared on a corner of the cloak when the crack was squeezed together. This human figure didn't stop at all, and squeezed through with all his might. Who? With a soft sound, the crack disappeared. After the last black figure walked out of the crack, the holes in the void finally regained their calmness, gradually closing up one by one. After half a cup of tea's time, just as the last hole was about to close up, a faint shadow flashing with white holy light, once again crawled out of the hole. Similarly, it was extremely surprised as it looked left and right. Two winged figures appeared on its back, charging out of the hole diagonally. Just like the previous few groups of unfamiliar guests, it flew out of the hole that was about to close up. Not long after, the yuan qi of heaven and earth at the place where the nascent soul exploded became more and more chaotic, and the space became more and more unstable. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, but the original hole, along with Taoist Sun Lu, Qi He, and the others, had disappeared without a trace. No one knew that so many things had happened in the void in the time it took to finish a cup of tea's worth of tea's time. So many variables had come to this place. How many stories were there behind all these variables? After another incense's time, a dozen rays of light flew over from the distance. When they reached the sky, they stopped, revealing the true faces of these people. Most of them were like Taoist Sun Lu, disheveled, and many of them had injuries on their bodies. At the front was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He was dressed in a white robe, and although there were some bloodstains, they were smooth. The man scanned with his divine sense and frowned. He looked around and whispered, "This should be where the spiritual energy exploded just now." Judging from this aura, it seems to be Taoist Sun Li's, Sai. Beside him was a middle-aged Taoist who was dressed in the same robe as Taoist Sun Lu. He sighed and said sadly, reporting to the Swift Wind Alliance leader, "This is the aura of my sex martial nephew Sun Lu." Chapter 3155. Immortal Sun Lu had a profound cultivation and hated evil. He was the backbone of the immortal allies. Now that he is gone, there will be one less person who can destroy evil and promote good in this world. The patrolman was Ji Fengzi. He looked at the messy spiritual qi under his feet and looked up at the void cracks in the sky that could close at any time. He said sadly, "The Utopia faction sacrificed a lot to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Apprentice nephew Huaishu, the people of the immortal allies have witnessed your sex performance. When the war is over, the immortal allies will reward you handsomely." Immortal Huaishu cupped his hands in front of his chest and said sadly, "Defending against the invasion of the demonic realm is the most important task of the immortal allies. All the other sects and factions are doing their best to defend against the invasion of the demonic realm. Our Utopia faction is just one of them. I don't dare to accept such a reward from the alliance leader." "Heh, my fellow cultivator Huanshu, you don't have to be so modest." Another old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion flew to them and said with a smile, "Judging from the aura, besides the aura of martial nephew Sun Lu, there are also 3 auras of people from the devil realm. Martial nephew Sun Lu killed 3 people from the devil realm by himself. This power is beyond our reach. Now that martial nephew Sun Lu has fallen, this glory will naturally fall to your Utopia faction. We won't make a fuss about this. Ji Fengzi nodded slightly and said with a smile, apprentice nephew Feng from the Celestial Ascension sect is right. Immortal Sun Lu exploded his original soul and even gave up the 6 paths of reincarnation just to kill 3 people from the demonic realm. If the immortal allies don't reward him for his sacrifice, wouldn't they be disappointed? Then, thank you, Alliance Leader. Immortal Huaishu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I will go back and search for Immortal Sun Li's natal spiritual tablet, don't be so anxious. Apprentice nephew Huaishu, you just stay here and see if Immortal Sun Lu has left anything. Ji Fengzi waved his hand and a sword light flashed under his feet. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and gave Immortal Huaishu a few words. Then he said to the people beside him, okay, the gate of the demonic realm should be closed now. Let's search again to see if there are any survivors of the demonic realm. Yes, thank you for your concern, Alliance Master. Daoist Huaishu cupped his hands in thanks. Ji Fengzi waved his hand and said to the 2 people next to him, Feng Shu, Chan Si Miao, you 2 go back and pass down the order. Ask all the disciples above the gold core stage who haven't entered the demon-resisting valley to go to the demon-resisting valley and search for our fellow cultivators one by one. Oh right, everything you find must be handed over to the Immortal Alliance, and the Immortal Alliance will return the items to the various sections. The Immortal Alliance token will have other rewards. Yes, Junior obeys. A middle-aged man about 40 years old who looked as handsome as Feng Shu flew over and said with a bow. Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect and Chan Si Miao from the Immortal Music sect received orders from the Deputy Alliance leader Ji Fengzi and returned to the Immortal Alliance's temporary encampment in the middle of the Imperial Devil Valley. Immediately after, he issued an Immortal Alliance order, summoning all the Golden Core stage and above disciples of the various sects to enter the Imperial Demon Valley and conduct a search. It turned out that the guards outside the Imperial Demon Valley were all disciples of various sections. At this time, most of the disciples had entered the Imperial Demon Valley, and only a few disciples with insufficient cultivation were scattered outside the valley. The search had been going on for 10 days. The battle in the Imperial Demon Valley was very tragic. If the people of the Devil Realm were not killed by the cultivators of the human realm, then the cultivators of the human realm were devoured by the people of the Devil Realm. There were no casualties. Instead, they picked up a lot of magic treasures and other things that were lost. What? You found a naked person. Therefore, when a disciple came forward to report that he found a naked cultivator, Feng Shu of the Immortal Ascension sect was extremely surprised and blurted out. But then, Feng Shu realized his gaffe. He looked at Chan Si Miao of the Immortal Music sect, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and laughed at himself, look at me, my head has been so tight these days. I almost forgot myself. Then he looked at the disciple who came forward to report and scolded, what's so strange about being naked? It's just that his clothes were torn in the fight. When he said the word torn, it was unknown what Feng Shu thought of, but he unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. He was somewhat absent-minded. But the disciple argued, that person is still alive. What? Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were stunned. They both stood up and said in unison, there are still people alive in the Imperial Demon Valley? Yes, we also don't understand. We searched the valley for more than 10 days, but there were only badly mutilated corpses. We didn't see anyone injured, so, we were surprised, and what? Chan Si Miao was also interested and asked curiously. And, this person didn't have any injuries. The disciple's face revealed a strange expression. He said, also, we were afraid that he was a senior from some sect, so we went forward to check his injuries, but we found that this person was actually only at the chi refining stage. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Feng Shu heard this and shook his head. Only nascent soul cultivators can enter the Imperial Demon Valley. This has been the rule of the Immortal Alliance for millions of years. Even if you golden core disciples came, you would only be snacks for the people of the devil realm. How could you let a chi refining disciple in? Maybe, he's a disciple that the alliance leaders brought. Chan Si Miao frowned. How could the alliance leaders be so reckless? Feng Shu waved his hand and said, "It's useless to say more. Let's wait and see first." As he spoke, he asked the disciple to bring the person in. However, when the disciple turned around, Feng Shu suddenly asked, "Where did you find this person?" "Senior Feng, that person is not in the depths of the Imperial Demon Valley." The disciple naturally understood Feng Shu's meaning and answered without hesitation. Then, he thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "If you think about the surroundings, it's not far from the place where Reverend Sun Lo died." Eh? The place where Reverend Sun Lo self-destructed? Chan Si Miao was curious. He looked at Feng Shu and said, "If that's the case, with the power of Reverend Sun Li's self-destruction, this person doesn't seem to have any reason to survive. At least, it's impossible for him to be unharmed. So, that means he went there after Reverend Sun Lo self-destructed?" Feng Shu nodded and said, "Otherwise, when Reverend Washu of the Utopia faction cleaned up the mess, there's no way he wouldn't be discovered." Suddenly, Chan Si Miao's expression changed drastically. He said in horror, "Could it be?" Feng Shu also realized and said anxiously, "No." At that time, the gate of the demonic realm was not closed. Could it be that he's from the demonic realm, this? The disciple smiled bitterly and said, "Seniors, that person is clearly from the mortal realm, and, the cultivation of the chi refining stage." Chan Si Miao's expression was slightly embarrassed. Then, he smiled and said, "The people of the demonic realm are getting more and more shrewd. Maybe they're imitating our demonic realm cultivation skills. Yes, quickly bring that person in." Feng Shu also agreed. Not long after, the disciple brought in a thin and tall person. The person was wearing a Taoist robe that was stained with blood. His shiny head was drooping, and his slender arms were exposed outside of his Taoist robe. When the disciple put the person on the ground, Feng Shu looked at the person's beardless face without eyebrows and closed eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Fellow cultivator Chan. Could it be that he's not from the demonic realm? Instead, he's from the Buddha?" Before Feng Shu could finish, Chan Si Miao shook his head and said in a low voice, "As far as I know, the bald head might not be theirs. Also, I've never heard that they don't even have eyebrows." "Yes," Feng Shu nodded and said, "this person's cultivation is indeed at the chi refining stage, but, the true chi in his meridians is a little strange." "Yes, I think so too. This amount of true chi should be at the foundation establishment stage, but, why hasn't it liquefied yet? I'm afraid it's a good-for-nothing disciple of some sect, stuck at the foundation establishment stage." Chan Si Miao said with a smile. "Fellow cultivator Chan, even if it's a good-for-nothing disciple, they definitely wouldn't throw him into the demon-resisting valley. This is clearly against the rules of the Immortal Alliance." Feng Shu shook his head. "By the way, isn't this person uninjured? Why didn't you wake him up?" Feng Shu looked at the disciple and asked. "This. I've already stimulated this person's meridians, but he doesn't know at all." The disciple smiled bitterly. "Oh, I see." Feng Shu raised his foot and kicked the person's body. A ray of light flashed, and his dermic powers naturally shook into the person's meridians. However, the person's body shook and then stopped moving. "What's going on?" Feng Shu went forward as if he didn't believe in evil. He reached out and patted the person's lower dantian. However, just as his palm touched it, a trace of surprise flashed across Feng Shu's face. Just as he was about to raise his head, he immediately lowered it. When Chan Si Miao saw this, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Fellow cultivator Feng, did you discover something?" No, I don't seem to have the ability to wake him up." A strange look flashed across Feng Shu's eyes. Then, He said with a smile, "Why don't we put him at the back first and wait for the alliance leader and the others to come back and take a look together? If that's the case, I will also try." As Chan Si Miao spoke, he took a step forward. "Io, fellow cultivator Chan. There's no need to trouble you. Look, if I use the soul-searching technique, would it be appropriate?" Feng Shu was anxious and blurted out. "The soul-searching technique." Chan Si Miao stopped and looked at Feng Shu, then looked at the person on the ground. He frowned and said, "I am not proficient in the soul-searching technique. If you are anxious to know the ins and outs of this person, only the soul-searching technique is suitable. Then I'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Feng." It's no problem." Feng Shu seemed to be relieved and said, "However, I's soul-searching technique can't guarantee that I will be able to find something from this person's memories. Furthermore, there's a possibility that this person will become an idiot. This person is just a kid in the chi refining stage. How much defense can he have? With Feng Shu's spirit-severing stage cultivation, can't he read his memories?" Chan Si Miao laughed and said, "If fellow cultivator doesn't dare, then I can try." Chapter 3156. Feng Shu originally wanted to ask, but after hearing Chan Si Miao's words, he waved his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. However, if I really turn this person into an idiot? Fellow Chan, please don't blame me." "Of course not, soul-searching techniques have always had a chance of failing. Even if the alliance leader were to come in person, he might not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate, so please proceed, fellow Taoist Feng," Chan Si Miao replied with a smile. Feng Shu nodded and glanced at the person on the ground. His right hand formed dozens of complicated seals, all of which hit the person's head. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and his index finger moved the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. Circles of four-colored brilliance were born like colorful butterflies. Along with Feng Shu's finger, they pressed on the person's forehead. However, in an instant, Feng Shu's originally relaxed expression became serious. Slowly, it turned into a kind of mockery. He snorted from his nose and took out his index finger. He turned to look at Chan Si Miao and shook his head. "I have embarrassed myself. This person has really become an idiot. In his memory, there is nothing. I'm afraid that just now, Chan Si Miao didn't seem to be surprised, but the disciple next to him exclaimed. Then, Feng Shu's sharp gaze swept over him and he immediately lowered his head. Feng Shu, his eyelids moved. The moment the disciple lowered his head, he actually saw the person's eyelids move slightly. This time, Feng Shu didn't dare to move. He just stood to the side and watched quietly. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the person finally opened his eyes. He first looked around, then sat up. He looked at the three people next to him and asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" Feng Shu smiled and said, "This is the Imperial Demon Valley." "Who are we? Don't you know? Imperial Demon Valley?" The person muttered. He looked at Feng Shu and shook his head. "Who are you? How would I know?" "Then, who are you?" Chan Si Miao smiled. "Yes, who am I?" The person was stunned and said this sentence inexplicably. Then, he seemed to be talking to himself. "Who can I be? If I knew who I was, would I not tell you?" This person was naturally Zhang Xiaohua, who had floated out of the void crack. However, his memories had been sealed by the bracelet in the void. Now that Feng Shu had searched his soul, how could he have any memories? Forget it. Since I don't know his name, there's no need to think about it anymore. Feng Shu understood in his heart that there might be a problem with his soul-searching technique. He waved his hand and said, "This old man wants to ask you, which sect are you from? Why are we in the Imperial Demon Valley?" "What sect?" "That's right. What sect am I from?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said. Sigh. Feng Shu sighed and looked at Chan Si Miao. His eyes were filled with helplessness, as if he was feeling guilty for failing to search Chan Si Miao's soul. Then, Feng Shu asked again, then, little guy, where did you come from? Or, what are you doing here? This. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand and scratched his head. He smiled bitterly and said, this. I don't remember. It seems. I should know, but. I just don't know. Chan Si Miao nodded slightly and turned to look at Feng Shu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. When Feng Shu saw Chan Si Miao's gaze, he could only smack his dry lips. He looked at the confused Zhang Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and waved his hand. You don't even know the Imperial Demon Valley, and you don't even know where you came from. You are really an idiot. Forget it, you can leave first. Then, he said to the disciple beside him, take him to rest and wait for orders from the Alliance. Yes, this disciple understands. The disciple bowed and quickly left with Zhang Xiaohua. When the two of them were far away, Feng Shu's face was filled with smiles. He turned to Chan Si Miao and said, fellow Chan. Cough cough, I've embarrassed myself in front of you, not at all. People make mistakes and horses stumble. This soul-searching technique has always been like this. It's convenient, but it's very harmful. I believe fellow Feng is thinking for our immortal alliance and is anxious to know this child's origin. That's why you came up with this plan. Chan Si Miao replied with a smile. He, fellow Chan's words are exactly what I'm thinking. Feng Shu sighed. It's really strange that such a person with such low cultivation suddenly appeared in the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm afraid he's a monster from the demon realm. That's why, as Feng Shu spoke, he wanted to say something but hesitated. If that's the case, fellow Feng can rest assured. The people of the demon realm have been fighting with our human realm for so long. The meridians and bodies of the people of the demon realm are completely different from those of the human realm. This person is obviously from the human realm. Moreover, his meridians have the Qi refinement realm's true Qi. How can the demon realm imitate this? Hearing Chan Si Miao mention the true Qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, the corner of Feng Shu's right eye twitched slightly. Then, he chuckled and said, that's good. I'm just afraid that it's a new method from the demon realm. That's why I'm anxious, this. I know. Fellow Feng, you don't have to worry about it. If the alliance leader asks, I will definitely bear with it. Chan Si Miao said with a righteous look. Then. I'll thank fellow Chan. Feng Shu bowed. It's fine, it's fine. If it wasn't for my low cultivation, would have done it too. Chan Si Miao returned the greeting. However, Feng Shu didn't relax because of Chan Si Miao's sharing of the burden. Instead, he looked outside and said hesitantly, but what? Could it be that fellow Feng is worried about me? Besides, it's just a little Qi refinement kid. Chan Si Miao was displeased. No. Feng Shu hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, fellow Chan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust others. Others? Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned and asked curiously, who is this others? Feng Shu sighed and waved his hand. A restriction was formed. Then, he walked to a chair and sat down. He picked up a small transparent red fruit from the jade table and threw it into his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he said with a smile, Chan Si Miao, you and I have a deep friendship. Why are you pretending to be confused? Chan Si Miao seemed to be even more confused. He also walked to the table and sat down. He also picked up the small red fruit and ate a few. Then, he looked up at Feng Shu and said with a smile, don't know what you're talking about. I just used the soul-searching technique on a kid in the chi refinement realm and turned him into an idiot. He just lost all his memories and didn't hurt his life. Well, even if his life was hurt, who would say anything? That was then and this is now. If it were any other time, no one would say anything. But now? It's really hard to say. Feng Shu said mysteriously. Then, seeing that Chan Si Miao was still confused, he felt a little disappointed and said in a low voice, "Our immortal alliance has always been loose. It only shows its effect and the people of the demon realm attack our human realm. Normally, it is just an empty shell." Feng Shu listened and looked at Chan Si Miao's expressionless face. He said again, "But, why are Kunlun Sect's immortal Xian Qing, Taiching Sect's immortal Huan Hua, and Splendid Sect's Ji Fengzi all fighting for the position of immortal alliance leader? Isn't that obvious? I'm not a person who only meditates. Of course, I know about this." Chan Si Miao said unhappily, "Isn't it because, every time the immortals and demons fight, the immortal alliance's resources in the demon-resisting valley are allocated by the alliance leader? There's a lot of tricks in this. Hee, isn't that so? Today, the Dawn Rain continent is lacking in resources. We don't have the advantages of ancient cultivation. Which sect, which disciple isn't worried about spirit stones and spirit pills? In addition, every 1,000 years, the demon realm invades our human realm and consumes a lot of resources. The path of cultivation is getting more and more difficult. The sword cultivators of the Huan country also attack the 3 countries of cultivation from time to snatch resources. Fortunately, we've already cultivated to the soul-forming stage. If we work harder, we'll reach the void refining stage. It's just that the minor heavenly tribulation from the soul-forming stage to the void refining stage is not easy to pass. Once we pass it, it'll be easier for us to reach the void refining stage and form synthesis stage." Feng Shu nodded slightly and changed the topic. "But us younger disciples, are in trouble." "Exactly. Every time the Immortal Alliance fights against the demon realm, it consumes a lot of resources. But, who can say for sure? After every war, the Alliance leader's sect always has 1 or 2 outstanding people. What does this mean? Also, the fellow cultivators who died in the demon-resisting valley. For example, Sun Luzhenren from the Utopia faction exploded his nascent soul. His magic weapons, elixirs, rare materials, who knows if they're all destroyed? The Vice Alliance leader only asked Sun Luzhenren to take care of them. There's bound to be a mistake. If they're picked up by other disciples and handed to the Immortal Alliance, who would know that they belong to Sun Luzhenren from the Utopia faction? But, those things belong to Sun Luzhenren himself. Sun Luzhenren probably doesn't know about them. Even if he wants to ask the Immortal Alliance for them, he has no basis." Chan Si Miao said disdainfully. "But, he can't blame the Immortal Alliance. He might blame the disciples who are searching for them. He might even blame you and me." Feng Shu said mysteriously. "How is that possible?" Chan Si Miao almost jumped up and said, "What does this have to do with us?" Heh, fellow cultivator Chan, I'm just guessing. Sun Luzhenren might not think so." Feng Shu waved his hand and said, "However, while we shouldn't have the intention to harm others, we should always be vigilant." "What do you mean?" Chan Si Miao asked curiously. Heh, we're indebted to the Vice Alliance leader of the Strong Wind Alliance for giving us the task of searching. I wonder how many people are jealous." "Fellow cultivator Feng, you mean?" Chan Si Miao seemed to understand. He stared at Feng Shu and asked without blinking. Seeing Chan Si Miao's reaction, Feng Shu's expression didn't change. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, just as I thought, this chi refining kids matter is not a big deal. But if someone uses it as an issue, this issue is very profound. Is this necessary?" Chan Si Miao almost jumped up. Chapter 3157. Fellow Taoist Chan, calm down. Feng Shu smiled and said, this is just my guess. However, we'd rather believe it than not. Then, according to Brother Feng, what should we do? Chan Si Miao seemed to have sensed the seriousness behind this matter and subconsciously changed the way he addressed Feng Shu. Sigh, this matter is my fault in the end. If I wasn't too confident, why would I be so long-winded? Feng Shu said apologetically, however, since things have already come to this, I think it's better to avoid trouble. What do you mean? Chan Si Miao seemed to have understood something. This person is just a kid in the Qi refinement realm. Even the lowest level disciples like us won't take him seriously. How can he attract the attention of the people from the Immortal Alliance? We'll just instruct the disciple just now to say that he is the personal attendant of the Deputy Alliance leader or someone else and let him leave on his own. Isn't that enough? Could it be that the disciple will confront the Deputy Alliance leader? We'll remind him again and say that it's the Alliance leader's verbal order. Even if he has 10 guts, he won't dare to say it out loud. Wonderful. Chan Si Miao clapped and praised, we'll do as Brother Feng says. However, we still have to remind this little cultivator more. He has lost all his memories and doesn't know any vital points. He can't talk nonsense. That's easy. I've already thought about it. Give him a little benefit. He's just a kid in the Qi refinement realm. He's like an ant. He can only be happy secretly. Why would he spread it everywhere? Feng Shu smiled and said. Since fellow Taoist Feng has thought about this matter so carefully, then I'll let you handle this matter. He's just a kid in the Qi refinement realm. How can two soul formation cultivators like us waste time with him? Chan Si Miao said with a smile. Well, that's good. Since fellow Taoist Chan has no objections, I'll deal with it now. The sooner I do this, the sooner I'll be at ease. Feng Shu stood up and smiled bitterly. It's my fault. Sigh, if I didn't use the soul-searching technique, why would there be so much trouble? Chan Si Miao's face was full of sympathy. The ancients have a saying, the more you do, the more you make mistakes. The less you do things, the less you make mistakes. Fellow Taoist Feng, have you forgotten? Feng Shu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I really forgot. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a beam of light that shot out of the door. Chan Si Miao smiled as he watched Feng Shu leave in a hurry. He picked up a red fruit, looked at it, and put it into his mouth. In a valley in the Imperial Demon Valley, there were layers of restrictions flashing with light. Behind the restrictions was a large number of wooden houses. At this moment, the surroundings of the wooden houses were very quiet. There was no sound and no one could be seen. In a remote wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua was frowning and sitting cross-legged. Yes, where did I come from? Who am I? He muttered to himself, I can't even remember my own name, how can I remember anything else? Where is this place? Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally released her divine sense. Ha! The heaven and earth spirit qi here is actually so dense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, but then she came to a realization. How do I know that the heaven and earth spirit qi here is dense? Could it be that, the place I came from, the heaven and earth zero spirit qi is not dense? Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. The true qi in his body flowed, and a cultivation technique that he could not remember the name of was activated. But then, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. What is going on? The heaven and earth spirit qi here is so dense, why can't I draw it into my body? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the outside for a moment. He tried the cultivation technique in his body a few times, but could not draw in any heaven and earth spirit qi from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua then gave up disappointedly. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that my meridians have some changes? Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously scratched her head. "Oh, why am I bald again?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, he did not pursue the reason why she said the word again. The true qi in her meridians followed the memory in her heart and circulated a few times. She did not feel any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua then checked the other parts of her body. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua finally found the place that was different from her impression. Finally, she found the mysterious place behind her head. At this moment, behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, there was a space that was dozens of feet in size. The ground of that space was like an ordinary ground, with a layer of soil. On top of that space, there was a ball of golden light, slightly and slowly rotating, just like a small sun. My mind, why would such a thing appear? Zhang Xiaohua was completely confused. Without waiting for her to recover from the space behind her head, Zhang Xiaohua found a section of the snake-shaped ring in her body. With a thought, that curved ring actually obediently flew out of her body. Zhang Xiaohua used his hand to hold it and looked at it carefully. This was a golden object, made of an unknown material. The incomplete ring looked like the middle section of a coiling snake. There was no snake head above, nor was there a snake tail below. On this ring, there were thin scales, similar to the scales of a small fish. Tsk tisk. Zhang Xiaohua smacked his lips and could not help but say, "How much is this worth?" Then, he scratched his head and said in confusion, "What do I mean by this sentence?" Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the snake-shaped ring. Who knew that the snake-shaped ring was like an ordinary object? There was no fluctuation of true qi at all. Impossible. If it's not, what kind of treasure, how can it be integrated into my body? Zhang Xiaohua could not believe it. But, he tried for a while and still did not gain any insight. He wanted to keep the snake-shaped ring. Before he could think of a way to keep it in his body, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the space behind her head. Could it be that the space is used to store things? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was focused. With a sweep of his divine sense, the snake-shaped ring in his hand immediately disappeared. When Zhang Xiaohua looked again, that dragon-shaped ring stayed in a corner of the space. Not bad, this space can actually store things. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The depression of not being able to gather true qi for his mental cultivation method had been driven away. Imperial Demon Valley. Where is this place? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he stood up. Releasing his divine sense, he carefully sized up the small hut that he was in. This was an extremely ordinary-looking wooden hut. The entire structure was built with wood. There was not the slightest bit of decoration. In the wooden hut, there were only a few praying mats. Other than that, there was nothing else. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the walls of the wooden hut, there was a strong fluctuation of true qi on the walls. There were also layers of flickering talismans. Only then did he know that this wooden hut was definitely not ordinary. Standing up, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. Before he could step out of the door, a gust of bloody air assaulted his face. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and secretly thought, "What a heavy murderous aura." Then his divine sense swept across the wooden hut once and was about to sweep to the front. "You're out." A voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. When he turned back to look, the door of the wooden hut beside him was open. The disciple who had brought him here earlier was standing in front of the wooden hut. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua almost screamed out in shock. Just now when he walked to the door, he had clearly used his divine sense to check. Although the wooden hut's door was open, but he did not see this disciple. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept towards that disciple again, but, as before, his divine sense was unable to see the disciple in front of him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense sweep over, that disciple frowned slightly. Following that, he released his concealed cultivation. A strong pressure came over, almost like a mountain smashing onto Zhang Xiaohua's body. In an instant, it made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy and almost unable to stand steadily. Humph, that disciple snorted coldly. When the sound entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it was as if it was ringing in his heart, causing Zhang Xiaohua's heart to clench. You have no respect for your elders. How can you spy on others like that? After that disciple taught Zhang Xiaohua a lesson, he immediately retracted his divine sense. He was still that ordinary-looking disciple. Yes, senior brother, you are right. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, this one does not know proper etiquette. I have made a fool of myself in front of senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the disciple was quite young and subconsciously said this. Senior brother. When that disciple heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Pointing at Zhang Xiaohua with his finger, he said, how can you call me senior brother? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He looked at that disciple and was very puzzled. Oh, I forgot, the disciple suddenly realized something and said, now that you. I'd better tell you this. It's extremely rude to use your divine sense to check other people's cultivation. If you did that to me, the punishment just now was considered light. This one is wrong, please forgive. Senior. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely. He did not pay attention to the difference between divine sense and divine sense. Of course, in his impression, divine sense and divine sense should be about the same. And, that's right. You are just a chi refining stage cultivator. You have to call any foundation establishment stage cultivator senior. Not to mention me, a golden core stage cultivator. Just now, you actually called this old man senior brother. Although this old man is very happy, if it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would not think so. Do you know, even if I kill you, no one will scold me. That's not necessary, senior. I just said the wrong thing. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Then, don't I have to call anyone senior when I see them? I can't use divine sense to check on others. Nonsense, if you can't use divine sense, you can use other spells. What heaven's eye technique, heaven's eye technique, heaven's eye technique, detection technique are all possible. Others don't know. You can check as much as you want. It's better than using divine sense to provoke others. The disciple casually lectured, even if you are a low-level chi refining stage disciple, you should have already learned these basic spells. If you can't remember, go back and ask your master carefully. Chapter 31:58. Then the young disciple said with a proud smile, this old man had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and ate spirit herbs to maintain my youthful appearance. Otherwise, wouldn't I have to wait until I reached the nascent soul stage to be able to reconstruct my appearance? So, this old man, is not the senior brother you are talking about, The disciple seemed to be very proud of his youthful appearance and couldn't help but laugh. But then he suddenly realized something and said, oh, right, your divine sense is quite strange. How, is it comparable to the early stage of foundation establishment? But, this old man clearly detected that you are only at the chi condensation stage. The disciple asked like an old man, which sect are you from? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and helplessly said, this is also what this junior wanted to ask senior. Just as the disciple was about to speak, a powerful divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the young man. Seeing the two of them lock onto each other, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The disciple's expression also changed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Feng Shu's voice. You two, come to the front. The disciple respectfully bowed and replied, yes, this disciple obeys. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, let's go. Senior Feng is looking for you. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. She thought for a bit and whispered, Senior, didn't you say, we can't use our divine sense to investigate? Why did Senior Feng, shut up? The disciple scolded, Senior Feng is a spirit-severing stage cultivator and is a famous figure in the Celestial Alliance. Our cultivation is not worth mentioning in his eyes, so how can we investigate? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She wanted to ask, but her eyes rolled and she closed her mouth. Spirit-severing stage cultivator. Let's go. The disciple took out a flying sword and threw it on the ground. He sent in a spell and the flying sword became slightly bigger. The disciple reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He stepped on the flying sword and sent it flying forward. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a tall cliff. When the disciple saw the location, he frowned, but then relaxed. He stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to Senior Feng, this disciple has brought this person here. Okay, you wait at the side. Feng Shu glanced at the disciple and waved his hand. Yes. The disciple quickly walked to the side and stood with his hands by his side. Senior, what business do you have with me? Zhang Xiaohua had learned to be humble. Feng Shu glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange glint in his eyes. He waved his hand and set up a restriction. He then asked gently, little fellow, do you remember where you came from? Reporting to Senior, I really can't remember. I don't know why I came here. Okay, if you can't remember, then you can't remember. Sect leader Feng said with a smile, however, this Imperial Demon Valley is the place where the human realm and the demon realm confront each other. It's not a place where little kids like you can come to play. Also, the Immortal Alliance has a strict rule. Any disciple below the Golden Core stage can't enter the Imperial Demon Valley. They have already been found and punished severely. I'm afraid. I really don't know why. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said. Well, it's too late to say anything now, but... Feng Shu changed the topic and said, not many people know that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley. I'm Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Hehe, I'm also a famous person in the Immortal Alliance. Although you don't know now, you will know if you go out and ask. I, like you and don't want you to delay your cultivation, so. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was surprised. She bowed again and said, Senior Feng, thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it. It's okay, it's okay. I like to guide the younger generation. When I saw you, I felt that we were fated. However, although the demon gate of the Imperial Demon Valley has been closed, I still have some things to take care of. You can't stay in the Imperial Demon Valley for too long, otherwise. I will guide your cultivation properly, Xiaohua Zhang was a little dumbfounded. This happiness seemed to have come too quickly. Seeing the surprise on Zhang Xiaohua's face, Feng Shu smiled and said, little fellow, don't think too much. This old man doesn't plan on accepting you into the Celestial Ascension sect until you figure out which sect you belong to. Of course, if you can find your own sect and I have some friendship with your master, I don't mind accepting you into the sect. The meaning of these words was obvious. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua should take advantage of the situation, to thank him or leave a way out for himself. However, when Zhang Xiaohua heard these words, it was quite awkward. He couldn't remember which sect he belonged to, but he vaguely knew that he had a sect. He couldn't help but hesitate. This hesitation made Feng Shu a little unhappy. He released his pressure and sneered, don't tell me. I don't have the qualifications to guide you. In an instant, the powerful pressure enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. Boom! Zhang Xiaohua felt his vision turn black and there was a roar in his ears. The Feng Shu in front of him suddenly became as tall as the sky. A huge pressure, a pressure that he had never imagined before, directly pressed down on him until he was dizzy and about to faint. However, just as his limbs went soft and he was about to faint, the pressure suddenly withdrew. In front of him was Feng Shu, whose face was as warm as the spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale and there was a lingering fear in his heart. His lips trembled slightly and he didn't know what to say. Beg for mercy. Thank him. Feng Shu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's reaction with contempt. He was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He raised his head as if looking in a certain direction. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed. Little guy, I am a spirit-severing cultivator. I have the intention to guide you. It is your good fortune from your previous life. Alas, forget it. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, what else can I say? Wait, senior, it's not that I don't know how to appreciate kindness, but I have a sect. If I don't report this matter to my sect, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he resisted the strong disgust in his heart and cupped his hands. Well, what you said is not unreasonable. How about this, you leave the Imperial Demon Valley first. My Immortal Ascension sect is not near the Imperial Demon Valley, nor is it in the country of Shi. Instead, it is in the country of Meng, which borders the country of Shi. My Immortal Ascension sect is established in the Screen Gorge Mountain, which is very far from here. This storage ring has a token of my Immortal Ascension sect, as well as some spirit stones and magic weapons. This token can represent your identity and is useful when using the transmission formation. You have to keep the magic weapons well and don't let others see them. As Feng Shu spoke, he took out a storage ring and said, well, after you leave, if anyone asks, you have to evade. Just say that it is a secret of the Immortal Alliance. If you really can't avoid it, just say that you are the descendant of the Immortal Alliance's Master Xian Qing. No one will dare to ask again. Country of Shi. Country of Meng. Screen Gorge Mountain. Storage Ring. Zhang Xiaohua was really confused. He really didn't understand these things. However, looking at the small storage ring in Feng Shu's hand and thinking about how Feng Shu had shown him his power just now, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Although he muttered in his heart, he still took the storage ring and put it on his hand very naturally. Then, he carefully remembered Feng Shu's words and bowed, thank you for the arrangement, senior. Well, there is a set of ordinary clothes in the storage ring. You can wear it. I don't have a Taoist robe for you. You should understand what I'm saying. You mustn't reveal to others that it was me who did it. Otherwise, I don't need to warn you about the consequences. Just the fact that you entered the Imperial Demon Valley without permission, even if I kill you later, absolutely no one will care. Speaking up to here, Feng Shu's face revealed a trace of coldness. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohua didn't quite understand why Feng Shu was trying his best to help him, but at the same time, he was afraid that others would see that he was helping him. Could it be that I really have an outstanding aptitude, which made him have a heart of appreciation for talent? Zhang Xiaohua's little tail unconsciously stood up. But if he didn't think so, what else could he think? Zhang Xiaohua originally appeared naked in the Imperial Demon Valley. Not to mention that he didn't have any money, even if he didn't have an inch of clothing, he still had it. What else was there for him to think about? If he didn't listen to Feng Shu's arrangement, maybe, he would be killed with a wave of his hand. Oh, in fact, there was no need to look back at all. He was afraid that the coercion would be able to settle Zhang Xiaohua. Oh my, just a disciple's cultivation was much higher than Zhang Xiaohua's. What Feng Shu, and the Alliance Master that they mentioned, wouldn't he be able to kill someone with just a glance? I'm also not a charming beauty, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, and seemed to think of another possibility. So, he felt that Feng Shu's gaze was a little wretched. What are you looking at? As long as you know, it's fine. Hurry up and change your clothes. Alliance Master. They seem to be coming back. You have to get out of the valley before they do. Feng Shu glared at him and scolded. But Zhang Xiaohua looked at Feng Shu, with an awkward face, and said embarrassedly, Senior, you look at me like this, I'm sorry, Feng Shu didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to say so. He had a strange expression on his face, and said with a smile, "You little brat, I've lived for thousands of years. My grandson's grandson's grandson is much older than you." As he spoke, he waved his hand and removed the restriction. He turned to the disciple next to him and said, "You're the head of the Chiu family in the Sword River Valley of the country of Shi, right?" That disciple said respectfully, "Senior Feng, I'm Chiu Feng of the Sword River Valley." "Yes, that's right. Bai Kongzi of the Su Yen faction once told me about you. You've reached the Gold Core realm at the age of 540. Your future is limitless." Chiu Feng was excited. He bowed and said, "I don't dare to mention it in front of you. Senior Bai Kongzi, you flatter me." Being neither arrogant nor humble is the key to cultivation. If you have any questions in the future, I'm very close to you in the demon-resisting valley. You can ask me at any time. Feng Shu nodded with a smile. Chapter 3159. Qiu Feng's expression was even more exaggerated. No. Not to mention that he was only the head of a cultivation family, Bai Kongzi, who Feng Shu mentioned, was only a nascent soul cultivator. Although Feng Shu used to be friends with Chiu Feng and liked him a lot, it was unrealistic to give him guidance and support. After all, Bai Kongzi was the head of the Su Yen faction and couldn't give the Chiu family too much. Recommending Chiu Feng to the demon-resisting valley was already very generous. If he or the Chiu family wanted to stand out among the cultivators in the Immortal Alliance or the Immortal Cultivators, then, the guidance of a soul formation cultivator was a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Chiu Feng was dumbfounded by this opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the sky. Didn't he come to the demon-resisting valley for such an opportunity? After a while, he shook his head and came to his senses. He said happily, "Thank you, Senior. If you have any errands in the future, I will do it." You don't have to do anything. Feng Shu smiled and helped Chiu Feng up. He said, "You only need to do your best for the Immortal Alliance." "Yes, I will follow Feng Shu's instructions." Chiu Feng nodded. "Oh, right, this person is a descendant of Lord Alliance Master for several generations. He secretly took Lord Alliance Master's token and sneaked into demon-resisting valley to broaden his horizons. This old man has already sent a message to Lord Alliance Master, and Lord Alliance Master has also given this old man clear instructions." As he spoke, he stopped and raised his head slightly to look outside. Chiu Feng didn't dare to say anything and just listened quietly. The Alliance Master said that this matter is neither big nor small, but it's quite tricky. The child is immature and he is in a difficult position, so he asked me to teach him a lesson. This. Chiu Feng frowned. "This is difficult. Senior, how do you deal with it?" "Alas, what do you think?" Feng Shu asked back. "This." Chiu Feng smiled bitterly. "What else can we do? Since the Alliance head has already told us that this person is his blood relative, then, naturally, he wants us to be merciful. If it's a junior, we'll just let him go. After all, he's just a chi refinement child." "Yes, what you said is very reasonable." Feng Shu praised him. "I think so too, so. I avoided fellow cultivator Chan and came here alone. However, this matter, it's not convenient for this old man to go out. I can only trouble you to do it." Chiu Feng panicked and bowed. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Senior Feng. This matter, this junior will deal with it immediately. I can rest assured with you in charge." Feng Shu nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Also. What about the disciple who discovered this person with you? Senior Feng, please be at ease. They are all close to this disciple. This disciple only needs to give a slight hint, and they will definitely understand. There is no need to let them know about Lord Alliance heads, and Senior Feng's instructions, That's true. Feng Shu said with relief. Then, he beckoned to Zhang Xiaohua, who had already changed her clothes, and said, "Come here quickly, child. This old man has already told, just call me Martial Uncle Chiu." Chiu Feng replied tactfully. "Oh, this old man has already told your Martial Uncle Chiu. He will bring you out in a moment. Remember, go back quickly after you go out. Don't be naughty outside." Feng Shu said kindly as if Zhang Xiaohua was a child of 3 or 4 years old. "Thank you for your care, Senior Feng." Zhang Xiaohua was changing her clothes while listening to Feng Shu and Chiu Feng's conversation. She knew that Feng Shu was just lying to Chiu Feng. She was grateful, but she also felt even more uneasy. Did she have any reason to deserve this soul formation expert's protection? "Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Chiu." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and thanked Chiu Feng. She wanted to call him senior, but she was the descendant of that Lord Alliance head. If she could cause trouble in the demon-resisting valley, she should be someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could she be too humble? I don't dare. Just now. I was rude to you. Please don't blame me, Martial Nephew. Chiu Feng smiled and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. However, when his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaohua's hand, the corners of his eyes twitched. He then looked away and said with a smile, "Hurry up and leave. Lord Alliance Head and the others will be back soon. If he sees you, I'm afraid he will lose face." Feng Shu said with a smile. "Yes, this disciple will leave now," Chiu Feng said and threw out his flying sword. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm with one hand and channeled the magic power under his feet. The flying sword turned into a rainbow and headed straight for the entrance of the demon-resisting valley. A trace of an unfathomable smile appeared on the corners of Feng Shu's mouth as he watched Chiu Feng and Zhang Xiaohua leave, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards another direction like a bolt of lightning. When they arrived at the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why Feng Shu kept reminding her. It turned out, it was not easy to get out of the demon-resisting valley. At the entrance of the demon-resisting valley, there was a large array that stretched from the top of the valley all the way to the ground, covering the entire entrance of the valley tightly. Hundreds and thousands of disciples were floating above and below the array, holding all kinds of colorful magic treasures in their hands as they patrolled in midair. This was also because the gate to the demon realm had already been closed. If, a few days ago, the disciples on duty would probably cover the sky and cover the earth. Now that the gate to the demon realm had been closed for a few days, the disciples were sent out in batches to search for it. However, there was no abnormal movement. Naturally, the defense of the entrance of the valley was slack. However, when they saw Chiu Feng's sword light flying over, 2 disciples did not dare to be negligent and responded. "This. Junior brother, may I know what business you have?" A late-stage Golden Core elder asked with cupped hands. "Senior brother, please check the token." Chiu Feng did not beat around the bush. He shook his hand and a yellow light flew to the disciple. The disciple caught it and checked it with his divine sense before passing it to the person beside him. The 2 of them checked it together and nodded. They threw the token back and said with a smile, "So it's junior brother Chiu Feng. May I know who the person beside you is?" However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaohua was only at the qi refining stage, they frowned. It's not convenient for me to reveal the identity of the disciple beside me. I'm here to send this disciple out of the valley." Chiu Feng took his token and cupped his hands. "This." The disciple on duty did not feel awkward and said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Chiu, aren't you making it difficult for me? This person is only at the qi refining stage. How can she enter the demon-resisting valley? You're bringing her out so easily. If there are any consequences, I can't bear it." The demon-resisting valley, does not allow qi refining stage disciples to enter, but is there a rule that forbids them from leaving? Qiu Feng said with a smile. This. The two disciples on duty were also at a loss for words. It was true that the demon-resisting valley forbade qi refining stage disciples from entering, but there was no rule that forbade them from leaving. However, since they could not enter, how could they leave? Since the Immortal Alliance does not forbid qi refining stage disciples from leaving the demon-resisting valley, I'm sure it won't be difficult for the two of you to send this person out. But, how did this disciple enter the demon-resisting valley? The other disciple on duty asked with a frown. Did the senior brother on duty check every disciple who entered the valley? Qiu Feng asked confidently. Of course, only Golden Core stage disciples can enter. This is the rule of the Immortal Alliance. We have to fulfill our duty. The two disciples on duty said in unison. Not necessarily. Qiu Feng looked around and saw that the other disciples on duty were already looking in this direction. He did not hold back and said with a cold smile, the higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance, have you checked their followers and disciples one by one when they entered? The two disciples on duty looked at each other and did not say a word. They looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. So. Qiu Feng's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, only saw the slight change in the expressions of the two disciples on duty. She could not hear what Qiu Feng said. Sai, is this true? One of the disciples on duty asked after Qiu Feng finished speaking. Senior brother, if not, how do you think I, a mere Golden Core stage disciple, have the guts to do this? Moreover, if there is a mistake in this matter, it will embarrass them. Wouldn't we be asking for trouble? The two disciples on duty looked at each other again. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt a pressure that was even stronger than Qiu Feng's. It was so strong that she could not breathe. In a hurry, an even stronger divine sense swept over. Compared to this divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua's pitiful divine sense almost did not have the courage to use it. This was like comparing a small ditch to a big river. After checking Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation and confirming that she was only a qi refinement stage cultivator and did not have any demonic aura or cultivation, they quietly stepped back and made a gap. Qiu Feng was overjoyed when he saw that the two disciples on duty didn't say anything and didn't send him off respectfully. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Then, he activated his magic power and the sword light flew toward the array. Before it could get close, a brilliant light enveloped Qiu Feng and a strange color appeared on his body. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from their sight. Senior Brother Mu, this. How much of what Qiu Feng said is true? One of the disciples on duty sighed and transmitted his voice. Senior Brother Mu looked around and activated his sword light to fly up a little. He also transmitted his voice, of course, it's 100%. Alas, that's true. If not for the instructions of a certain higher-up in the Immortal Alliance, how could he, a mere Golden Core stage cultivator, be so bold? The key is which higher-up in the Immortal Alliance, this guy didn't say it clearly. That's why this is 100% true. If he said the name of the Alliance Master or any other random person, I would be suspicious. Since he had already done such a secretive thing, how could he possibly reveal it to the world? If he revealed it, it means that he is guilty and has a guilty conscience. Senior Brother Mu is right. If Qiu Feng did not reveal it, we would be less responsible. Even if there is a problem, the Immortal Alliance does not have a rule that forbids qi refinement stage cultivators from going out. What are we afraid of? Chapter 3160. Junior brother, don't worry. Even if the higher-ups know, they won't mention such a small matter. He's just a qi refinement kid. Whose little boy isn't naughty? While the two disciples on duty were discussing, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived at the entrance of the Demon Resistance Valley under Qiu Feng's lead. This demon-resisting valley's defensive formation was truly abnormal to the extreme. After passing through so many light barriers, countless waves of energy passed through their bodies. Sometimes, Qiu Feng's token would emit light and catch the waves. Sometimes, the waves would directly sweep through their bodies and then disappear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Qiu Feng to explain. She knew that this was definitely the formation, checking whether the people who entered the formation were from the demon realm or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua pass through so many checks as if nothing had happened, Qiu Feng felt more at ease. As long as Zhang Xiaohua wasn't from the demon realm, everything else would be fine. Suddenly, Qiu Feng asked, "Martial niece, how are you related to the Alliance Master?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She recalled Feng Shu's instructions and only smiled without saying anything. "Ah, look at me. I forgot again." Qiu Feng slapped his forehead as he came to his senses. Then, Qiu Feng didn't say anything else. After sending Zhang Xiaohua out of the valley, a light flashed, and they appeared on top of a tall mountain. He cupped his hands and said, "Martial niece. I can only send you here. If you have time in the future, let's meet at the Alliance Master's Qinghuan Peak." "Huh, okay. Thank you for sending me out, Martial Uncle Qiu. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely thank you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "Okay, you can go now. Qinghuan Peak is in the east. Don't go the wrong way." Qiu Feng smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Then, he said inexplicably, "However, Martial nephew, you'd better take care of yourself and deal with the current situation first." After saying that, he didn't explain. He urged the flying sword under his feet and rushed into the defensive formation of the demon-resisting valley. That. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Qiu Feng flew away. "What are you saying? What a strange thing." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her bald head in confusion. There, it's this young senior. Just now, a sword light came out from the demon-resisting valley. It's in this direction. There's no one else around. Isn't it him? Quick, ask Senior if he has anything good. Just now, the sword light returned. Could it be for this Senior? Before Zhang Xiaohua could come back to his senses, a group of cultivators in strange clothes surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. There were old and young, handsome and ugly, and there were both men and women. Their bodies were shining with all kinds of brilliance. They were all dressed in strange clothes. There were both men and women. Zhang Xiaohua looked around in horror. She didn't know what to do. That. Seniors. Why are you doing this? Zhang Xiaohua had learned her lesson. Since she couldn't check other people's cultivation, she could only call them seniors. As expected, everyone was stunned when they heard her call them seniors. When they checked Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation, they were even more confused. A white-haired old woman who was closest to Zhang Xiaohua asked with a dragon-headed walking stick in her hand, "Senior. You've already left the demon-resisting valley. There's no need to hide your cultivation, right? Senior." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the old woman who was definitely in her 70s or 80s. She touched her nose and said, I'm really only in the qi refining stage. There's no need to hide it." "Brat, what are you doing? How dare you tease your grandpa for no reason?" A few of them started to curse. Many of them shook their heads slightly and turned around to ride their sword lights away. Seeing that almost everyone had left, the white-haired old woman smiled and said, "Young man, what's your name? Which sect are you from?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and cupped his hands. "I'm Wu Ming, a disciple of Su Yan faction." "How should I address you, Senior?" "Oh, so you're a disciple of Su Yan faction." The old woman said with a kind face, "I'm Fairy Fei Ying of Nanming faction. I have some friendship with Master Zhu Qinghe of Su Yan faction." "Fairy?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wrinkled fairy Fei Ying and thought to himself, it's better to call her mistress. However, his heart immediately froze. Abyss? Could it be that I know a nun? Nephew Wu Ming. You're so young, but you've already reached the late stage of the qi refining stage. You can be considered one of the best among the younger disciples of Su Yan faction. Why haven't I heard Master Zhu mention you before? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. Just now in the Imperial Demon Valley, he felt that Master Feng was casually ordering Qiu Feng around. She even mentioned giving pointers and mentioned Su Yan faction. He thought Su Yan faction was just a small faction, and no one would know that he could pretend to be one. He didn't expect to run into someone who knew Su Yan faction as soon as he left the Imperial Demon Valley. How could Zhang Xiaohua endure this? Zhang Xiaohua panicked at first, but then he calmed down. He rolled his eyes slightly and said with a smile, Su Yan faction has many excellent disciples, and I'm just one of them. How can I enter Senior Zhu's eyes? Maybe I'll attract Senior Zhu's attention when I've reached a higher level. Don't you think so? Fairy Fei Ying's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua's words were unintentional, but she had heard it intentionally. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was mocking her for inquiring about the situation of Su Yan faction without permission. She was a little angry, but then she changed the topic and asked, Great Master Wu, why are you not staying in Zhongxiu Mountain, but coming to Demon-Resisting Valley? Why did you come out of the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhongxiu Mountain is where Su Yan faction is located. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart, but he said, I've stayed in the mountain for a long time, so I came out to wander around. Now. I'm going back soon. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Senior. I have to go back quickly. If I delay for too long, I'm afraid I'll be punished by my master. Before Fairy Fei Ying could speak, a gray-haired old man next to her frowned and shouted, Wu Ming, Fairy Fei Ying is asking you a question. Why can't you answer properly? If we weren't in the territory of the Imperial Demon Valley, I'd definitely punish you. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and spread his hands, saying, Alas, Senior, what's there to say? I just wanted to sneak into the Imperial Demon Valley to take a look. But I didn't expect that I would be discovered by the seniors of my faction just as I entered, and even before I entered the big formation. It's a good thing that we're familiar with each other from the same sect, so we can be considered acquaintances. That's why they let me off. Tell me, Senior, this Imperial Devil Valley, why is it that only Jindan stage cultivators can enter? Why can't Qi refining and foundation building cultivators go in? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua peeked at these people's reactions. He only heard Feng Shu and Qiu Feng mention spirit forming, golden core, and qi refining. He didn't know what other realms there were. Although he didn't know why he knew that foundation building was higher than qi refining, he just said it casually and felt nervous. That's right. Marshal Ni Xiao is right. The rule of the Immortal Alliance is too overbearing. Before the demon realm attacked, we were not allowed to enter. Since the gate of the demon realm has been closed and their golden core cultivators can enter, why can't we foundation building cultivators enter? We can only wait outside the Imperial Demon Valley and see if there are any good opportunities. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but ask, Senior. Are there any good opportunities these days? Not at all. The Demon Gate has just been closed. The Golden Core cultivators have just entered the Imperial Demon Valley for a few days. Although some daring disciples sneaked out, they didn't bring many things out. There are so many low-level disciples outside the Imperial Demon Valley. How can I fight them? If there are some benefits, I will have to wait for a few more days. Zhang Xiaohua understood a little and said with a smile, there have been some movements these days. Won't there be more in a few more days? When most of the Golden Core cultivators come out of the valley, won't there be more things? Alas, that's true, but many of the rare materials of the demon realm, many damaged magic weapons and other things, have been handed over to the Immortal Alliance by the Golden Core cultivators, or kept in their own sections. The things that can be circulated are already some defective ones. The old man sighed and said with some envy, "You are so lucky. As soon as you entered, you met the elders of our sect. Not to mention that you escaped with your life, which is 100 times better than those who lost their lives before. In the future, your elders, if they get any treasures, you can be considered to be in a favorable position." Zhang Xiaohua listened and secretly thought, it turns out that there were bold disciples who sneaked into the Imperial Demon Valley before. However, the array of the Imperial Demon Valley is so powerful. How can the foundation building cultivators go in without a token? It would be strange if they didn't lose their lives. But, come to think of it, how did I get in there myself? Why don't I remember at all? Just as she was thinking, Fairy Feiying said, "Master Wu, are you still going to wait here?" "No, Fairy, you can wait here. With the elders here, how can I have a chance?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and declined. "Oh. I see." Fairy Feiying heard and smiled. "If you are going to wait here, then I will go to Jinghua City to take a look. Since Master Wu wants to return to Zhongshu Mountain and needs to use the transportation array of Jinghua City, why don't we go together? With me bringing you along, it will be faster." "Io." Zhang Xiaohua groaned inwardly when he heard that. He didn't want to be with them. He just wanted to quickly find a place and find some people to figure out where he was and where he came from. Then, he could make plans. Fairy Feiying followed her all the way, and she might expose herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but regret. Why did she try to be smart? Why did she acknowledge Su Yan faction as her sect? But, if she didn't acknowledge a sect, how could she do it? Fortunately, there weren't any disciples of Su Yan faction outside the Imperial Demon Valley. If she acknowledged someone else, wouldn't she be exposed long ago? Zhang Xiaohua was in a dilemma. Chapter 3161. Xiaohua thought for a moment and quickly bowed. "I don't dare to delay Fairy's journey. I'll go on my own and gain experience along the way." "Experience?" Fairy Feiying smiled. "You're alone. What experience? Even if you're killed by others, your sect's seniors won't know. You'd better hurry back to Zhongshu Mountain and meet up with your senior and junior brothers. You can come back for experience next time." Hearing Fairy Feiying's words, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. Knowing that she wasn't lying, she could only nod. "Then, I'll have to trouble Senior." "Hee, it's fine. It's on the way anyway." As Fairy Feiying spoke, she waved her hand, and a flying shuttle stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua with a flash of light. "Get on." Fairy Feiying pointed at the spacious flying shuttle and said with a smile, "Although my flying shuttle is broken, it can still be used. It's much better than flying talismans like the double flying talisman. I'll do as you say." "Thank you, Senior." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to get on the flying shuttle. "Oh, right. Fairy mentioned Jinghua City. I have some matters to attend to. How about we go together?" That white-haired old man slapped his forehead and said, "I've heard that Fairy obtained a broken flying talisman during the auction in Jinghua City. It's really rare. Why don't I take a look at it today?" "Gan Qinggu, you. What do you mean?" Fairy Feiying's expression changed slightly. "Nothing. Fairy, isn't my disciple in Jinghua City? I've been here for a long time and haven't seen him. Isn't it just right to ride on Fairy's flying shuttle?" Gan Qinggu looked innocent and shook his head. "If Fairy doesn't welcome me, then I'll have to go by myself." Hee, that's right. Jinghua City isn't demon-resisting valley. There's no rule about who can and can't go there. We also have matters to attend to and would like to accompany Fairy. If Fairy doesn't want to, then we'll go with Brother Gon. The remaining 3 people also said with a smile. Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed a few times, but she didn't say anything. She jumped onto the shuttle and laughed, "There are so many of you. How can my shuttle fit all of you? You'd better think of your own ways." As he spoke, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Great Teacher Wu, stand firm." Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped. Without waiting for him to speak, the flying shuttle suddenly moved and soared into the sky. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared himself, but still, he was almost thrown off the flying shuttle. "Great Teacher Nephew Wu, be careful. This flying magic treasure is not like a normal flying talisman. Also, my flying shuttle is a bit damaged." Fairy Fei Ying reminded him absent-mindedly. Then, she scanned the area behind her with her divine sense. Her expression became ugly as she whispered, "These people are really boring." As she spoke, she channeled her spiritual energy. The flying shuttle suddenly sped up and flew forward quickly. In just a few moments, the flying shuttle was already high up in the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and the wind in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and nose were filled with wind and he was about to react, Fairy Fei Ying formed a hand seal and hit the flying shuttle. A soft pink barrier rose up around the flying shuttle, enveloping the two of them. The sound of the wind was almost inaudible. After flying for half a day, the sun gradually set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually talk to Fairy Fei Ying, and Fairy Fei Ying seemed to hate Gon Qinggu and the others. She kept looking back and speeding up the flying shuttle, so the two of them didn't speak for the entire journey. However, during this time, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that there were dense forests and countless mountain ranges under her feet. She didn't see any cities or the like. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange. This flying shuttle was extremely fast. Shouldn't it have traveled for more than 1,000 miles? Why hadn't they reached Jinghua City yet? Zhang Xiaohua held this question for a long time. When the sky turned dark, she couldn't help but ask, "Senior, your flying shuttle is really fast. This is the first time I'm sitting on such a fast flying shuttle. I wonder if we can reach Jinghua City before nightfall." Before nightfall? Fairy Fei Ying had a strange expression on her face. She shook her head and said, "Great Teacher Nephew Wu, have you never been to Jinghua City before?" Zhang Xiaohua said honestly, "I've flown by in the sky. I don't have much of an impression of Jinghua City. I was wondering." Fairy Fei Ying looked back and said, "Jinghua City is more than 10,000 miles away from here. Although my flying shuttle is fast, we can only reach it tomorrow afternoon." "Ah!" Zhang Xiaohua almost exclaimed. It was just a city. How could it be so far away? Bad. Before Zhang Xiaohua could ask again, Fairy Fei Ying's face was filled with anger. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, she saw a faint red radiance appear behind the flying shuttle. It was chasing after the flying shuttle at high speed. Fairy Fei Ying gritted her teeth secretly. The spiritual power under her feet surged even more fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua only felt the flying shuttle under her feet shake. It seemed to have sped up a bit. After a while, the radiance behind them got closer and closer. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "These people, why are they chasing so fast?" "Senior, why don't we wait for them?" Fairy Fei Ying snorted coldly and didn't answer. She looked back and took out something from her waist. She threw it in front of the flying shuttle and made a hand seal. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her body become light, as if she was about to float. The flying shuttle suddenly sank. The thing that Fairy Fei Ying threw out just now was like the radiance emitted by the flying shuttle. It flew straight in the direction of the flying shuttle. Not long after, a few whoosh-whoosh sounds could be heard. A few radiances flew over Zhang Xiaohua's head without even looking down. When the radiances were far away, Fairy Fei Ying didn't say anything. She surged her spiritual power and the flying shuttle slanted and flew in another direction. "Io, Senior, didn't we agree to go to Jinghua City?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Jinghua City was exactly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. "Hee, Great Master Wu, I'm a little tired. Why don't we rest for a while before going?" Fairy Fei Ying looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a polite attitude. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. "Please forgive me, Senior. I've been out for a long time. I don't dare to delay any longer. If Senior doesn't have time, I can go by myself. Maybe I'll meet those seniors just now. They can even give me a ride." "Ha ha ha, let them give you a ride?" Fairy Fei Ying laughed so hard that she almost bent over. Then, she suddenly stopped laughing and looked into the distance. She asked curiously, They? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Just as he was about to turn around to look, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He moved his feet and used an extremely beautiful movement skill. With a whoosh sound, a red brilliance flew close to his waist and barely passed by him. What kind of movement technique is that?" Fairy Fei Ying asked in surprise. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw nothing but darkness. She immediately understood. She turned around and said angrily, "Senior, is this a sneak attack?" "Sneak attack? Ha ha ha." Fairy Fei Ying sneered. "You're just a Qi refinement junior. Do you think you're worthy of being sneak attacked by me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense to prevent Fairy Fei Ying from doing anything else. Then, he looked at the faint radiance on the flying shuttle and complained in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on here, looking at the radiance that covered him, how could he not know that this thing was very difficult to deal with? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Senior, aren't you and the master of my sect?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, Fairy Fei Ying laughed and said, "I know Zhu Qinghe, but Zhu Qinghe doesn't know me. Don't you think we're old acquaintances?" Zhang Xiaohua felt bitter in his mouth, but he still smiled and said, "Then, Senior, are you misunderstanding me? I just went to the demon-resisting valley. I don't have a single cent on me. Senior, are you looking for the wrong person?" "Hee, young man, you're not telling the truth." Fairy Fei Ying saw this and pointed at the flying shuttle. The radiance on the flying shuttle gradually dimmed. She said, "You're really an idiot. How can you casually get on someone else's flying shuttle? Especially someone with a higher cultivation level than you. You really are a first-time disciple of Su Yan faction." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy face, Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face also showed a sinister smile. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Quickly throw your storage ring over and let me see. If there's anything I like, I'll kill you and send you into the 6 realms of reincarnation. If there's nothing, don't blame me for being ruthless and pulling out your soul so that you can't reincarnate. You." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Fairy Fei Ying's benevolent face half a day ago. His heart was cold. Only now did he know what the reason was. It was because of the storage ring he put on his finger. This thing. He didn't have any impression of it. Of course, he didn't know how precious it was. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he tried to think of a way to escape. "I'll let you know, Fairy. This storage ring was bestowed by our sect, this time. There's nothing good inside. If Fairy wants this storage ring, I'll give it to you. However, I hope that Fairy will be magnanimous and spare my life." Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he thought of a way to escape. "Ha ha ha, you're still not being honest at this time." The sinister look on Fairy Fei Ying's face disappeared. She regained her benevolent smile and said, "A storage ring is so precious. I've never seen one before. How many does your Su Yen faction have? How could they give it to a little chi refining cultivator like you? Do I still need to tell you the origin of this storage ring? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He raised his hand and took the storage ring. He said, Senior, are you sure you got this from the demon-resisting valley? Do you still need to ask? It's not just me. Didn't those old things who were chasing us see your storage ring? If it weren't for you, would they ignore the demon-resisting valley and follow you to Jinghua City? Fairy Fei Ying said. She waved her hand and a suction force pulled the storage ring in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Chapter 3162. Could it be, if Changxing Academy loses, you'll also have to leave Changxing Town? Daoist Xiao looked at the scholar, then looked at the fat white monk next to him and asked with a sneer. Principal Zhu shook his head with a smile. This bet is between Jiangqiao Temple and Shaojin Temple, it has nothing to do with Changxing Academy. Of course, if Jiangqiao Temple doesn't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Daoist Xiao was very hesitant. Changxing Academy was different from Shaojin Temple, it didn't have any direct conflict with Jiangqiao Temple. Many scholars even greeted Daoist Xiao politely when they saw him. Some young scholars even went to Jiangqiao Temple when they were watching the tide from the riverside. Daoist Xiao also knew that Principal Zhu was called Zhu Junfeng, he was very famous in Changxing Town. Not only were there the heirs of big families in Changxing Town in the academy, there were also the heirs of ordinary people. Many students within a radius of several hundred li also came to the academy to study. Although he hadn't seen Zhu Junfeng before, his name was like thunder to his ears. With Zhu Junfeng's participation, he definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the challenge against Shaojin Temple. But the problem was that the Changxing Academy was a real academy and a real Confucian cultivator. Not only was it more powerful than the Daoist school, which pretended to be a sheep's head and dog's meat, but even the Shaojin Temple couldn't be compared to it. If he played along with these two schools, wouldn't he become the laughing stock of the immortal and Buddha ceremony? However, thinking about Shaojin Temple's monk Ming Yu's confidence and the surrounding people's gazes, Daoist Xiao braced himself and said with a fake smile, Changxing Town is originally Changxing Academy in Shaojin Temple's Changxing Town. My Jiangqiao Temple is just an outsider. Since Changxing Academy wants to hold an immortal and Buddhist ceremony with Shaojin Temple, why ask Jiangqiao Temple? Does that mean Daoist Xiao agrees? Monk Mingyu was a bit unhappy at first, but after listening for a while, he changed to a smile and asked. Does it make a difference whether I agree or not? Daoist Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. He looked at Xiao Hua and Yuanya behind him and said, however, the rules of this challenge need to be set by Jiangqiao Temple. Daoist Xiao is overstepping. Zhu Junfeng was still indifferent. The feather fan in his hand flickered a few times as he said, the challenge was issued by the River Tide Temple. The time and location were proposed by the Little Gold Temple. The rules of this challenge will naturally be set by my Longevity Academy. My Jiangqiao Temple only has 3 people. I'll leave it up to you. Daoist Master Xiao had no choice but to point out the crux of the matter. Don't worry, Daoist Master Xiao. The Longevity Academy will definitely take this into consideration. Zhu Junfeng nodded and replied. Principal Zhu is famous for his impartiality in handling matters. With Longevity Academy setting the rules, my Little Gold Temple is completely at ease. Monk Bright Joy agreed with a radiant smile. No. Hearing Zen Master Ming Yu's agreement, Daoist Master Xiao could not take it anymore. He shook his head vigorously. The ones making the bet are my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple. Changxing Academy isn't even betting, why do we have to let Changxing Academy set the rules? When Zhu Junfeng heard Daoist Master Xiao mention betting, he couldn't help but frown. He closed the fan in his hand and said, if that's the case, then the rules. I'll have to trouble the River Tide Temple. All right. Zen Master Mingyu seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Hearing Zhu Juanfeng's agreement, he did not raise any objections and only nodded in agreement. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my leave first. See you at Small Gold Temple in 10 days. After saying that, Zhu Junfeng cupped his hands again and turned around to leave. Zen Master Mingyu blinked his eyes. Half of the joy from before had disappeared. He turned to look at his 2 junior brothers behind him. The 3 of them nodded slightly. Then, without saying goodbye to Taoist Master Shao, they turned around and returned to Small Gold Temple. It seemed like they attached great importance to this challenge. They didn't even bother with fishing people out and focused all their energy on this matter. After the Buddhist and Confucian disciples left, the villagers of Longevity Town naturally dispersed as well. However, their faces were filled with excitement as they discussed in low voices. Obviously, in less than an hour, everyone in Longevity Town would know about the challenge in 10 days. The only one who was depressed was Taoist Master Shao. Phew. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, he let out a long sigh and sat down on a chair. He stared at the ground in a daze. There were dozens of ants that had been trampled to death by the crowd. Looking at the position, it seemed to be where Zen Master Mingyu and the other monks of Small Gold Temple were standing. After the time it took to finish a meal, Taoist Master Shao finally straightened up. He looked around at the empty surroundings and snorted coldly. He flung his Taoist robe and said, "Yeah, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and put these things away." "Yes, Master." Yuanya replied. He walked forward and placed the chair on the table. He picked it up with one hand and quickly walked away. It seemed like he was going to return the table and chair. Xiao Hua. Seeing that Yuanya had left, Taoist Master Shao probed, "Can you beat Yuanya?" "Maybe." Xiao Hua did not deny it. "I've never fought with him before, so I'm not too sure." Can you participate in the challenge 10 days later? If you participate, I can consider letting you stay by my side. It can be considered. Taoist Master Shao wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be probing. He knew that if Xiao Hua could beat Yuanya, and if Xiao Hua did not want to participate, he could not do anything to Xiao Hua. But if Xiao Hua could not beat Yuanya, what was the use of Xiao Hua participating? Moreover, he saw that Xiao Hua had returned, which basically confirmed his guess. However, he was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality until the last moment. When Xiao Hua heard this, he could not help but smile. He knew that Taoist Master Shao was suspecting his origin again, so he shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not a disciple of Jiangchao Temple. Why would I participate in the challenge between Jiangchao Temple and Small Gold Temple? This has nothing to do with staying by Taoist Master Zhao's side, right? Keep pretending, keep pretending." Taoist Master Shao laughed in his heart and secretly said, "Since you want to pretend, I'll pretend with you. Anyway, I still need your help. If you can lend this old man a helping hand, then this old man will play with you." Taoist Master Shao. Now, it's no longer about the grudge between Jiangchao Temple and Small Gold Temple. Since Taoist Master Shao had decided, his face became serious and said very seriously, "It's about the grudge between my Taoist sect and Buddhist sect." Even mentioning the immortal Buddha ceremony that happens once every 10 years, it's about the grudge between Taoist sect, Buddhist sect, and Confucian sect. As a disciple of my Taoist sect, how can you not participate? Moreover, my Jiangchao Temple's challenge was defeated. I and Yuanya will have to leave Longevity Town. Could it be that fellow Taoist Shao also wants to leave with us? Who said that I'm a Taoist sect disciple? Xiao Hua smiled, touched his nose and said, "It seems like someone said that I'm not worthy to call myself fellow Taoist." Forget it. You can participate or not. Taoist Master Shao suddenly lost his patience, waved his hand and said, "Your meridians are naturally blocked, you're basically unable to cultivate. Just relying on your fists and feet, even if you can defeat Yuanya, you're still not a match for the true experts of Buddhist sect and Confucian sect. Moreover, looking at that monk Ming Yu's meaning, 3 days later, their Buddhist sect should send an expert to small gold temple. Otherwise, how would he dare to challenge Yuanya? What's the immortal Buddha ceremony? What's the matter with naturally blocked meridians? How do you know? Xiao Hua asked several whys in a row. How do I know? Taoist Master Xiao looked up and down at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, a straightforward person doesn't speak insinuations. You don't know how I know. Why do I need to know? How do you know? Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with interest, how do I need to know? How do you know? You. Taoist Master Xiao clenched his teeth. It seems like he's also prepared to pretend to the end with Xiao Hua. A trace of pride even appeared on his face. My Taoist sect's techniques are boundless, finding out that your meridians are blocked is really easy. It's a pity that you don't cultivate Taoist techniques, you'll never understand in this lifetime. As for the immortal Buddha ceremony. Immediately, Taoist Master Xiao controlled his temper and briefly explained the immortal Buddha ceremony. It was vaguely similar to what Chu Junfeng said. In ancient times, after the Buddhist sect and Confucian sect joined forces to exterminate the Taoist sect, in order to commemorate the alliance of the two sects, they agreed to hold a ceremony every 10 years. This immortal Buddha ceremony was considered lively many years ago. Confucian sect and Buddhist sect often used this as an opportunity to exchange pointers and cultivate, and even held hundreds of activities to strangle the Taoist sect. But later on, as the Taoist sect disciples disappeared, it gradually became deserted. Longevity Town was a small town in the country of Shi. If Xu Junfeng didn't specifically mention it, who would have thought that 10 days later would be the day of the immortal Buddha ceremony that was held once every 10 years? After Taoist Master Xiao finished speaking, Yuanya also returned. Let's go. Taoist Master Xiao was very dull, as if this conversation with Xiao Hua had completely worn out his patience. He swung his Taoist robe and said, I'll go back and discuss it. But after waiting for Taoist Master Xiao to take 2 steps, Yuanya reminded in a low voice, Master, the rice and noodles in the temple. I'm afraid there's not enough, this disciple has to go buy some. And, you go and put some on credit. Taoist Master Xiao very naturally ordered, but when he saw Yuanya's awkward expression and his feet that hadn't moved, he helplessly took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and threw them to Yuanya, saying, I only have these copper coins, you go, first deal with tomorrow. Yes, Master. Yuanya took the copper coins and turned to leave. I'll go. Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Yuanya, you've already put them on credit many times, I'm afraid you don't have any face. You wait here for a moment, I'll go and try. All right. Taoist Xiao nodded his head and signaled Yuanya to give the copper coins to Xiao Hua. When Yuanya gave the copper coins to Xiao Hua, he unexpectedly took out a cloth bag from his sleeve. Obviously, he had already prepared to go to the rice noodle shop today. Xiao Hua naturally didn't need the two to wait for long, in just a moment he came back with a small bag of rice. So much? Looking at the small amount of rice, Taoist Master Xiao was a little surprised, looking at his face and then at Yuanya, puzzled, he said, you don't look as handsome as Yuanya, do you? It's not that this Xiao's face is big. Xiao Hua laughed, it's that Taoist Master Xiao's face is big. This Xiao went over and gave the copper coins, saying that Taoist Master Xiao would challenge Shaojin Temple and Chongqing Academy in 10 days. The rice and noodles shop owner's eyes immediately lit up, and she didn't want this Xiao's copper coins no matter what. She even gave the rice that was just delivered from outside the town to Taoist Master Xiao, clearly saying that she didn't want half a copper coin. Chapter 3163. Zhang Xiaohua clenched her fists and said with a smile, Fairy, if you can release this junior from the flying shuttle now, this junior will give this ring to you. Hee hee, are you trying to negotiate with me? Fairy Fei Ying sneered. From the moment you stepped onto this flying shuttle, you no longer have the right to bargain. If it weren't for Gan Qinggu messing things up, I would have already made my move. Quick, hand over that ring. Fairy Fei Ying seemed to have lost her patience. She released her aura, and a strong pressure was emitted from her body, pressing down on Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, Fairy Fei Ying pointed with her hand, and several rays of light rose from the edge of the flying shuttle and shot toward Zhang Xiaohua. That formless aura was like a mountain, and it pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua until she couldn't breathe. Although she didn't fall down, she had no time to deal with the rays of light around her. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua flung her hand, and the storage ring flew toward Fairy Fei Ying. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's face lit up with joy. She waved her hand, and the storage ring seemed to be pulled by a thin string and was about to be thrown toward Fairy Fei Ying's hand. However, at this moment, there was a series of loud rumbling sounds. The light shield on the flying shuttle shook violently, and Zhang Xiaohua and Fairy Fei Ying's bodies shook violently. With a loud bang, the light shield on the flying shuttle burst like a bubble, and the whistling night wind immediately blew onto Zhang Xiaohua's bald head. At the same time that the light shield of the flying shuttle burst, several strong pulling forces hit the storage ring, and immediately stopped it from flying toward Fairy Fei Ying. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw Gan Qinggu and the other three standing around the flying shuttle. They were standing on rays of light and looking at Fairy Fei Ying mockingly. You! Fairy Fei Ying panicked. She didn't care about the flying shuttle anymore, and her body flashed, and she reached for the storage ring that was very close to her. How dare you! Gan Qinggu shouted and pointed his finger. An item that looked like a hammer smashed toward Fairy Fei Ying like a meteor, making a piercing sound as it flew through the air. From the looks of it, if Fairy Fei Ying were to take the storage ring, the hammer would definitely severely injure her. Fairy Fei Ying was helpless. She stopped and patted her waist, and a green ray of light flew out. When it was in the air, the light scattered and turned into a petal, blocking the hammer. Before the flower petals could block the hammer, an orange-red ring with flickering flames flew toward Fairy Fei Ying's back. Fellow Taoists. Seeing this, Fairy Fei Ying's expression changed slightly, and she didn't dare to get close to the storage ring. She retreated far away and barely dodged the flaming ring. She said loudly, "Let's talk things over. I know I was wrong. This storage ring, how about, the five of us share it equally?" Ha! You old beggar. I hinted to you earlier, yet you ignored me and even used a pretense to trick me. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Kuang noticing and us rushing back in time, wouldn't you have already taken the storage ring for yourself? Now that you see how powerful we are, you are begging for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Fairy Fei Ying smiled apologetically. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. We put ourselves in each other's shoes. This storage ring is too attractive. Just as Fairy Fei Ying was explaining, she suddenly screamed and fell from the flying shuttle. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of Fairy Fei Ying's forehead. It spread its wings and flew toward a tall and thin elder beside Gan Qinggu. Fairy Fei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She looked over and saw an extremely small bug with a pale yellow glow crawling out of her forehead. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Feng is indeed powerful. Is your brain corrosion be already at the 4th stage? Even that old beggar Fei Ying's protective true qi couldn't block it. No. Fei Ying only forgot to release her protective true qi when she was in the flying shuttle. We attacked the moment we arrived, so she reacted quickly and didn't have time. If I didn't make a move, she might not have a chance when she remembered later. The elder with the surname Feng said proudly, besides, isn't this the only thing my spirit husbandry sect can take out? Without this little thing, how would I dare to speak in front of fellow Taoist? Without Fairy Fei Ying's control, the flying shuttle didn't immediately fall from the sky. It only floated in the air and stopped at Zhang Xiaohua's feet. And because Fairy Fei Ying was no longer fighting for the storage ring, it actually gradually flew toward Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The storage ring only gradually stopped when it was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. The force on the ring suddenly disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the four people outside the flying shuttle and sighed in her heart. She stretched out her hand and still grabbed the storage ring. She then cupped her hands and said, "Seniors, this ring, this junior doesn't want it anymore. Please, spare this junior's life. Do you think it's possible?" Gan Qinggu sneered. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Then, all right, since that's the case." As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "I wonder which senior should I give this ring to? The things in this ring don't seem to be enough." Hearing that, Gan Qinggu's expression changed slightly. He looked up at the three people not far away and retreated a little. He circulated all his magic power and protected his body with his true qi. Then, as if he was still worried, he patted his waist and a small round plate flew out. It emitted a green light and protected his body again. Not only him, but fellow Daoist Feng and the other two people were also like Gan Qinggu. They didn't believe it at all and also protected themselves very tightly. When the brilliance of the disc protected him, Gan Qinggu sneered and said, "Little guy, your method of sowing discord seems to be too poor. We have already made things clear along the way. The things in the storage ring should be divided into 4 parts. If there is a single item, whoever wants it must compensate the others with spirit stones of the corresponding value." Gan Qinggu sneered. "You are right. Don't you think so? Fellow Taoists?" Fellow Taoist Feng is right. Fellow Taoist Feng, take out the things in the ring one by one." A slightly fat old man sneered. "The things in the ring can of course be divided. How about this, I'll give you all the things in the ring." "This ring? It's not easy to divide it. Can't you let me keep it?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said innocently. Hearing this, although it was night time, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that the expressions of the four people changed greatly. She now knew the value of the storage ring. She knew that the value of the ring itself was much higher than the things in the ring, so, she deliberately mentioned it. Unfortunately, the four people seemed to have already discussed it on the way here. At this time, they were transmitting a message to each other, saying something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Immediately, everyone's expressions relaxed. Fellow Taoist Feng laughed and said, "You little fellow, you're really sharp-tongued. No wonder you have such a cultivation at such a young age. If it was in normal times, wouldn't I love you? But, at this time, I'm the knife and you're the fish. Even if you have a glib tongue, what can you do?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale. She waved her hand and threw the storage ring to fellow Taoist Feng, saying, "In that case, I'll give this ring to you, senior." Fellow Taoist Feng was pleasantly surprised to see the storage ring flying over, but at the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, as the ring flew over, Gan Qinggu and the others also looked over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, his figure flashed, and he jumped down from the flying shuttle. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Unfortunately, before she could fly 30 feet, her body and the flying shuttle were blocked by an invisible barrier. Although the barrier wasn't abnormally hard, it still made Zhang Xiaohua dizzy. Then, a ray of light flashed, and something that looked like a fishing net appeared in the night sky. It covered Zhang Xiaohua's head, and he could not move at all. The fishing net wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua and flew up into the sky. It only stopped when it reached the location of the shuttle. Gan Qinggu and the other 3 originally took out their magic tools to attack fellow Taoist Quang. However, Zhang Xiaohua's escape alerted everyone. Fellow Taoist Quang quickly flew up into the sky and pointed his finger. A faint light flashed and hit the storage ring flying towards him. The ring stopped in midair. Then, he waved his hand again. The fishing net that caught Zhang Xiaohua flashed and flew to the side of the ring and stopped. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoist Feng immediately shouted, don't try to sow discord. This ring, I won't touch it. This sentence was shouted at the right time. When Gan Qinggu and the others saw this, their minds moved slightly and they all took back their magic tools that flew out. However, they kept some distance from the ring and didn't really take it back. How about this, everyone? We won't take this ring. We'll only let this little guy take out the things in it. We'll divide these things first and then carefully discuss the ownership of the ring. What do you think? Fellow Taoist Feng saw that he had become the target of public criticism, so he didn't dare to be careless and suggested. Gan Qinggu thought for a moment and looked at the several people in the distance. After discussing for a while, they all nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, even though they agreed, Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly, I've already given this ring to you. It has nothing to do with me who takes it. I'm already a bird in a cage. I can't even fly. Who has the patience to do these things? He. Fellow Taoist Feng heard this and sneered. He pinched a spell and the net-like magic tool tied Zhang Xiaohua tightly. Then, it contracted tightly, as if it was going to absorb Zhang Xiaohua's flesh. Fellow Taoist Feng, who was looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's painful expression and begging for mercy, was stunned. His magic tool, which had worked repeatedly, was actually wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and couldn't be absorbed into her flesh. Fellow Taoist Feng changed his spell again and hit Zhang Xiaohua's body one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how much magic power he used, there seemed to be something strange about Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. The thin rope on the net just couldn't be retracted. Chapter 3164. He. Even though he knew that Xiaohua was talking nonsense, Taoist Zhao's face was still very happy. He even proudly stroked his beard that he could barely touch. He waved his hand and arrogantly said, let's go. We'll go back to Jiangchao Temple. When Xiaohua and the others passed by the tea shed, there was no one inside. However, the two people playing chess were still sitting there. Of course, the chessboard was gone, replaced by some wine and dishes. The two people chatted while drinking, full of interest. When they saw Xiao Daoist and the others coming back, they picked up their wine bowls and drank it all. This Xiao Daoist. I'm afraid he thinks I'm with these two people. After listening to Xiao Daoist's probing words today, Xiaohua already understood, but he didn't plan to say anything before Xiao Daoist made it clear to him. After 100 years of secluded cultivation, Xiaohua, who had a lively personality, was a bit impatient. Since he encountered such an interesting matter, why didn't he get involved? Why are there so many people on the mountain path? Xiaohua looked at the two people, then looked left and right. He naturally looked at the mountain ridge where Jiangchao Temple was located and couldn't help but be surprised. He saw that there was not a single person on the mountain path, but now, from the bottom to the top, from the foot of the mountain to Jiangchao Temple, there were many people standing. Although it wasn't to the point of being crowded, there were still hundreds of people. Master, not good. Xiaohua just saw that Yuanya was also panicking. He hurriedly said, "You're in trouble again, someone is chasing us. We can't go back to Jiangchao Temple. While they haven't seen Master, let's hurry and leave." Trouble again? Xiaohua was surprised, somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by trouble again? Is that so? Xiao Daoist was thinking about the challenge 10 days later, so he didn't notice the people on the mountain ridge. When he heard Yuanya's words, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly raised his head. When he saw the abnormality on the mountain path, he also exclaimed and hurriedly turned around. He said, hurry, don't let them see me," although Xiaohua didn't understand, he still turned around with the two people. However, after a few hurried steps, Xiao Daoist suddenly stopped. She turned her head back and muttered, "That's not right. Isn't the matter of Song Manor already settled? This old man has already apologized to old Song. Even their copper coins were returned to them. Why are they still here to cause trouble? What's more, it was the children of their families who came to beg this old man for help. Didn't this old man just follow their wishes and matchmake the two of them? It's not this old man's fault. Master, if he's not from the Song Manor, could it be someone else?" Yuanya reminded him from the side. "In the past few days, you haven't accepted those copper coins from others. That shouldn't be accepted. Let this old man think." Daoist Xiao seemed to be unable to make up his mind. He lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he raised his head firmly and said, "Of course not. This old man has his own principles when it comes to giving advice on marriage. It relied on great magic power. That day, there were some problems with the Song family's 8 characters, but when this old man was calculating the heavenly mysteries, he was able to reverse their incompatibility. Only an ordinary person like old Second Song would not be able to understand the heavenly mysteries. This old man wasted his magic power in vain and did not receive any money. This kind of thankless task, how could this old man do it again and again? This old man definitely did not." Then Yuanya looked at the people on the distant mountain with some hesitation. He was puzzled and said, "What are these people doing at the Jiangchao temple? This time, there seems to be more people than last time. Master, let's not go back. Go to the Longevity Town and find a place to hide. We don't want it to be the same as last time. They didn't ask for any details and beat you up. This disciple will have to protect Master again." But Daoist Zhao's face was somewhat red and his neck was thick. He argued, "This old man really didn't do anything these past few months. Why don't we just go and take a look?" Xiao Hua laughed at the side. "Last time, Daoist Xiao was afraid that you were in the Jiangchao temple and could not escape. This time, you are at the foot of the mountain. If the situation is not right, yes." Daoist Xiao understood. "Yeah, you go and investigate." At this point, Daoist Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let this old man go. If I let you go, I'm afraid that you won't be able to find out anything." "Yes, Master." Yuanya agreed and obediently followed behind Daoist Xiao. Halfway there, Daoist Xiao was a little hesitant. He even wanted to change his clothes and go forward. Unfortunately, other than his Daoist robe, the 3 people did not have any other clothes in their bags. He could only take off his Daoist hat and go up the mountain with his hair draped over his shoulders. When he caught up with the old man who was walking at the end of the mountain path, Daoist Xiao gathered his courage and bowed. "Immeasurable deity, I am here to greet you. May I ask if you are from the Longevity Town Song Manor?" The old man was originally climbing up the mountain while panting. When he heard the footsteps behind him, before he could turn around, he heard Daoist Zhao's extremely polite greeting. He hurriedly stopped and replied before he could catch his breath, "Greetings, Daoist Xiao. This old farmer is from the Longevity Town's General Ridge, not from the Song Manor." Phew! When he heard that the old man was not from the Song Manor, Daoist Xiao let out a long sigh. He looked at the old man who was gasping for air and asked curiously, "It's already late. What are you doing here in the Jiangchao Ridge instead of resting at home?" "Of course I'm here to visit the Jiangchao temple." At this time, it was really late. The old man could not see Daoist Zhao's Daoist robe clearly. He smiled and said, "Other than the Jiangchao temple, what else is there to see in the Jiangchao Ridge?" "Jiangchao temple?" Daoist Zhao's expression changed. He asked tentatively, "The Jiangchao temple is just a small Daoist temple. What's there to see?" "The Jiangchao temple." The old man's face showed a strange expression. It was as if he had just seen Daoist Zhao's Daoist robe clearly. He stopped mid-sentence and asked curiously, Daoist Zhao. Oh. You're the Daoist Zhao of the Jiangchao Temple. Yes. Yes. I am Daoist Zhao of the Jiangchao Temple. Daoist Zhao hesitated for a moment and finally had the courage to admit it. Zhao. Daoist Zhao, you're Daoist Zhao. When the old man heard this, he suddenly shouted, fellow villagers, Daoist Zhao of the Jiangchao Temple is here. No, no, I'm Daoist Zhao. At this time, Daoist Zhao did not dare to show off in front of Xiao Hua and hastily denied it. But how could the old man listen to him? He was excitedly shouting and waving his arms. Daoist Zhao is here. Quickly. When the people in front heard the 3 words Daoist Zhao, they immediately exploded and turned around. Let's go. Daoist Zhao made a prompt decision. He did not hesitate at all and turned around to escape. Oh. Daoist Zhao, don't worry. While Daoist Zhao was talking to the old man, Xiao Hua had already released his soul sense. When he saw the situation at the Jiangchao Temple, he smiled and pulled Yuanya in front of Daoist Zhao. He laughed and said, look again, it doesn't seem like what you imagined. Quickly go. Daoist Zhao ignored Xiao Hua's laughter. They've already chased after us. What else can there be? In front. Is that Daoist Zhao? An extremely pleasantly surprised voice came from the mountain path below Xiao Hua and the others. This is bad. Daoist Zhao saw that there were people in front and behind him. His expression changed greatly. How could he tell the surprise in this voice? He hastily waved his hand and said, no, no, I can't wait, it's him, it's him. Before Daoist Zhao could finish his words, an old voice called out from behind him. This is Daoist Zhao of the Jiangchao Temple. This old man saw him in town this afternoon. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This Jiangchao Temple is Daoist Zhao. If Xiao Hua had used his soul sense to see that everyone who entered the Jiangchao Temple was piously prostrating themselves in front of the statue, he wouldn't have understood what was going on. But when he saw where this voice came from, Xiao Hua immediately understood. Wasn't this Mu Chufan the pitiful man who prayed for his wife's life last night? Xiao Hua knew about the effects of the Wu Yao pill. But if he hadn't personally checked the woman's pulse last night, Xiao Hua wouldn't have been sure that he could save her from death. He didn't even know if the woman who took the Wu Yao pill would immediately die. But when he saw how pitiful Mu Chufan was last night, Xiao Hua couldn't help but give 30% of the Wu Yao pill to Mu Chufan. After all, his wife was already in such a state. Things couldn't get any worse. So when he saw so many people, he really didn't think that it was because of the Wu Yao pill. He also didn't think that the Wu Yao pill's effects would be so obvious. Benevolent Lord. Daoist Zhao took advantage of the twilight to look at Mu Chufan who had already rushed up. He was especially astonished and hurriedly shouted, you have to look clearly. When did you see I don't have any recollection of it. As he said that, Xiao Daoist winked at Yuanya. It looked like he wanted Yuanya to take him and escape down the mountain from the outside. When Yuanya saw Daoist Zhao's gaze, he immediately understood. It seemed that this wasn't the first time they had cooperated like this. He had already taken a step and was about to jump out of the mountain. However, Mu Chufan rolled and crawled to Daoist Zhao's feet. Without waiting for Daoist Zhao to say anything, he knelt down in front of Daoist Zhao with a putong sound. He kowtowed and shouted, this little one thanks Daoist Zhao for his great kindness. My wife took the immortal pill bestowed by Daoist Zhao last night and had abdominal pain for the entire night. This little one should have come to Jiangchao Temple in the afternoon to thank Daoist Zhao for his kindness. But after all, my wife has just recovered and her body is still weak. Moreover, the villagers in General Ridge knew that my wife had narrowly escaped death and all came to see her. Thus, this little one delayed until the evening. As he spoke, Mu Chufan hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "My child's mother, hurry up. Daoist Xiao is here." Chapter 3165. What? Daoist Xiao was stunned. He looked at Yuanya, who was already half a step away from the mountain path and was now as stunned as a clay statue. He really didn't understand what Mu Chufan meant. However, although he didn't understand the whole story, he was sure that these villagers didn't come to him to bring him bad luck. On the contrary, they came to thank him. When the woman who still looked a little weak and the two children knelt in front of him again, Daoist Xiao finally made up his mind. He calmly went forward and helped the woman up. He smiled and said, "Since you've recovered, don't be in such a hurry to come to Jiangchao Temple. It's not too late to come back when you're full of qi and blood. Moreover, it's already late today. The Jiangchao mountain is very cold and the mountain is very big. You'd better go back quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't the elixir be wasted?" Yes, I know. The woman said gratefully, "If I can't thank Zhenren Xiao in person, how can I rest peacefully? When I kneel in front of Zhenren Xiao, I'll go back immediately." "Huh, you've already done that. You'd better go back quickly, little lady," Daoist Xiao said with a smile. Mu Chufan looked up at the Jiangchao temple in the night and whispered to the woman, "My wife, this place is still far from Zhenren Zhao's statue. Do you want me to carry you up?" "Ah." Daoist Xiao was confused again. At the same time, his face was a little hot. He thought that the Zhenren Xiao that Mu Chufan and his wife were talking about was him. Who would have thought that? It was the broken statue in the Jiangchao temple. Mu Chufan saw his wife nodding. He used his hand to touch his chest and took out a small silver coin. He handed it to Daoist Xiao and said respectfully, "Zhenren Xiao, this is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Last night, I saw that Zhenren Zhao's statue didn't have any incense or candles. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please prepare incense and candles. You must worship Zhenren Zhao's statue for 49 days. Of course. I don't need your reminder." Daoist Xiao immediately replied, "I'll go back and prepare now. Kindly Lord and Miss, please come up soon." At that moment, the old man who saw Daoist Xiao the earliest also came to his senses and muttered, "So. Little Mu Zi was talking about the statue in the Temple of River and Tide, not this, little Daoist. Yeah, hurry up and go." How could Daoist Xiao care whether he was Daoist Xiao or the clay idol? The silver had already fallen into his hands, so he hurriedly called out, "Hurry up and light all the incense sticks for Daoist Xiao." But Yuanya was confused. He did not know what Daoist Xiao meant. "Yuanya, go light all the incense sticks and candles in the monastery." Xiao Hua hurriedly called out, "Mu Shan wants to burn incense for the immortals enshrined in the monastery." "Yes, master." Yuanya finally understood. His figure rose from the bushes. His entire body was like a monkey outside the mountain path. He quickly rushed up the Temple of River and Tide. When Xiao Hua accompanied Daoist Xiao back to the Temple of River and Tide through the mountain path made way by the villagers of General Ridge, the entire Temple of River and Tide was already crowded with devout men and women. In the main hall, there were also several anxious kind men and women who had already knelt down in front of the worn-out statue. And on the altar in front of the statue, there were 4 rare thick incense sticks. The flickering light of the incense sticks shone on the worn-out clay idol. It looked very funny. Boundless Taoist master, Daoist Xiao stepped into the main hall of the Temple of River and Tide and looked at the situation in the hall. His expression changed unconsciously. He opened his mouth and wanted to blow out 2 of the incense sticks. Looking at the people who had already surrounded the main hall, he endured the pain in his heart and did not dare to do it. However, Daoist Xiao still glared fiercely at Yuanya and pretended to say a few words. Yuanya blinked his eyes and followed Daoist Zhao's gaze to look at the altar that was slightly lit up. He suddenly understood and immediately squeezed out from the crowd. When he came back, he was holding a small wooden box that was 1 foot in size and 2 feet in height. There were 3 big words written on it, Merit Box. Yuanya squeezed through the crowd again with great effort. His vigorous figure in the forest was also somewhat strenuous at this moment. It was probably because the villagers of General Ridge were really passionate. The fanaticism and devotion in their eyes filled the entire main hall. Looking at the worn-out statue again, Daoist Zhao could not help but feel a tinge of regret in his heart. With a swoosh, he swung the horsetail whisk that he had unknowingly taken out and cleared his throat. Cough cough, once they heard that Daoist Zhao was about to speak, the clamor of the crowd immediately went far away. They all stood respectfully at the front and raised their necks to listen to Daoist Zhao's explanation. I have been in Longevity Town for many years and have always lived in this Jiangqiao temple. Daoist Zhao's eyes flashed with divine light, appearing unusually deep. Then, he took a deep breath. I have already traveled to many places in the hidden immortal mainland. Why did I stay here for so long when I came to Longevity Town? Actually, I had already vaguely mentioned that this Jiangqiao temple was not an ordinary Daoist temple when I started to cast spells to save all living beings a few years ago. When I first stepped into the temple, I had an extremely strong feeling. This Jiangqiao temple is the place where the immortal resides. This Longevity Town is also a place favored by the Daoist ancestor. Speaking of this, Daoist Zhao turned his head to look at the worn-out statue. His expression changed again and he sighed. Although this is a worn-out statue, in Ai's eyes, he is also a divine person who knows the heavens and the earth. This divine person is guarding Liao Jiang here, once again using my Daoist magic to protect Longevity Town's safety. I made a grand vow that day to restore the divine person in Ai's heart and reconstruct his golden body. I want to let him get the incense he deserves. Unfortunately, I am only a small Daoist cultivator, far from having the magic of this divine person. Perhaps some of you have already seen Ai in Longevity Town. Ai's situation, just look at the entire Jiangqiao temple and you will know. Jiangqiao temple has not changed much since I came several years ago. I am ashamed to face the Daoist ancestor. I am ashamed to face the divine person in Ai's heart. Seeing that Daoist Zhao's face was filled with sorrow, in the blink of an eye, Daoist Zhao pointed at Mu Chufan's family of 4 squeezing at the front of the crowd and said passionately again, however, just when I was somewhat disheartened, this divine person finally appeared and gave us a miracle at the end of the world. I finally understand why I have fate with this Jiangqiao temple. It turns out that this divine person is Daoist Zhao, the famous Daoist ancestor Daoist Zhao. I am ashamed. I have always regarded Daoist Zhao as Ai's cultivation goal. Ai's surname is also Zhao, so I arrogantly called myself Daoist Zhao. But how can Ai's cultivation be compared to the real Daoist Zhao? Now, the miracle of Mu Shanju's family is not only a revelation from Daoist Zhao to Ai, but also a warning to Ai. It is also a blessing for Longevity Town. From now on, Daoist Zhao will give us more miracles. This kind of miracle is real and real. It is completely different from the fake and pretentious Shao Jin temple. Chapter 3166. Hee, fellow Daoist Chang. What's wrong? Is your Tarsus locket useless? The last cultivator who had been silent all this time mocked in a hoarse voice. Strange, this kid's Daoist robe is a little strange. Fellow Daoist Chang was slightly embarrassed. Huh, that's good. Gan Qinggu laughed shrilly. The stranger it is, the more it means that there's something good in the ring. Hearing this, the other cultivators became excited. They had only heard of storage rings, but this was the first time they had seen one. In fact, they knew that Zhang Xiaohua's appearance in the demon-resisting valley was a little strange. Everyone was blinded by greed, but no one cared about the result of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food, because they had placed their hopes on luck. How about this? Since this kid is unwilling to cooperate, let's kill him first. As for the ring, fellow Taoist Qi can have it. His cultivation is slightly weaker than ours. We can rest assured if he takes it. Fellow Taoist Chang said after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was bad, and his hands and feet began to struggle again. This so-called Tarsus locket was very strange. It wrapped tightly around Zhang Xiaohua's body like a fishing net, confining the true qi in his meridians and preventing it from flowing. I have some ideas. After struggling for a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that although the Tarsus locket confined his true qi, it did not confine his strength. When he exerted his strength, he could even open the Tarsus locket a little. Maybe I can break it if I use all my strength. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take the risk and try, he heard the hoarse voice again. Fellow Taoist Chang, what are you talking about? I don't have any grudges with you. Why did you bring this disaster to I? He. Fellow Taoist Qi, don't blame me. Isn't this the only way? The others are just worried about it. Fellow Taoist Chang said with a smile. Don't, Qi Daoyu said, waving his hand dismissively, whoever wants to take it can have it. I only want my share. Well. Fellow Taoist Yun thought for a moment and looked at the three people around the ring, as well as Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to the ring. He had no choice but to say, little guy, let's negotiate. Zhang Xiaohua stopped struggling and sneered, what's there to discuss? You only need to swear that you won't tell anyone about what happened here. I will make the decision to let you go. What do you think? My storage ring is gone. How am I going to explain this to the sect's headmaster? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. That's your problem. What do you think is more important, dying now or being punished by the sect leader in the future? Fellow Taoist I also sneered and said, if it weren't for the fact that we were holding each other back, do you think I would be so kind? Get rid of this Tarsus lock. Zhang Xiaohua replied. That's easy. Fellow Taoist Yun pointed with his finger, and the Tarsus lock was released. It flew into fellow Taoist Yun's hand and disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua moved her arms and legs, but she didn't find anything unusual. She scratched her chin with her fingers and still refused to take the ring. She asked, if I take out the things in the ring, and you divide the things and change your mind, what should I do? Why don't you make a heart oath too? Ha, fellow Taoist Qi laughed and said, you little kid, you are really impudent. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although we are holding each other back and don't dare to take the ring without permission, we can't let you lead us by the nose. If you don't take it now, I will take it now. You still want us to make a heart oath, are you, crazy? Good, fellow Taoist Qi, just take it. Let's find a place to divide this thing quickly. Gan Qinggu said with a smile. Okay, Zhang Xiaohua heard that and said quickly, I'll take it, but, you must, it's too late. I'm not happy. I'll take it myself. Fellow Taoist Qi's personality was a little extreme. He waved his hand and the ring flew into his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was in a bad mood and scolded herself for making a fool of herself. However, looking at fellow Taoist Yun's faint smile, she knew that even if she escaped now, these people would definitely hunt her down and not let her live after dividing the rings. She should know this from the way they dealt with Fairy Fei Ying. However, hiding for a while was still a good thing. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and her eyes looked into the darkness. Right at this moment, a powerful divine sense swept over without any hesitation. Gan Qinggu and the others' divine senses were far stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, fellow Taoist Yun and the others' expressions changed. Golden Core Cultivator. Fellow Taoist Qi cried out in shock. Then, without another word, he activated the dermic power under his feet. His body shone brightly and he immediately fled into the distance. Even fellow Taoist Qi, who had the lowest cultivation, had such a reaction. What else could the others say? When fellow Taoist Qi cried out in shock, the other three people were one step ahead. Their figures were much faster than when they came. Each of them picked a direction that they thought was safe and flew far away. Ah! This divine sense! That strong divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua and the four people who fled without any hesitation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt that this divine sense was cold, strong, and contemptuous. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that this divine sense was actually somewhat familiar. How long had he been here? How many people had he seen just now? Therefore, when he raised his eyes and wanted to look in the direction where the divine sense swept over, an extremely fast sword light appeared in front of him. That sword light belonged to the person who sent him out of the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng. Seeing a familiar person, Zhang Xiaohua was not only not happy, but her heart turned cold. He asked himself, he definitely did not have a proud background. He definitely did not have the bloodline of the Alliance Master of the Immortal Alliance that Feng Shu mentioned. He also did not believe that he had any peerless charm that was unforgettable. He did not want any future prospects to follow behind him. Since he did not have any peerless charm, then Qiu Feng's purpose was thought-provoking. After seeing the faces of Fairy Fei Ying, Don Qinggu, fellow Taoist Yun, and fellow Taoist Qi, Zhang Xiaohua would not be so naive to think that Qiu Feng was here to help others. Maybe I met him by chance. Zhang Xiaohua had the last bit of hope in her heart. She put on a smile and cupped her hands, saying, "Senior," however, Qiu Feng ignored her. His face was solemn and the pride in his eyes were completely different from his modesty in the demon-resisting valley. Qiu Feng appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He glanced at the storage ring floating in front of Zhang Xiaohua and took it with a wave of his hand. Then, he patted his waist, and a strange-shaped magic treasure flew into the air. The top of this magic treasure was an oval ball with many small holes. The bottom was a twisted semicircle. Once it flew into the air, it emitted a crimson brilliance. Qiu Feng glanced coldly at Zhang Xiaohua and narrowed his eyes. He pointed at the magic treasure, and 4 crimson brilliances flew out from the small holes in the magic treasure. They also shot rapidly in 4 different directions. Those directions were where fellow Taoist Yun and the others had escaped. It only took a few moments for fellow Taoist Yun and the others to escape and for Qiu Feng to arrive. During this time, fellow Taoist Yun had already escaped thousands of feet away. His speed was quite fast. However, fellow Taoist Yun's nervous expression showed that he did not feel relieved at all after escaping far away. Sure enough, Qiu Feng's magic treasure was powerful. The crimson brilliance arrived first and approached fellow Taoist Yun's back in a few breaths' time. Fellow Taoist Yun sighed slightly and did not dare to be careless. He turned around and flew backward. At the same time, he pointed at the disc that had been shielding his head and protecting his body with the brilliance. He patted his waist with his other hand and took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag. He threw them out with a wave of his hand. A series of crackling sounds rang out as the talismans exploded. Rays of light appeared and blocked the path of the crimson light. Unexpectedly, the crimson light didn't stop in the slightest. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through the rays of light and shot directly towards the disc in front of fellow Taoist Quang. Fellow Taoist Yun bit his lip slightly and took a deep breath. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the disc. The disc flashed and instantly became much thicker, emitting a faint crimson brilliance. With a bang, the crimson brilliance hit the disc. Then, with a puff, the crimson brilliance pierced through a layer of animal skin, creating a fist-sized hole in the disc. The crimson brilliance then went straight for fellow Taoist Yun. Fellow Taoist Kuang didn't expect that the disc would be so useless. He waved his hand, and the stick he took out from his storage pouch earlier struck towards the crimson light. Fellow Taoist Kuang's small stick was also a very powerful magic tool. It had been used by fellow Taoist Kuang, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to kill countless people. But today, he encountered Golden Core cultivators, whose strength wasn't on the same level. Although Chiu Feng didn't directly charge forward and fought against 4 of them, fellow Taoist Kuang was still no match for him. The crimson brilliance did not seem to care about the misty brilliance of the small stick and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth stirred up by the tip of the stick. It rushed forward and scattered the brilliance of the stick, approaching fellow Taoist Yun's protective true chi. Fellow Taoist Yun was shocked. He activated the magic power under his feet and quickly turned around, stabbing downwards. However, the crimson brilliance was even faster than him. Fellow Taoist Yun had just turned around and the brilliance pierced through his armpit. His protective true chi was only able to block it slightly before the brilliance pierced through. With an extremely soft sound, the crimson brilliance pierced through fellow Taoist Yun's heart. It was a 3-inch long, almost invisible crimson black iron needle. As the profound iron needle pierced through fellow Taoist Kuang's chest, fellow Taoist Kuang fell headfirst from the flying sword like a falling leaf. The profound iron needle spun in the air and flew back to the sword. Chapter 3167. Taoist Master Shao could not help but point the spearhead at the Shao Jin temple. However, just as he opened his mouth, he realized that some of the villagers at the back of the crowd had disdain and disgust in their eyes. He immediately became alert and flung the horsetail whisk in his hand to cover it up. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course, the cultivation of Taoism is different from that of Buddhism. It's useless for I to say more here. Let's wait until all of you widen your eyes and take a good look. Let's see who's the real one." "Oh, I've said too much again. Good Lord Mu, please tell us about Taoist Master Zhao's miracle last night." Mu Chufan's wife had been impatient for a long time. Now that she finally heard Taoist Master Zhao's words, she immediately pounced on the tattered praying mat and kowtowed. After kowtowing 9 times, she hurriedly pulled her hands and the 2 children who were at a loss were also pulled over. She pressed their small heads to the ground and cried, "Children, quickly thank Taoist Master Shao. If it wasn't for his grace, Mother would have left you last night." The 2 children were a little confused at first. However, when they heard that their mother would have left them if not for the tattered clay statue in front of them, they immediately stopped pressing their mother's hands and kowtowed to the ground while crying, "Thank you, Taoist Master Shao. Thank you, Taoist Master Shao." The children's crying immediately infected the villagers of General Ridge. Everyone wiped their tears along with them. "Everyone, my fellow villagers." Mu Chufan stood behind his wife and children and unconsciously shed tears. At this moment, he wiped his tears with his sleeves and said, "Everyone knows about my family's situation. Ever since my wife married into the Mu family, she never enjoyed a day of happiness. Every day, she would be at home weaving, washing and working hard. Later, after she had 2 children, her body became worse and worse. I felt pain in my heart when I saw it. However, I couldn't do anything at all. All the doctors in the village and town had seen her. She was slowly losing weight and had no strength. In the end, she couldn't even pick up a needle. Every doctor couldn't find the reason. They were really at their wits' end. To my family, my wife is the sky of our family. Without her, I don't know what this family would be like. Just last night, I sold the last bit of land in the family and took my wife and child to the town's most famous Jiang Rentang. However, when the doctor of Jiang Rentang saw my wife's condition, he didn't even accept the money. He only told me to bring my wife back. I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the night. For the sake of my wife's illness, I've already sold everything in my family. Even though I'm a dying child, I still eat very little. To be honest, my family isn't much different from that of an ordinary child beggar. But even so, I'm willing to pay any price to keep my wife by my side. Looking at his child and his wife's tattered clothes, Mu Chufan couldn't help but cry again. Last night, this lowly one carried my wife and took the child through the Jiangchao Ridge. This lowly one's heart tightened painfully. When I saw the Jiangchao temple, I really couldn't bear it anymore. Previously, this lowly one had also been to the Shaojin temple, but I had never thought about this Jiangchao temple. Since there was no hope for any other place, this lowly one really didn't want to give up the last hope. I thought of coming to the Jiangchao temple, to kowtow a few times to Taoist Shao and see if Taoist Shao would pity this lowly one. Who knew, Taoist Shao really showed his spirit. Speaking of the key point, Mu Chufan was exultant. After this lowly one kowtowed and prayed, Taoist Shao really bestowed me with the elixir. After this lowly one consumed the elixir, my wife had a stomachache for the entire night, which scared this lowly one. But today, she's completely recovered. Although she still looks weak, this lowly one knows that my wife's complexion is completely different from yesterday. Everyone, look, after a day of recuperation, my wife can actually come to the Jiangchao temple from the General Ridge by herself. If this isn't a miracle, then what is it? If other people were to preach like this, the people in the General Ridge might not believe it. However, everyone knew the condition of Mu Chufan's family and his wife's illness clearly. Today, Mu Chufan's wife had completely recovered. This was simply unbelievable to everyone. Since everyone could come here, they had already believed it. When this was preached in the Jiangchao temple, waves of emotions were released. Boundless holy man. Seeing this, Taoist Shao seized the opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Good Lord Mu, do you have a copper coin?" "Yes. I do." Mu Chufan was slightly stunned as he sighed. "Take it out." Taoist Shao instructed in a profound manner. "Yes, Taoist Shao." Mu Chufan took out a copper coin and placed it in the palm of his hand in front of Taoist Zhao's eyes. Taoist Shao then turned his hand, and the silver coin that Mu Chufan gave him earlier immediately appeared. He placed it in Mu Chufan's palm solemnly, then took the copper coin and said emotionally, "Good Lord Mu, I know that the merit silver is your reward to Zhenren Shao. It's your family's sincerity and piety. However, this is the only thing that the 4 members of your Mu family have. Without this silver, your family of 4 may have to eat the northwest wind tomorrow. Although I have accepted your silver coin and can help Taoist Shao reconstruct his golden body tomorrow, do you think that Zhenren Shao will like this merit silver?" At this point, Taoist Shao purposely paused for a moment, then waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said, "There's no need to say more. Zhenren Shao definitely doesn't want to see the Mu family's predicament continue. Moreover, to Zhenren Shao of my Jiangchao temple, this kind of worldly thing is not something that he likes. What he wants is the gratitude and piety of us ordinary people. Therefore, this silver coin is no different from a copper coin. This copper coin of yours is the piety of your Mu family of 4. You only need to give this copper coin and the piety of your Mu family to Zhenren Shao, and you'll be repaying him for saving your Mu family. The silver coin is yours. Give the piety that Zhenren Shao needs, to Zhenren Shao." As he spoke, Taoist Shao respectfully placed the copper coin into the merit box on the offering table. Following the soft sound of the copper coin, Mu Chufan's tears instantly fell. The villagers of General Ridge were even more excited. Everyone knew the value of a silver coin and a copper coin. Other than Mu Chufan, no one would easily take out a silver coin. Now, seeing that Taoist Shao did not want a silver coin and only wanted a copper coin, and that as long as there was sincerity, a copper coin was exactly the same as a silver coin, although the villagers of General Ridge were not rich, who did not have a copper coin. "Zhenren Shao. You're really a god." At this moment, Mu Chufan bowed to his wife again. He choked with sobs. From now on, I will only worship Zhenren Shao. I will worship him for the rest of my life. Moreover, when my family's situation has improved, I will definitely reconstruct your golden body for Zhenren Shao. Why do you need to wait for your family's situation to improve? A voice appeared out of nowhere. Those of us who have no money will offer a copper coin. Those of us who have money will offer 5 or 10 copper coins. As long as you bring our piety, you will definitely be able to reconstruct your golden body for Zhenren Shao in no time. Following this voice, another copper coin flew out from the crowd and landed on the offering table. Amateus. Thank you so much, kind Lord. Daoist Shao was overjoyed. He really wanted to thank this villager whose name he did not know. That's right, that's right. Instantly, everyone opened their pockets. There was no need to say anything else. The copper coins fell into the hall like rain. Everyone. Daoist Shao was really elated. While avoiding the rain of coins, he said anxiously, when I take out the merit book, unfortunately, the sound of the copper coins falling to the ground had already drowned out his voice. Mu Zi. An extremely surprised voice suddenly shouted, is this the panacea that you were talking about? Ah! There really is one. Not to mention everyone hurriedly turning around, even Daoist Zhao's eyes flashed with eagerness. The first copper coin was naturally thrown out by Xiao Hua. At this moment, he hid behind the crowd and looked over. A man who was about the same age as Mu Chufan was holding a thumb-sized black object in his hand. He was extremely surprised as he shouted. This seems like it, but it seems like. In the darkness of the night, the thumb-sized object could not be seen clearly. In fact, before Mu Chufan gave the ugly pill to his wife last night, he also did not believe it. He was just treating a dead horse as a living horse. On the tree. The eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. Immediately, some people raised their heads and looked at the only banyan tree in the Taoist temple. At the end of the branches, between the leaves, there was a thumb-sized banyan fruit. They could not help but shout excitedly. When Daoist Xiao saw this, he hurriedly shouted, benevolent people, Daoist Xiao's gift is a miracle. It will not hinder anything. Although this banyan fruit is an ordinary item, if you are sincere, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Of course, although Daoist Xiao is benevolent to the people, if your heart is not sincere and you are unable to worship him sincerely, even if you take the banyan fruit and eat it, it may not be effective. The crowd was already noisy. They only heard the first half of Daoist Xiao's sentence. Why would they care about the second half? When some people saw the banyan fruit on the banyan tree, some nimble villagers quickly climbed up the tree. Just as Daoist Xiao finished speaking, the banyan fruit on the banyan tree also fell with a walala sound. Snatch! Although no one shouted it out, everyone was shouting in their hearts. They swarmed towards the banyan fruit that fell to the ground. Those villagers who did not enter the Daoist temple also shouted and rushed in. More than 100 people crazily snatching the banyan fruit was very frightening. When Daoist Xiao saw this, he was afraid that something big would happen. He could only shout, if you are sincere, then it will happen. Don't take too much. If you take too much, Daoist Xiao will be angry. Daoist Xiao's words were somewhat effective. Fortunately, the banyan tree was not small and there were many banyan fruits. In a short moment, the villagers who rushed into the Daoist temple all had one. Chapter 3168. Those who have received the grace, please leave. You can go home and see if you can receive Daoist Xiao's grace. Daoist Xiao saw that the temple was overcrowded, so he quickly shouted, Daoist Xiao's grace is everywhere. When you see the miracle tomorrow, you can come to Jiangqiao Temple to thank him. Go, we also want to pay our respects to Daoist Xiao. The villagers outside the temple were already impatient. They didn't believe it at first, but when they saw the banyan fruit, even if they didn't believe it, they couldn't help but come in and pick up too. Greed was in human nature, and no one could avoid it. For a moment, the small temple was even more chaotic. The villagers inside the temple did not want to go out and wanted to take more. The villagers outside the temple rushed in and wanted to snatch one. Not long after Xiao Daoist finished speaking, there was friction at the entrance of the Taoist temple. There were screams and cries that tore people's hearts and lungs apart. Oh no! How could Daoist Xiao not know what happened? The expression on his face changed drastically, and the sweat on his forehead began to flow down. This happiness had come too quickly, and it had left, even faster. If there were any casualties tonight, not only would the villagers not come, even the government wouldn't let him go, right? While thinking, Daoist Xiao's eyes turned quickly. He brushed his sleeves on the table and prepared to take out a few copper coins to ask Yuanya to come and save him, ignorant unruly people. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the main hall of the Daoist temple, extinguishing 3 candles in an instant, leaving only one flickering in the wind. A cold voice came from the worn-out statue. How could this Daoist master's gift fall on your head so easily? Just looking at your selfishness and disregard for others, this Dao master is bitterly disappointed. Ah! Daoist Xiao was stunned. He turned around in disbelief and looked at the statue in front of him, which he had never worshipped before, and was stunned. Get out of my sight, all of you. When I see your sincerity, it won't be too late to come and ask for my grace. The clay statue coldly spoke again. Along with this voice, the ground of the Daoist temple began to tremble. The entire banyan tree was shaking. The villagers who were climbing on the banyan tree could no longer stay any longer. Plop! Plop! They all fell down. Daoist Xiao, please calm down, please calm down. Daoist Xiao didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly knelt in front of the statue and kowtowed. The villagers are ignorant, and it's all my fault. If there is any blame, please put it on I. I am willing to take the blame for these villagers. Daoist Xiao, please forgive me. As the ground shook, everyone panicked. Not only did everyone in the temple kneel on the ground, but even those outside of the temple couldn't stand still. Some rolled down the mountain path, and some knelt down. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the Jiangchao temple was completely silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Poof! With a soft sound, the candles on the candles exploded. Xiao Daoist raised his head and looked at the broken statue. He bit his lips and kowtowed. He slowly stood up and turned around. He flung the horsetail whisk in his hand and sighed. Boundless holy man, benevolent masters, please rise. Daoist Xiao is already angry. We should listen to Daoist Xiao's orders and leave the temple first. I won't sleep tonight, and I will repent in front of Daoist Xiao. Those who haven't received Daoist Xiao's blessings, please come back tomorrow. Daoist Xiao said sympathetically, it's a pity for Daoist Xiao's blessings. If Daoist Xiao wasn't angry, it's all my fault, please forgive me. Immediately, everyone kowtowed again. Even though they were sober, they were still ashamed of their impulsiveness. Yuanya, Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao ordered again, send the villagers down the mountain. I want to pray for the villagers in front of Daoist Xiao. Daoist Xiao sat down on the futon and didn't say anything else. Dear villagers, Daoist Xiao is angry. I'm afraid all the blessings have passed away. After Daoist Xiao prays for you, please come back tomorrow. Xiao Hua knew that Yuanya's words were clumsy, so he hurried out of the crowd and walked to the door of the Daoist temple. He shouted at the villagers outside the temple, if we still gather here, Daoist Xiao won't have to pray for blessings, and Daoist Xiao's anger will descend. The villagers outside the Daoist temple were both regretful and afraid. However, When they heard Xiao Hua say that all the blessings had turned into nothing, their hearts calmed down. They all kowtowed outside the temple and went down Jiangqiao Ridge with complicated feelings. As for the people inside the Daoist temple, besides being afraid like the villagers outside, they were also a bit angry. Who would be happy to see the spirit pills in their hands turn into banyan fruits in front of Daoist Zhao's anger? However, when they saw the villagers outside the Daoist temple slowly leave, they didn't dare to stay inside the temple and left one by one. On the other hand, Mu Chufan's face was filled with ecstasy. He walked up to the praying mat and kowtowed a few more times. He said sincerely, "Spiritual Master Xiao, this humble one hears your voice again. This humble one thanks Spiritual Master once again. I believe that you have already seen this humble one's wish. This humble one will definitely reconstruct your golden body." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Daoist Xiao to say anything. He took his wife and 2 children and followed the crowd down the mountain. Phew! Once everyone in the Daoist temple left, Daoist Xiao let out a long breath. He looked at the dim hall and quickly got up to light the 3 candles that were extinguished by the wind. Then, he knelt down on the futon again. He didn't dare to look at the statue that he had never carefully looked at before. He only looked at the ground and his heart was filled with excitement. Yes, even when Mu Chufan said that he had obtained a spirit pill from the hall to cure his wife, Daoist Xiao didn't believe him. After all, Daoist Xiao had been facing this statue for a long time. In the past few years, it had never given him any surprises. How could something strange have happened last night? However, the tremors on the ground and the wind clearly told Daoist Xiao that the statue really did have a spirit. Or rather, someone really did something to it. Daoist Xiao lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he slightly tilted his head and looked at the entrance of the Daoist temple in the dark night. His eyes were filled with doubt. It was obvious that Daoist Xiao didn't need to use his brain to think. He could think of the strangeness of this matter. This strangeness must have something to do with Xiao Hua, who had just appeared at noon yesterday. If it wasn't for the hundreds of villagers fighting over the banyan fruit, Daoist Xiao might have thought that Mu Chufan had obtained a spirit pill from the Jiangqiao temple because of Mu Chufan's wishful thinking. Or maybe it was a coincidence. Even if he suspected Xiao Hua, he wouldn't be too sure. After all, in his eyes, Xiao Hua was a guy whose meridians were naturally blocked. Although the way he appeared was shocking, so what? Daoist Zhao's knowledge was not as ignorant as it seemed. Chapter 3169. Even fellow Daoist Kuang, who had the highest cultivation among the 4, was no match for Qiu Feng's black iron needle, let alone the other 3. When the black iron needle flew back to Qiu Feng, the other 3 red lights had already floated in front of Qiu Feng. Seeing the last black iron needle fly back, Qiu Feng waved his hand and picked up all 4 black iron needles. He put them in front of his nose and smelled them. A gratified smile appeared on his face. He looked in another direction and saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was clumsily using the flying technique to escape. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Just as he was about to raise his hand to point at the magic treasure, he retracted his hand. He waved his hand, and the black iron needles returned to the magic treasure. With a flash of sword light under his feet, he slowly chased after Zhang Xiaohua. Poor Zhang Xiaohua saw Qiu Feng appear in front of her. She cupped her hands and asked. Seeing that Qiu Feng didn't answer, and seeing that Qiu Feng was using his magical power to deal with Gan Qinggu and the other 3, she immediately said, "Senior, don't worry. I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, she didn't know which direction to go and actually fled in the direction of the demon-resisting valley. After fleeing like a stray dog for a while, she didn't see any red lights attacking her, nor did Qiu Feng catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned. She slowed down and turned her head to look. She didn't see Qiu Feng's shadow. She muttered to herself, could it be that? I have wronged him. After looking for a while, just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling guilty, a voice came from above her head. Little guy, are you looking for I? Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright. She looked up. Sure enough, Qiu Feng was standing on a sword light and silently appearing above her head. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly shrank. She stopped and cupped her hands. No, I'm trying to find the direction. I don't know, where am I going? Oh, right, where are you going? Qiu Feng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a fake smile, I'm going to the demon-resisting valley, of course. Oh. Is this the way to the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhang Xiaohua smiled very helplessly and said, then. Junior went to the wrong place. Junior wants to go to Jinghua City. Senior, please go first. This Junior will turn around right away. Hee, little guy, your flying technique isn't bad. You can actually fly so fast without a flying shuttle. It seems that Lord Alliance Master has trained you well. I wouldn't dare. It's all the hard work of the elders in the sect. This Junior doesn't dare to claim the credit. There's a flying shuttle in your storage ring. Don't you usually use it? Qiu Feng smiled like a cat watching a mouse. Oh, there's no need. This Junior likes to stroll around and admire the flowers and the moon. If Senior likes it, you can take it. Oh, and my sect has many storage rings. Since Senior saved this Junior's life, the storage ring and the things inside can be considered as a token of my gratitude to Senior. Please accept it. Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped when he heard this, and he quickly pushed the storage ring away. But why is there a token from the Immortal Ascension sect in your storage ring? Qiu Feng was still smiling. This. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Senior Feng doesn't have time now. He asked me to go to the Immortal Ascension sect. I have something to tell his disciple. Why didn't he use the message talisman? Or the disciple of the Immortal Ascension sect? Qiu Feng asked curiously, why did he ask you to go so far? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what a message talisman was. She could only bite the bullet and say, this matter is very important and urgent. Senior, please forgive me and let me leave early. If I delay, Senior Feng will be in trouble. Ha. Qiu Feng looked up and laughed. He looked at the sky and said, forget it. It's getting late. I don't want to play with you anymore. As he spoke, he pointed his hand, and a red light appeared from the magic treasure in front of him. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry and said, Aren't you afraid of my alliance master? What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Just like those 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Qiu Feng sneered and said, Alliance Master. Do you really think that you are a blood relative of the Alliance Master? Am I not? That's what Senior Feng from the Immortal Ascension sect told me. Zhang Xiaohua put on an act. How can it be possible that the Alliance Master brought you into the demon-resisting valley? Qiu Feng snorted and said, Feng Shu used the soul-searching technique on you and accidentally erased your memory. He was afraid that this matter would cause trouble in the demon-resisting valley, so he made it up at the last minute. Soul-searching technique? How? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. If I were to tell this to others, perhaps they would really believe me. It's a pity. Feng Shu thought that I was a golden core cultivator who came in from outside after the demon gate was closed, so he made up such a lie. But no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't know that I had already entered the Demon Imperial Valley before the demon gate was opened. On the way to the Demon Imperial Valley, I even met the Alliance Master and the others and followed them into the Demon Imperial Valley. But at that time, there was no one like you beside the Alliance Master. Of course. I'm just a golden core cultivator. How could Feng Shu care about me? Since you already knew. Why didn't you expose me in the demon-resisting valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. If I exposed you in front of you, wouldn't I be courting death? A spirit-severing stage cultivator could kill me with just one finger. How would I dare to do that? Qiu Feng said self-mockingly, I was thinking of exposing you when I brought you out. However, when I saw that Feng Shu gave you the storage ring and wanted to use it to cover your mouth, I changed my plan. He wanted me to cover up his mistake with just a promise of a few pointers. He would rather give the storage ring to an ant like you than give it to me. Tell me. Would I agree? You. Are you going to take me back to the Imperial Demon Valley? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. His eyes turned rapidly, and his mind raced. He wanted to escape. How is that possible? Why would I take you back to the demon-resisting valley? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of you and get the storage ring? Qiu Feng sneered and showed his ugly face. As he spoke, he pointed the red-black iron needle. The black iron needle turned into a red light and stabbed toward Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Before the red light arrived, a restrictive force surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. It was as if there was a big hand holding her. Qiu Feng used the magic treasure black iron needle to assassinate Zhang Xiaohua. He didn't take Zhang Xiaohua seriously at all. He threw the magic treasure in the air in front of Zhang Xiaohua and pointed his finger at the magic treasure slowly. It was as if he knew that Zhang Xiaohua was a dead person. It was just as Qiu Feng thought. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Qiu Feng take out the magic treasure and felt the restrictive force around her, she made a prompt decision. She didn't care about the consumption of true qi in her meridians. She made a hand seal and ran away before the restrictive force was complete. She had used up a lot of true qi in her meridians when she used the flying technique just now. She didn't have enough true qi in her meridians. Only God knew how much she could escape. Alas, maybe only when she became a ghost, would she know. This was because before he could escape 30 meters away, the crimson profound iron needle had already reached his back, by about half a foot. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had been released the whole time. When she saw how powerful the black iron needle was, her heart was already dead. She sighed in her heart. Alas! I haven't even seen what this place looks like. I don't even know where I came from, and I'm already a lonely ghost here. At this critical moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her vision blur. She felt as though she had fallen into a huge quagmire. The restrictive force was 100 times stronger than Qiu Feng's. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't move her limbs at all. She couldn't fly at all with the flying technique, and her body was floating quietly in the air. She didn't fall down. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She looked around. The stars in the sky were still there, and she could see the clouds clearly under the moonlight. However, the clouds seemed to have frozen and didn't move at all. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the black iron needle on her back. She released her divine sense, but it was as though she had fallen into a quagmire. It took a lot of effort to scan. When she saw the black iron needle on her back, it had already pierced her back. However, it had stopped and couldn't pierce any further. This is... Zhang Xiaohua's heart jumped. Could it be, just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, she heard Qiu Feng exclaim, "Who is it? Which spirit-severing stage senior is it? A spirit-severing stage cultivator?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He, Qiu Feng, who else could it be? A voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. The voice was ethereal and seemed to fill the entire world. Senior Feng. Qiu Feng's voice was filled with shock and despair. Didn't you go to report the situation to the Alliance Master? Feng Shu chuckled. How can you believe such a reason? Moreover, do I need a whole night to report the situation to the Alliance Master? If I wasn't held up by some matters, I wouldn't have seen your evil side. Qiu Feng, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. I never thought that a mere golden core cultivator like you would dare to target me. Zhang Xiaohua had just recovered from the joy of not being killed by the black iron needle when she heard Feng Shu's voice. Her heart was even colder than when she saw Qiu Feng. Just like how he didn't think that Qiu Feng would save him for no reason, Zhang Xiaohua was even more naive to think that Feng Shu, a spirit-severing stage cultivator, would abandon the demon-resisting valley's matters and come to the wilderness just to save him. Zhang Xiaohua already had no power to fight back against a golden core cultivator. Now that he met a spirit-severing stage cultivator, how could Zhang Xiaohua have any hope? In the eyes of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, he was even less than an ant. As expected, the two of them didn't care about him at all. A slightly illusory figure gradually appeared beside Zhang Xiaohua. It was Feng Shu from the Immortal Ascension sect. Chapter 3170. However, when hundreds of villagers were about to die, this so-called Taoist Master Shao appeared at the right time, although his voice was not familiar to Taoist Master Shao. But, don't forget, the voice of the first copper coin thrown in was also unknown to Taoist Master Shao. Taoist Master Shao was not stupid enough to think that a villager from General Ridge could read his mind and knew what he was thinking. He was anxious about the situation at Jiangchao Temple and gave him the copper coins at the critical moment. In this Jiangchao Temple, in this longevity town, who else could cooperate with him like this other than Yuanya and Xiaohua? As for Yuanya, would he still have a copper coin on him? It was more like he threw a meat bun. This Xiaohua, could it be, is he really a Taoist master? Taoist Master Shao looked at the night sky absent-mindedly, his mind was in a mess. If that's really the case, today, and yesterday, aren't I too disrespectful? Oh right, didn't he call himself a Taoist master? Yes, I'm afraid that's really the case. He wasn't, sent by that bitch. But, if he's really a Taoist master, why, is he so respectful to me? Taoist Master Shao was puzzled again. Speaking of yesterday, thinking of this, Taoist Master Zhao's face changed greatly, almost jumping up. Yes, yesterday he couldn't even walk properly. Today he doesn't seem to be any different. Then he fell into the origin stone, must be someone else's doing. Now that he's in this Jiangchao temple, won't he attract an even more powerful master? What should I do? But, he has such cultivation, if he can help me. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Master Shao hesitated again. Just as Taoist Shao was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from outside the temple. Listening to Xiaohua's heavy footsteps, which were much clearer than Yuanya's, Taoist Shao could only bitterly smile. Seeing Xiaohua enter the temple first, Yuanya was a little excited, and followed behind Xiaohua cautiously. Taoist Master Zhao's heart trembled. Yes, even Yuanya can see that something is wrong, why am I still hesitating? Thinking of this, Taoist Master Shao smiled and said, Taoist Master Shao, you've been busy the whole night, are you tired? Oh. I am indeed a little tired. Xiaohua knew that today's matter had already exposed him. He originally wanted to explain it to Taoist Shao, but he didn't expect Taoist Shao to greet him in such a manner. He hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. Since you're tired, why don't you take a rest first? Taoist Shao smiled and said to Yuanya, come over here and help your master clean up these copper coins. Yes, master. Yuanya answered as usual. He secretly glanced at Xiaohua, then quickly ran to the main hall and helped Taoist Shao pick up the copper coins one by one. Xiaohua saw that it had nothing to do with him, so the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He ignored Taoist Shao and went to the west wing. At this moment, there was not a single trace of the spirit stone in the west wing. It must have been put away by Taoist Shao. Xiao Hua only casually glanced around before taking out a praying mat and throwing it on the ground. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. There were indeed a lot of copper coins in the main hall. Although there weren't 100 people in the Taoist temple at the time, each person had 1 or 2 coins. There were even people who gave away a whole bunch of copper coins. When Yuanya put all the copper coins into the merit box, the box was unusually heavy. Master, Yuanya casually handed the merit box to Taoist Xiao and asked, "Keep it well." Send this thing to your master's room." Taoist Xiao was very kind, and it was rare for him to be so kind. "Then come to the main hall. Your master has something to say to you." "Yes, master." Yuanya answered and left with the merit box. After a moment, he came back and said in a low voice, "Master, if you have anything to say, please tell me." Sit down." Taoist Xiao sat on a praying mat and pointed at another praying mat. "Yes, master." Yuanya answered and sat down. His eyes were extremely bright under the candlelight. He looked at Taoist Xiao, not knowing what he wanted to say. "Yeah, do you still remember the story of the king that your master told you?" Taoist Xiao thought for a moment and said. "Of course I do." Yuanya asked, puzzled. "Master would tell me this story every time he was drunk." "Of course I remember it clearly." Tell me about it." Taoist Xiao said, very pleased. Once upon a time, in a place in the hidden immortal continent, there was a small country called Danliang. Yuanya said without hesitation. Although the country was very small, the climate was very good and the products were abundant. In addition, the king was wise, and he governed the country well. The entire country was extremely prosperous. The citizens of the country were even more prosperous. Every time the king was mentioned, they would love and worship him. Every time the king came out to inspect the country, he would be warmly welcomed by the citizens. Moreover, although the country was powerful, the king was very peace-loving. He never sent out troops to harass the surrounding countries. The kings of other countries were also proud to be allies with this king. It could be said that such a benevolent king was very rare in the entire hidden immortal continent. But such a kind-hearted king, a king who cared about his people, married such a sinister queen. Since the day the queen married into the palace, she had been thinking about how to overthrow the king's throne. Very quickly, more than 10 years passed. When the queen saw that the king was so loved by the citizens, she knew that she could not shake the king's throne with her own strength. So she colluded with the king's brother and then borrowed the power of the neighboring country's Buddhist sect to destroy the king's cultivation. Although the king's cultivation was destroyed, he had been running the palace for dozens of years. With his arrangements in the palace, he could have died together with his brother and the queen. However, looking at his brother and wife, he could not bear to do it. So, under the protection of a group of loyal guards, he escaped from the Danliang kingdom. As for those loyal guards, they were all killed by the guards sent by my brother and the queen. Yuanya said very fluently. When the king and the queen saw that the king had escaped, they were afraid that the people who loved the king would find the king. So they made up a story of the king's cultivation going berserk and pushed many evil deeds onto the king. When Yuanya said this, Taoist Xiao smiled and looked at the west room. He said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, since you want to listen, why don't you come out? This old man's story, there are many more." Unfortunately, Xiao Hua, who was hiding in the west wing, didn't reply even after Taoist Xiao had spoken for a long time. This. Taoist Xiao clenched his teeth. His face was very awkward. He thought that Xiao Hua would be curious and listen to him. Who knew that Xiao Hua was not interested in this matter at all? "Master." Seeing Taoist Xiao interrupt him, Yuanya said curiously, "Isn't Xiao Hua tired?" "He." "None of your business." Taoist Xiao waved his sleeve coldly. "Yes, master." Yuanya nodded and said, "Although the king escaped, What are you talking about? What is there to talk about? This is what this old man told you, Daoist Xiao said angrily. You have been following this old man for many years. Why haven't you made any progress? Master. Yuanya felt that Daoist Xiao was a bit strange. However, he was used to Daoist Xiao's anger. He stood up and was about to leave. When did this old man tell you to leave? Daoist Xiao snorted again. Yes, master. Yuanya stopped and sat down again. This old man wants to ask you, how confident are you in the challenge in 10 days? Daoist Xiao looked at Yuanya in disappointment, then glanced at the west wing and asked calmly, what's the matter? Yuanya thought for a moment and said, if it is the bald donkeys from Shaojin Temple, disciple still has confidence in fighting 1 against 4. But if there is the scholar from Chongqing Academy, disciple doesn't have any confidence. Then aren't we, waiting to be kicked out of Chongqing town? Daoist Xiao said angrily. Master, isn't there still Xiao Hua? Yuanya hurriedly said, disciple thinks that he is much stronger than disciple. If he can fight, he can definitely defeat the scholar from Chongqing Academy. Yuanya said regretfully, unfortunately, disciple wants to become his disciple this afternoon and learn some techniques. What did he say? Daoist Zhao's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Xiao Hua said that disciple doesn't deserve to be his disciple. Yuanya said shamefully, and he said that disciple is master's disciple. If you don't ask, he won't teach disciple. Go, go. Daoist Xiao hurriedly said, since when was this old man your master? I have never taught you any Daoist techniques, so I can't be considered your master. If you are willing, you can become his disciple. Master, you really agreed? Yuanya was overjoyed. This. Daoist Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard Yuanya's question. Just now, he was hot-headed and immediately agreed, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. Now that Yuanya's words gave him some leeway, he didn't know how to answer. However, Daoist Xiao glanced at the darkness in the west room, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, of course, this old man agrees. I brought you out to find a way out for you. Unfortunately, this old man is useless and can't teach you. This fellow Daoist Xiao is also your fate. If he can teach you, you will definitely be able to escape death. What death? Yuanya was puzzled. You should quickly go and become Daoist Zhao's disciple. Daoist Zhao's expression was somewhat stagnant, and he was also somewhat nervous. He urged, after you become his disciple, this old man will naturally tell you. Yes, master. Yuanya stood up, but at this moment, Xiao Hua's indifferent voice sounded, when did I agree to accept him as my disciple? He, fellow Daoist Xiao, this old man really thought that you didn't listen. Daoist Zhao's heart suddenly relaxed. He hurriedly stood up and looked towards the west room. There, Xiao Hua's thin figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Chapter 3171. Seeing Feng Shu appear, Qiu Feng became even more nervous. His body trembled slightly as he stammered, I know my mistake. I beg for your mercy. Unfortunately, Feng Shu didn't even look at him. He turned his head and swept his gaze over Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded slightly, so you left a mark on this little guy's body. That's why you chased after him. It seems like you already had a plan when you sent him out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Feng Shu ignored him, Qiu Feng knew that it was useless to continue begging. He straightened up and laughed wildly. I thought you were afraid of blowing up Zhang Xiaohua's matter, so you compensated him with a storage ring and asked me to secretly send him out of the demon-resisting valley under the banner of the Alliance Master. That's why I coveted him. Now that your spiritual sense has come in person, it seems, things aren't as simple as I thought. Since you have such thoughts about this little guy, then this little plan of mine is nothing. Under normal circumstances, even if you killed a dozen qi refining stage cultivators, this old man wouldn't care. But you wanted to ruin this old man's plan. How can this old man let you go? Feng Shu said with a smile, this old man worked so hard, to hide it from Chan Si Miao. I pretended to be panicked and even compensated with a storage ring. Wasn't it because I didn't want to attract your attention? I didn't think that I would succeed in drawing out your greed. Sigh, this little one was blinded by greed. Why didn't I think of that? The spiritual sense of a spirit-severing stage cultivator isn't something that ordinary things can withstand. If it weren't for this storage ring, this little guy wouldn't be able to find a place to mark his spiritual sense. Chiu Feng sighed and looked around in self-pity. Hee, what's the use of knowing it now? Feng Shu said with a smile, your fate was already sealed when you placed the spiritual sense mark on this little guy. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. This is the truth. Then, Senior Feng, this humble one has no intention of begging for mercy. It's just that, before this humble one dies, could you tell this humble one that this little fellow is nothing more than an aura refining cultivator? What does he have that's worth Senior taking such a risk and making so many plans for? Chiu Feng no longer had any hope of surviving. However, he was extremely puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua was a young man whom he had discovered with his own eyes and had personally used his detection technique to check her cultivation. How could she be worthy of Feng Shu, a deity transformation cultivator, taking action? Not only did he ask him to send him out of the Imperial Demon Valley, but he also used a storage ring, which was rarely seen in the cultivation world, as a telepathic thought mark. Now, he even used his avatar to come here. This was extremely abnormal. What else could it be? His bone structure is amazingly good, and his aptitude is excellent. I just want to cherish what I have and take him as my last disciple. Glancing at Zhang Xiaohua, Feng Shu smiled kindly. This smile caused Zhang Xiaohua's hair to stand on end. A person who she had only met once and didn't even know her name actually cherished her aptitude and wanted to take her in? This was something that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't believe even if she was beaten to death. As expected, Chiu Feng didn't believe it either. He shook his head slightly and said, Senior Feng, don't lie to me. Even if he has heaven-defying aptitude, how can he enter the eyes of a deity transformation cultivator? You'll be able to pass the minor heavenly tribulation after cultivating for another 1,000 years. After passing the minor heavenly tribulation, you'll be like an immortal. Why would you care about the inheritance of the mortal world? It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I believe it. Feng Shu didn't seem to intend to explain at all. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Chiu Feng, since you've done many things for me, I'll allow you to die. I won't disturb your soul. You can go now. Sigh, thank you, Senior. It's only now that I have some realization. Those who kill will be killed. As he spoke, Chiu Feng patted his waist, as if he wanted to take out a weapon from his storage bag. However, just as he patted his waist, a pitch-black Dharma artifact that was shining with a black light appeared. Feng Shu sneered and said, Chiu Feng, do you think you can escape just because I've sent a clone here? With a loud bang, the magic weapon immediately exploded. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt the solidified space around her move slightly. Then, Chiu Feng's body strangely dispersed. His flesh and blood instantly turned into a fluffy blood mist. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she could move her body again. The blood mist in the distance was blown away by the night wind. Other than the smell of blood, there was no trace of it left. What kind of technique is this? Zhang Xiaohua felt her hair stand on end. Feng Shu seemed to be not far from her. He didn't even move his hand. Not only did he destroy the magic weapon that Chiu Feng was preparing to resist, he also killed Chiu Feng until there was nothing left of him. Alright, little guy, it's over. This is your storage ring. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, Feng Shu turned around and waved his hand. The storage ring with 6 lives, including 1 golden core cultivator and 5 foundation establishment cultivators, slowly flew to Zhang Xiaohua. Feng Shu said, "I was too careless. Although I don't care about this storage ring, it's rare in the cultivation world, especially for low-level cultivators like Qiu Feng. Give it to me first. I'll teach you the concealment technique so that others can't see it." Looking at the storage ring that flew to her and stopped in front of her, causing countless low-level cultivators to bow down to it, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. She didn't rush to take it. Why don't you put it away? Feng Shu's voice was filled with kindness. He asked softly, "Are you confused by Qiu Feng's words?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. She just stared at the storage ring. Feng Shu didn't rush her. He just stood in the air and watched quietly with a smile on his face. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and bowed. "Senior Feng, I don't know if what Qiu Feng said is true, but I really can't remember anything. Yes, Qiu Feng is right. You suddenly appeared in the demon-resisting valley. This old man was eager to take credit, so I used a soul-searching technique to check your brain. In the end, I accidentally destroyed your memories. This old man didn't say anything before because when I checked your cultivation, I found that you're very suitable to cultivate my celestial ascending sect's martial arts. Under my guidance, you'll definitely become the most dazzling cultivator in the celestial ascending sect. So, in order to not cause any misunderstandings, I hid this matter. Of course. If I can train you to become a soul formation cultivator, won't I be able to explain it to you?" Feng Shu's tone was slightly cold. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't stupid. She fell for Fairy Fei Ying's trap so easily because she didn't understand the life and death situation in the cultivation world. Ever since she saw Golden Core Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators die so easily in front of her, she was already on her guard. Now that she heard Feng Shu's words, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Feng, for thinking highly of me. But, as I said before, I still need to report this matter to my sect master. Senior, please put this storage ring away first." Feng Shu frowned when he heard that. Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua felt the temperature around him drop, and there was a real chill in the air. But then, this uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Feng Shu asked kindly, "If that's the case, then you must have thought of which sect you belong to." This. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. She could talk nonsense to Fairy Fei Ying, but Feng Shu was a soul formation cultivator who had lived for thousands of years. How could there be a sect in the cultivation world that he didn't know? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to lie. She answered honestly, "Senior, please no. I still don't know which sect I belong to. Amen, this is also what this old man is worried about. Because of this old man, I will erase your memories. Even if you don't want to become my disciple, this old man can't allow you to walk around the Dawn Rain continent as you wish. You've seen it too, Golden Core Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators can be killed by others at any time, let alone a Qi Refinement Stage cultivator like you. If anything happens to you, won't I be responsible for it too? Not to mention this old man's uneasiness, even this old man's cultivation progress will be greatly hindered." Feng Shu said sincerely, "If it's possible, you should go to my Immortal Ascension sect first. No matter if you become my disciple or not, you can rest there. Once I'm done with the demon-resisting valley, I'll rush back to the Immortal Ascension sect and do my best to help you recover your memory. Wait until you recover your memory, then we can make plans. What do you think?" This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little moved. Feng Shu was telling the truth. She had only been awake for half a day and had already encountered so many things. Experts died one after another in front of her. Moreover, none of these experts could kill her easily. In this unfamiliar environment, in this ferocious place, in this cruel battle, if he were to make even the slightest mistake, he would end up dead in the underworld. Finding a thick thigh to cling to was also a brilliant idea. But, was she really a cultivation genius? Zhang Xiaohua thought about Feng Shu's method of killing people without making a move. Then, she thought about her own aptitude and the precious storage ring that Feng Shu had given her. Suddenly, she had an idea. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Alas, Feng Shu, you old man, don't deceive this junior. This junior is only a qi refining junior. If you have any thoughts about this junior, you can tell me. If it's possible, this junior won't refuse. Even if it's extremely difficult, this junior will consider it carefully, considering that senior sent this junior out of the Imperial Demon Valley. Haha, you little brat, you think too much. How can it be so complicated? Feng Shu still couldn't change the way he addressed her. He still called her little brat. He was still trying to persuade her. Hey, since it's like this, I don't want to go to the Immortal Ascending sect for no reason. I also want to repay you for your kindness. Then, I don't even have half a copper coin on me. I can only use my life to repay you. Zhang Xiaohua said. She waved her hand and was about to slap her forehead. Zhang Xiaohua used all her strength and her hand was extremely fast. However, she was praying in her heart, Feng Shu, hurry up, Zhang Xiaohua was gambling. Indeed, he did not know what Feng Shu saw in him, but other than his life, he had nothing else. If Feng Shu really cared, there was no reason for him not to make a move. Maybe Zhang Xiaohua was right. Or maybe Feng Shu saw through Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. However, he couldn't let Zhang Xiaohua die. He had to make a move. The moment Zhang Xiaohua's hand touched her forehead, at that moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't move her body. When her hand touched her forehead, the heaven and earth essence qi around Zhang Xiaohua froze. Even the space seemed to be frozen. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud of herself, she heard Feng Shu's cold voice. Since you don't want to accept my toast, I can only make you drink a forfeit. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt the air around her tighten. It was as if she was being held tightly by something. A force appeared on her body and pulled her towards Feng Shu. Hey, I screwed up again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had made a fool of herself again. She had successfully provoked the anger of a soul formation cultivator. Who, at this moment, she suddenly heard Feng Shu's angry roar. Then, a pale yellow light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her body become light. Her body floated up. She was in a hurry. A very strange force attacked her and hit her body. An unparalleled force instantly circulated in her meridians and quickly withdrew. Ha ha ha, Feng Shu, I was wondering why you were so free. Instead of guarding the demon-resisting valley, you sent a clone here. So, you found such a treasure. Chan Si Miao's voice seemed to be dancing in the air. Chapter 3172. If I can listen, I will listen. If I can't, I won't listen. Xiao Hua slowly walked over, his tone was still indifferent. Xiao Daoist was a bit embarrassed, as if his plan was seen through. However, he immediately regained his calmness and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, yesterday and today. I was a bit rude, please forgive me. It's okay, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, you guys dug me out from the spirit stone, it can be considered fate. I owe you guys a favor. You don't have to worry about the Immortal Buddha ceremony challenge. Since the rules are set by the Temple of Tides, I only need to show up and expel the Buddhist sect from the town of immortals. Thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Daoist was really happy and bowed to thank him. However, Xiao Daoist couldn't help but ask, fellow Daoist Xiao, it's not that I don't believe you, but fellow Daoist, doesn't seem to have my Daoist magic power. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with those bald donkeys of the small gold temple. Of course I don't have confidence in 3 days. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if it's 10 days later, I have 70% confidence. Oh, I see. Xiao Daoist naturally understood that Xiao Hua should be injured right now. 3 days later, he might not be able to recover, but 10 days later, he should be able to see results. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Daoist said sincerely. No need to be polite. First, we are all Daoist disciples, and second, you and I are both surnamed Xiao. If I don't help you, who else can I help? Xiao Hua nodded and said. Xiao Daoist heard and immediately blushed. He hurriedly said, oh right, I's surname is Xiao Jian. I didn't tell you my surname yesterday, I've made a fool of myself. He. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't say much. Master. Yuanya looked at Xiao Hua and hurriedly said, Master has already agreed to let me become your disciple. When did I agree to accept you as my disciple? Xiao Hua's face became cold. He waved his hand and said, you are already old, how can you still cultivate? If I accept you as my disciple, wouldn't it ruin my reputation? Yes, Master. Yuanya didn't get angry and replied. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Jian hurriedly, Ya's aptitude. If he didn't have a mortal fate and couldn't enter my Daoist sect when he was young, how could he be in this situation? Fellow Daoist, please, take pity on Jiaya. Even if you can't accept him as your disciple, you must teach him a few divine abilities so that he can survive. Oh. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. You don't know. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya, who was equally confused, and explained, Yuanya actually didn't follow me since he was young, he this matter this afternoon. Xiao was lost take take TTTTS meet TTTTTTTTTN, that is precisely the case. I asked Dao friend Xiao to explain. Xiao Hua nodded, knowing that Xiao Jian was going to talk about the most important matter. When I saw you that day, he was almost dead. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya and said, that cruel duel arena was waiting for him to die and throw him to the dogs to eat. I couldn't bear to see him being eaten by the dogs, so I wanted to ask the duel arena to release you and let I take him away. But what I didn't expect was that even if you was a dying person, they still wouldn't let him go. They actually asked I for a lot of money before they were willing to release him. I naturally wouldn't agree to it, and I was also unable to do so. After I pestered them endlessly, the duel arena became impatient and proposed a condition. They could let I take the dying you away, but 10 years later, you must return to the duel arena and have a duel with the strongest person in the duel arena. As long as you wins, they will return ya's indenture contract to ya and give you freedom. Ah. Wise, Xiao Hua stared blankly, Yuan ya's indenture contract is still in the duel arena's hands. Yes. Xiao Jian nodded, almost 4 years have passed and there are still 6 years left. You must return to the duel arena. In these 4 years, I naturally wanted to guide Yuan ya's cultivation, but I have the heart but not the strength. Yes, Yuanya is currently cultivating Dao techniques and it is impossible for him to reach large success in a short period of time. Not to mention 10 years, even 50 years is hard to say. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya, who seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream, and nodded. Yes, that's why I wanted to entrust you to you. Xiao Jian smiled and said, I was all alone in this world and was able to live with you for 4 years. I have long regarded him as my nephew and I really can't bear to see him fall into the duel arena and die in the hands of others. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua said indifferently, the duel arena's matter is nothing. I am currently injured and it's not very convenient. Master. No matter how stupid Yuanya was, he understood at this moment and hurriedly called out. Don't, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I haven't said that I will take you in. Let's talk about it later. Yes, master. Yuan Ye's reply was really smooth. Although Xiao Hua didn't agree to take Yuan Ye in, he was already relaxed. Xiao Jian was also overjoyed and asked tentatively, last night, about Daoist Zhao's matter. Xiao Hua wasn't surprised. Tonight's matter was so big that it was impossible for Xiao Jian to not ask. He had already thought about it and said while waving his hand, it's just a medicinal pill that cultivators like us often use to replenish qi and blood. It's nothing. Last night, when you all left the mountain, this Xiao was resting here. That man kowtowed to this statue very sincerely. This Xiao looked at his sincerity and then looked at his wife and child at the foot of the mountain. This family of 4 is really pitiful. So I casually gave him 1 pill. Of course, I can't move now and can't go down the mountain to personally diagnose her. I don't even know the effect of that medicinal pill. Fortunately, it can be said that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Fellow Daoist Xiao Jian's face had a strange expression, as if he wanted to ask something, but felt that it was inappropriate. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda, is a saying of Buddhism. We Daoist cultivators can't relate to it. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua said with a smile, as long as I can see this family of 4 safe and happy, I will also be satisfied. Isn't it just an ordinary medicinal pill? I can still afford to give it to you. Master. Yuan Ye at the side rubbed his hands and called out without any courtesy, do you still have this kind of medicinal pill? If you don't call me master, I will give it to you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, master. Yuan Ye nodded, I won't call you master in the future. Chapter 3173. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at Yuan Ye's expectant eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 parasol pills and threw them to Yuan Ye. He said, take this after you're injured. Normally, it's useless for cultivation. Yes, master. Yuan Ye took the parasol pills and scratched his head. He wanted to return one of them to Xiao Hua again. The effect of this pill is so good. Master should keep one for yourself. I just want one. He, Xiao Hua waved his hand and didn't take it. You keep it for yourself. If you want to give it to anyone, it's up to you. Yes, master. When Yuan Ye heard this, he carefully put the 2 parasol pills into his pocket. However, just as he put it away, he suddenly took it out again and respectfully handed one to Xiao Jian. He said, Master, you take one too. You're always injured by the bald donkey from Shaojin Temple. You can use this. Xiao Hua's parasol pill was naturally for Yuan Ye to give to Xiao Jian. However, Yuan Ye didn't understand at all. Xiao Jian at the side was really anxious. When he saw Yuan Ye finally come to his senses, he revealed a smile on his face. Who knew that before he could say anything, Yuan Ye would say something like that? His face immediately turned ashen. Humph! Xiao Jian unhappily took the parasol pill and carefully put it into his pocket. He looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Thank you, fellow Xiao. No need. This was given to you by Yuan Ye, not by me. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at the sky. He said, You all should go and rest. Perhaps tomorrow, there will be more people coming to River Tide Temple. That's right. My River Tide Temple is no longer the same as before. Tonight, I'm going to pray for the villagers of General Ridge. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Although I already know Daoist Zhao's origin, I can't go back on my words. Xiao Hua stood up. I'm going to cultivate. You all can do as you wish. That. Xiao Jian saw Xiao Hua stand up and hurriedly stood up. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Hua glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? I know that fellow Taoist Xiao will leave the Longevity Town in 10 days. In these 10 days, if there is a sincere person who comes to my River Tide Temple to pay respects to Taoist Xiao, would Taoist Xiao be willing to help?" Xiao Jian hurriedly asked, "The most important thing is that if fellow Taoist Xiao is willing to help, I will be able to gather enough money to renovate the statue of Taoist Xiao in the River Tide Temple. It will also bring glory to my Taoist sect. Let's leave it to fate." Xiao Hua smiled and slowly walked out of the main hall. "I'm just an ordinary cultivator, not a Taoist who can reach the heavens. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Jian was overjoyed and bowed in greeting. He believed that with his silver tongue and Xiao Hua's occasional methods, the incense offerings of Jiangtiao Temple would definitely surpass Shaojin Temple. However, this thought only lasted for a moment, and he immediately laughed involuntarily. With Xiao Hua's help, how could the Taoist school be defeated in the challenge 10 days later? After 10 days, Shaojin Temple will no longer exist in Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the Jiangtiao Temple doesn't have any incense offerings. "Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao." Seeing Xiao Hua walk out of the main hall, Xiao Jian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh. Is there anything else?" Xiao Hua stopped and asked curiously. "That. I know that fellow Taoist is an expert." Xiao Jian rubbed his hands and asked embarrassedly, "But I don't have confidence in my heart, so I want to ask, fellow Taoist's cultivation is, what level is it in the first grade of essence energy?" "Oh. First grade of essence energy? What level?" Xiao Hua stared blankly. How would he know what level of essence energy his cultivation was? Previously, when he was in the West Ocean, he saw a sea beast that Taoist leopard called fourth grade essence energy. Moreover, he and the others were also called second and third grade essence energy cultivators by Xian Cheng. As for how the essence energy was divided, he didn't really care. No matter what level of essence energy it was, it would still be killed by him. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Taoist Xiao, how are the levels of essence energy divided? To tell you the truth, I have always been in seclusion, so I'm not too sure." Hiss. "How is that possible?" Xiao Jian sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with extreme suspicion. However, this suspicion slowly disappeared in front of Xiao Hua's smile and gaze that didn't seem to be fake. Then, after the cloud of suspicion, there was a deep sense of loss. He didn't even know how to divide the original levels. How high could the cultivation of this kind of cultivator be? Of course, Xiao Jian immediately felt relieved. If the level of the cultivator was too high, how could the other party be respectful to him? Sigh, no matter what. To be able to defeat ya, even if you don't enter the level, it's fine. Xiao Jian sighed and waved his hand. He, Taoist Xiao, it's better if you tell me." Xiao Hua stopped instead, turned around and asked humbly. "All right, since this old man knows that I will have to rely on you in the future, then this old man will let you experience it." Xiao Jian suddenly referred to himself as this old man, and the previous apprehension and caution completely disappeared. "Please speak." Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. "Xiao Hua, I presume that you also know about the 3 continents." Xiao Jian seemed to be somewhat teasing as he said, "If you don't even know about the 3 continents, then this old man will really suspect your origin." The 3 continents are naturally the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Xiao Hua also laughed, "This old man naturally knows about this. Since you know about the 3 continents, then you naturally know that the hidden immortal continent is the origin of Confucian cultivators, the Western Paradise is the origin of Buddhism, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is the place where demons run rampant, right?" Xiao Jian didn't know whether he was asking Xiao Hua or talking to himself. In any case, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he continued, no matter if it is Confucian cultivators, Buddhism, or demons, they all have their own cultivation system, and they all have their own methods of measuring the level of cultivation. This kind of system is unknown to others, and it is also impossible to measure between each other. Therefore, in order to make a simple judgment, according to the suggestion of Confucian cultivators, the three continents introduced the levels of origin power. This so-called origin power level is divided into 9 levels, and within each level, it is divided into 3 levels, high, middle, and low. Confucian cultivators, Buddhism, and demons all according to their own strength, these 9 levels of origin power are divided into 27 levels. Do you understand? This Xiao understands. Xiaohua nodded. However, Confucian cultivators, Buddhism, and demons, what are their respective cultivation systems? How do they divide their origin power into 9 levels of origin power into 27 levels? If you ask others, you definitely won't know the answer. Xiao Jian's face was full of pride, and he said with a smile, this old man has some knowledge, so I know a bit. Taoist priest, please speak. Let's not talk about demons. Rather than saying that they have their own cultivation system, it's better to say that they rely on their own inheritance, and blindly cultivate. Moreover, they don't understand human nature, and they rarely communicate with us humans. Xiao Jian first put aside the 1,000 demons sacred realm, and Xiao Hua understood that he probably didn't know the secrets of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Buddhism. Xiao Jian's face didn't show any shame, it's just a trivial matter, this old man also didn't ask in detail. I only know that they also have 9 levels of divine ability, similar to the 9 levels of origin power. These 2 levels are Jishan and Juechen. Jishan corresponds to the first level of origin power, and Juechen corresponds to the second level of origin power. Then, what's after that? Xiao Hua very naturally asked. Didn't this old man already say? Buddhism and my Taoism are mortal enemies. This old man feels disgusted when seeing Baldies, so why would I ask more? Xiao Jian waved his hand, and said, let's not talk about the disgusting Buddhism, let this old man talk about Confucian cultivators. Alright, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only nod. But Xiao Hua couldn't help but count with his fingers, and said with a smile, it seems that this Confucian cultivator's realm isn't 9th level. More or less. Xiao Jian waved his hand, and said, this old man is also not a Confucian cultivator, knowing this much is already not bad. What else do you want? That's true. Xiao Hua smiled. He saw that Xiao Jian directly used scholar and scholar to correspond to the 9th level of origin power, and didn't use refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, refining emptiness into emptiness, and refining emptiness into emptiness. He already knew that this method of classifying origin power was only a measure of strength, and actually didn't have much relation to the realm, and Xiao Jian also didn't know the specific cultivation realms of Confucian cultivators. Then, what about my Taoism's cultivation realms? How does it correspond to the different levels of origin power? Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian definitely knew the most about Taoism's cultivation realms. And, you also know that my Taoism's cultivation realms are more divided into foundation establishment, enlightened. Xiao Jian had just opened his mouth when Xiao Hua was greatly surprised, and shouted, what? Foundation establishment, is the most basic realm? What? Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows, and said puzzledly, in your family's cultivation technique. Foundation establishment isn't the basic cultivation realm. Who? Xiao Hua took a deep breath, and said with a smile, Taoist priest, please tell me, I was a bit reckless. Xiao Jian glanced at Xiao Hua, and said again, after enlightened is fusion, heart stirring, soul solitude, gold core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, unity, tribulation passing, and Mahayana. Oh. Xiao Hua heard the familiar words gold core, nascent soul, and even spirit severing, and became pensive in his heart. Xiao Jian continued, my Taoism's foundation establishment, enlightened, and fusion correspond to the lower, middle, and upper levels of the first level of origin power, heart-stirring and soul solitude correspond to the second level of origin power, gold core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit severing, unity, tribulation passing, and Mahayana correspond to the other levels of origin power from the third level to the ninth level. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua understood, but he still asked cautiously, Taoist priest Xiao, when true qi transforms into true essence, and true essence condenses in the dantian to form a core, what realm is that? Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Taoist priest Xiao became even more discouraged, and said almost unhappily, I don't have any cultivation, how would I know this? Could it be, you've already formed a core? Fellow Taoist Xiao, sometimes, it's better not bite off more than you can chew. Chapter 3174. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken. Who else could it be? Wasn't it the last deity transformation cultivator that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't encountered after coming to this Xiaoyu continent, Xian Lusex Chan Si Miao? Zhang Xiaohua steadied herself and looked over. She saw that not far from Feng Shu, there was also a faint illusory figure looking at her with eyes full of pleasant surprise. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised. She really couldn't imagine, how did she suddenly become a treasure that everyone wanted to snatch? Humph, Chan Si Miao, what's the meaning of this? This thing was first encountered by this old man, and it was also this old man who made the first move. You don't have any reason, yet you also want to get involved. Feng Shu sneered. Thing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart went cold, and she inwardly sneered, I am actually a thing. Hee, what's wrong? Feng Shu, you're not happy. I was wondering why you repeatedly prevented me from investigating this little thing's meridians in the demon-resisting valley. It turns out that this little thing's body still has such a universe. Chan Si Miao sneered, perhaps, that soul-searching technique of yours was also deliberately used. If it was an idiot qi refining cultivator, wouldn't it be easier for you to take over his body? Humph, Feng Shu coldly snorted and didn't answer. Only after a long while did he say, since you know the importance of this person to this old man, you presumably also know that this old man must have him. You can leave now. It's precisely because I know his importance that this old man, naturally also covets him. He's important to you, but isn't he equally important to this old man? But don't forget, this old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator, and in the future, I will also encounter the danger of crossing the tribulation. With such wide meridians and a sturdy body as a cauldron, how can this old man give it up? Chan Si Miao laughed and said, moreover, although his cultivation is only at the qi refining stage, the amount of true qi in his meridians is actually so exquisite, almost comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. He must have cultivated a special mental cultivation method. Chan Si Miao, do you still want to say that the most valuable thing is that he used his middle dantian as his sea of qi, and didn't cultivate his lower dantian at all? For you and me, as long as we seize his body, on one hand, it's easy to cultivate our sex martial arts in his lower dantian, without any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian to cultivate others' middle dantian to cultivate another dantian, and it won't have any conflicts with other martial arts. On the other hand, we can use this thing's middle dantian's middle dantian to cultivate. Miao, Chan Si Miao said. Chan Si Miao clapped his hands and said, the most valuable thing is that this person's physical body is innately tough. Not only does he not have to worry about the thunder tribulation in the future, but he also doesn't have to endure the intense pain when he takes over the body. His original body's divine sense won't deteriorate too much. When the two of them spoke, they didn't use telepathy, and they didn't hide it from Zhang Xiaohua. These words entered Zhang Xiaohua's ears, and Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine, that he actually had so many benefits on his body. It was as if he was tailor-made for others to seize his body. Feng Shu, tell me, this is a good thing that this old man has never seen before. This old man can let go. Chan Si Miao said with a cold smile. Chan Si Miao, do you think this old man can let go? Feng Shu took a step forward and released his aura, closing in on Chan Si Miao. This old man is also a spirit-severing cultivator. Feng Shu, do you think you can do it? Chan Si Miao also raised his leg, and the two's auras collided, stirring up the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi like a huge wave in the sea. A hurricane rose from between the two of them, howling and blowing in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the side, was like Xiaohua in water, floating up and down a few times before floating into the distance. Sigh. Seeing this, Feng Shu waved his hand, and the hurricane disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua felt another wave of dizziness, and the entire night sky turned upside down. When Zhang Xiaohua regained his senses, he was no longer in midair. Instead, he was in a gray area. The storage ring floated quietly beside him, and there was also a bag of dirt and a strange Dharma artifact at his feet. Zhang Xiaohua recognized that Dharma artifact. It was Qiu Feng's, and that bag had fallen from Qiu Feng's mountain when he was killed. Looking up, Feng Shu and Chan Si Miao were still standing in midair. Feng Shu smiled and said, Chan Si Miao, you're quite brave. You actually didn't escape and followed this old man here. What's there to leave for? This old man is the same as you. We're both spirit-severing cultivators. Even if you kill this old man, my main body is still here. Even if this spirit-severing cultivator loses this spirit-severing cultivator, I will tell this matter to the Alliance Master. This old man believes that the Alliance Master will be more interested in this matter than this old man. Chan Si Miao said indifferently. Are you determined to go against this old man? Feng Shu was furious. Having a good cauldron to possess is the last method to successfully pass the minor heavenly tribulation. This old man has no reason to go against my own chance. Chan Si Miao was still indifferent. This old man believes that. Fellow Taoist Feng won't be willing to see a third person know about this other than me. Feng Shu's expression was uncertain. After a long while, he said gloomily, this old man naturally doesn't want to do this, but, there's only one of this. If fellow Taoist Chan uses it, how am I going to use it? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me you're planning to share a soul with me. This old man also just found out about such a good cauldron. Where did this idea come from? If fellow Taoist Feng has any good ideas, please tell me. Chan Si Miao said with a smile. Previously, I only had the thought of monopolizing it. Who would have thought that, you would appear out of nowhere? Feng Shu sneered and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground with an ashen face. He said, also. Fellow Taoist Chan, you didn't know the gravity of the situation from the start. You exposed my plans. Now, it's too late to deceive this fellow. What's the big deal? Can't we just use the soul-searching technique again? We'll just make him an idiot and leave him alive. Chan Si Miao said disapprovingly. If that's the case, do I need to lower my voice and deceive him? Feng Shu's face was filled with anger. If I use this soul-searching technique again, this guy's mind will collapse. This old man's consciousness will also perish if I go in again. Isn't this asking this old man to commit suicide? This. Chan Si Miao came to a realization. He thought for a moment and bowed deeply. Fellow Taoist Feng, this matter. I was careless. Please forgive me. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too concerned. I know a small mystic technique. There's no need to search his soul. I can erase this short-term memory. What could Feng Shu do? He knew that Chan Si Miao would definitely not let go. He could only wave his hand and say, forget it. Who knows if your mystic technique will work? It's not wrong to not know, but later, during the discussion, fellow Taoist Chan will have to take half a step back. Chapter 3175. He, Taoist priest Xiao. Xiao Hua laughed. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Others may not know whether Taoist priest has cultivation or not, but how could I not know? What? You actually. Taoist priest Xiao turned pale with fright, almost jumping up. You were really sent by them? Who are they? Xiao Hua laughed. Taoist priest Xiao is too suspicious. Could it be that if you weren't sent by them, they wouldn't know that you have spiritual sense? You. Taoist priest Xiao's face turned ashen, but immediately after, his face showed ecstasy again. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Hua immediately waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. You should first answer this Xiao's question. Yes. Taoist priest Xiao almost stuttered in his surprise. True essence condensing into a core, is naturally the golden core realm that all Taoist disciples dream of. Other than this, what else is possible? Could it be? Taoist priest Xiao, oh, no, senior Xiao is already, 3rd grade essence force. 3rd grade essence force. Xiao Hua laughed. This Xiao wants it, but it doesn't want this Xiao. Do you think this Xiao is 3rd grade essence force? Xiao Hua's words were naturally ambiguous, but in a normal person's impression, Xiao Hua naturally admitted that he was not 3rd grade essence force. No, not possible. Taoist priest Xiao seemed to suddenly wake up at this time, shaking his head vigorously, trying to throw away his unrealistic delusions. Taoist priest Xiao has naturally terminated meridians. It's not possible for him to enter the foundation establishment realm, not to mention consecration and fusion. But finally, Taoist priest Xiao struggled like a drowning person grabbing onto a water plant, saying, but that bald donkey from the small gold temple is at most in the early stage of the benevolence realm. He can be considered a low 1st grade essence force. If Taoist priest Xiao can enter the ranks, then you can defeat the Buddhist sect and expel that group of bald donkeys from Longevity Town. Taoist priest Xiao, are you in the ranks or not? He. Xiao Hua smiled slightly, turning around to leave, and said indifferently, this Xiao can be considered in the ranks. Looks like if this Xiao doesn't say it, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Ha. Taoist Xiao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, since Taoist Xiao is at the lower 1st rank, then the challenge in 10 days will depend on you. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and ignored Xiao Jian's bow. Xiao Jian seemed to be an unspeakably snobbish person. His attitude toward Xiao Hua changed several times. Xiao Hua originally had the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, so he only treated the fight between Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple as a joke. However, the arrogant words of Shaojin Temple's monk Mingyu, who even proposed to expel Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Longevity Town, was not something Xiao Hua was willing to see. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons why Xiao Hua helped Xiao Jian. After all, Xiao Hua was also from the Tao sect. It was impossible for him to watch Taoism be expelled from Longevity Town by the Buddhist sect. Of course, 10 days was indeed a short period of time for Xiao Hua. It was impossible for him to completely clean out the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians, dantian, and flesh. However, looking at monk Mingyu's fat body and Yuanya's ability to fight 1 against 5, there was no reason why Xiao Hua couldn't sweep through Shaojin Temple's monks. As for Longevity Academy and the people Chancher Mingyu relied on, Xiao Hua didn't care about them at all. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak state, when facing some foundation establishment or even Jindan stage cultivators, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't be at a disadvantage just by relying on some yellow and fire talismans. It was exactly as Xiao Hua said. He indeed had the cultivation of a 4th rank origin energy, but right now, his meridians and flesh were filled with earth crystal Yao milk. He couldn't use any divine abilities, so he really was just in the ranks. The three lonely and helpless Taoist cultivators of Jiangchao Temple saw the light and were filled with hope for their future. One closed his eyes and meditated, one meditated and prayed for blessings, and one even laid down on the branch of a banyan tree, looking up at the stars in the night sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Less than 5 li north of Longevity Town, there was a hill several li in size. Shaojin Temple, which was a dozen times larger than Jiangchao Temple, was built on top of this hill. At this moment, inside Shaojin Temple, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish in the main hall was heard along with the loud and clear sound of a bell. The fat monk Mingyu, who was wearing a bright kasaya, put down the small wooden mallet in his hand. He looked at the 30-something people in the main hall with great satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "Today's evening class ends here, you all can go back and rest." "Yes, Abbot," the 30-something people replied in unison. It was very loud and resounding in the main hall, making Monk Mingyu even happier. After all the monks left, Monk Mingyu stood up, tidied up the kasaya on his body, and turned his head to look at the slightly old Shakyamuni Buddha statue in the main hall. He respectfully knelt down, kowtowed to the ground, and said in a low voice, "My Buddha, disciple Mingyu, has been in this Shaojin temple for more than 10 years. Previously, there were only 3 to 5 people in Shaojin temple, but now, there are a lot of people, reaching 32. My Buddha must have seen disciples' hard work in these 10 years. Of course, disciples' hard work is incomparable to my Buddha's boundless Dharma. The reason why Shaojin Temple is so prosperous is all because of my Buddha's mercy, and not because of disciples' hard work. Disciple is willing to take root in Longevity Town's Shaojin Temple, in this corner of hidden immortal continent, to plant my Buddha's mercy deep into the hearts of mortals, to let them know, in this world, there is only Buddha, only Nirvana is their best home. Only by devoutly worshipping my Buddha, can they get rid of evil, can they cut off evil. Amitabha." After that, Monk Mingyu softly muttered for a long time, kowtowed again, and respectfully retreated from the main hall. After Monk Mingyu returned to the abbot's meditation room, he changed his kasaya into a white monk robe. Ping ping. Someone knocked on the door of the meditation room. "Who is it?" Monk Mingyu frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. "Senior brother Mingyu, it's disciple Ming Fa." A respectful voice sounded from outside the door. "Amitabha, so it's Ming Fa." Monk Mingyu's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He walked to the front of the door, and personally opened it. "Amitabha, senior brother is too polite." The one standing outside the door was the monk who followed behind Monk Mingyu in the afternoon. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, and his palms were clasped together as he said respectfully, "You only need to say the word, and disciple will enter. Why do you need to personally open the door? Junior brother Ming Fa, for you to come so late, there must be something extremely important." Monk Mingyu invited Ming Fa into the room, and said with a smile, "To be able to rack your brains for my Shaojin temple, to be able to work tirelessly for the prosperity of my Buddhism sect, you are a meritorious servant of my Buddhism sect. This poor monk naturally has to personally open the door. Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Ming Fa sat on the praying mat somewhat cautiously. Monk Mingyu personally held the pot, poured a cup of tea, and then asked with a smile, "May I know what is the matter, junior brother?" Chapter 3176. Reporting to Senior Brother. Mingfa picked up the tea, took a sip, and said, "Actually, it's nothing important. It's just that after finishing my homework, I returned to my room and thought of the challenge at the Temple of the River and Tide on the 10th day. I couldn't help but think of the situation 10 years ago when you came to the Shaojin Temple alone with a warning letter. Then I thought of the prosperity of the Shaojin Temple in the past 10 years. Now, even the Longevity Academy doesn't dare to look down on the Shaojin Temple. They took the initiative to exchange pointers with the Shaojin Temple on the day of the Immortal and Buddha ceremony. This, this was something I didn't even dare to think about 10 years ago. Ba, when I think of this, I can't sit still in my room. The development of the Shaojin Temple these years is all due to Senior Brother Abbott's contribution. Therefore, I came here to thank Senior Brother Abbott for the effort you put in for the Shaojin Temple. Ba, Mingfa's words obviously had a faint flattery, but in Zen Master Mingyu's ears, it was very pleasing to the ear. Zen Master Mingyu unconsciously chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. Junior Martial Brother Mingfa really knows this poor monk's heart. Just now, this poor monk was talking about the development of my Shaojin Temple in the past 10 years in front of Buddha. I talked about how when this poor monk first came to Shaojin Temple, there were only 2 junior martial brothers, Mingfa and Mingchan. I didn't expect junior brother to also be so emotional. It seems that our cultivation is still lacking. This heart of a dry well realm is still very far away. Ba, my Buddha is merciful. Please forgive me for my unstable state of mind. Ming Fa hurriedly put his palms together and said very sincerely. Junior brother Ming Fa, if Buddha sees that the small gold temple has become so prosperous in our hands, I'm afraid he won't punish you. Zen Master Mingyu immediately curled his lips and said with a smile. For the Shaojin Temple, for the Buddhism sect, I'm willing to accept Buddha's punishment. Ming Fa also said. Junior brother, please have some tea. Zen Master Mingyu raised his cup and took a sip himself. He looked at the night sky outside the Zen door and sighed. Junior brother is right. Although we are Buddhists, we should have a pure heart and few desires. We should serve Buddha wholeheartedly. But in the end, we are just ordinary people. After all, we still have this stinky body. Seeing the Shaojin Temple being so prosperous, how could we not be happy? How could he not be proud? Back then, when this old monk came to Small Gold Temple, the first person I paid my respects to was Immortal Academy's Zhu Junfeng. Although that Confucian Dean Zhu was very courteous to this old monk could tell from his disdainful gaze that he was rejecting my Buddhist sect. Yes, Senior Brother Abbot is right. In the 3 continents, other than the Western Paradise, which is the pure land of my Buddhist sect, the Hidden Immortal Continent and the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm are not places that my Buddhist light shines upon. Within the 1,000 Demons Sacred Territory, who knows how many disciples who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the development of our Buddhist sect have been buried in the mouths of demons. On the Hidden Immortal Continent, there is the resistance of Confucian cultivators. The spread of our Buddhist sect's Dharma has also been greatly hindered. We disciples of the Buddhist sect have a long way to go. Ming Fa nodded his head in agreement. That's right, Junior Brother Mingfa. This is the voice of millions of Buddhist sect disciples. We are not afraid of blood and tears, we are not afraid of difficulties. We just want to illuminate the entire 3 continents with Buddhist light. Zen Master Mingyu's face showed a trace of redness, his eyes also flashed with fanaticism. Unfortunately. Ming Fa slightly clenched his teeth, the matters of this world are a test for us Buddhist disciples. In this small immortal town, not only does Immortal Academy have Ruo Tong Long tightly protecting their sphere of influence, even Taoism has revived from the ashes. A long time ago declined River Tide Temple, a wandering Taoist dares to go against my Small Gold Temple, challenging the dignity of my Buddhist sect. I won't hide it from Junior Brother. Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile, back then when this old monk saw that Taoist surnamed Zhao's face, I looked down on him from the bottom of my heart. What the hell, a scoundrel wants to challenge my Small Gold Temple in Immortal Town, who does he think he is? Indeed, Ming Fa said with a smile, I remember the first time this old monk saw that so-called Taoist Zhao, he was no different from a beggar. However, this beggar-like person actually went against my Small Gold Temple in all aspects. Zen Master Mingyu said with a sigh, if not for the fact that this River Tide Temple doesn't have many Taoist disciples, perhaps in these 3 to 4 years, that River Tide Temple really could catch up to my Small Gold Temple. This can't help but make me think of our Small Gold Temple back then. At that time, in Zhu Juanfeng's eyes, you and I probably weren't much different from this Taoist Xiao, right? He, how could it be that simple? My Buddhist sect's Dharma is boundless, what does his Taoist sect have? It's nothing more than some tricks. It's fine to deceive ordinary people, but in front of us, it's just a joke. I believe that Immortal Academy knows all of this. The problem is. Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly, my small gold temple is entangled with River Tide Temple, so many years of pure reputation will turn into flowing water. Even if I can't see River Tide Temple clearly, how will the secular people of Immortal Town view my small gold temple? In the past, they compared small gold temple to Immortal Academy, but now they want to compare small gold temple and River Tide Temple on the same level. At this point, Zen Master Mingyu said with some disappointment, I originally didn't want to say this. Yesterday, Minister Lu didn't even invite my small gold temple's monks, so why did Ming Fa Shidi insist on bringing a few disciples to Minister Lu's home? Although Minister Lu didn't want to embarrass small gold temple, so he gave half of the ritual to you. But can't you use your brain to think? How can my Buddhist sect's ritual be compared to Taoists? How can they be compared? Yes. Ming Fa's face showed some disapproval, but he still lowered his head and agreed. The most terrible thing is. Zen Master Mingyu didn't stop talking, and continued to reprimand, after the ritual, you actually had a conflict with River Tide Temple. You and your group of close to 10 people against River Tide Temple's 2 people, if others knew, it would be strange if my small gold temple wasn't laughed to death. Senior Abbot, I know I was wrong. Ming Fa had no choice but to lower his head and explain, it wasn't that I insisted on going to Minister Lu's home to fight with River Tide Temple for the ritual. It was that this ritual was agreed upon the last time Minister Lu came to my small gold temple to worship Buddha. Who knows what Taoist Xiao said to Minister Lu, I'm afraid he sowed discord and said that my small gold temple was in the wrong. That was why Minister Lu was persuaded to invite River Tide Temple over. I only went to Minister Lu's home as agreed, but I only bumped into River Tide Temple. And Minister Lu also said it clearly, he was careless, and mixed up the matter. Sigh, forget it. 10 days later, this kind of thing won't happen again. Shitty, you have to take this as a lesson and never let it happen again. Zen Master Mingyu sighed and didn't want to pursue the matter. Senior Abbot, 10 days later, which Shirshu will be coming? Why will he come? Ming Fa's eyes lit up and asked curiously. If I'm not wrong, it should be Yunlin Temple's Shirshu Xinghai. Speaking of Xinghai, Zen Master Mingyu's eyes lit up, as if he was envious and jealous. It was a rare look. Senior Abbot. Ming Fa was even more curious and hurriedly said, didn't you come from Yunlin Temple? 10 years ago, you were entrusted with an important task and came to my small gold temple. Then you must be familiar with Shirshu Xinghai. What kind of expert is he? He. Zen Master Mingyu laughed and said, my Yunlin Temple has thousands of monks. Although they are all devoted to Buddha, they all have their own responsibilities. Shirshu Xinghai is my Buddhist protector and has Buddhist supernatural powers. How can I know him? I have only seen Shirshu Xinghai a few times on some occasions. Speaking of Buddhist supernatural powers, Senior Abbot, you have to explain it to Shidi. Ming Fa's eyes were even more fervent, for us small gold temple Buddhas, other than Shidi who came from Yunlin Temple, we all entered Buddhism from small gold temple. We are really ignorant. By the way, although the monks of small gold temple have practiced some martial arts in order to protect the temple, they are still far from Yuanya of Jiangchao Temple. If we all practice Buddhist supernatural powers, who would be afraid of a wandering Taoist? When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. He put his palms together and said, Junior brother Ming Fa, fighting and killing should be the responsibility of the Buddhist guardians. We only need to spread the Buddhist Dharma and teach the ordinary people to be good. Senior brother. Ming Fa smiled bitterly, the problem is that our small gold temple doesn't have a protector. If we had one, would we still be afraid of Yuanya of Jiangchao Temple? Even if there was that old Taoist and that young Taoist who just appeared today, I don't think we need to be afraid. Speaking of this, Ming Fa said with some hatred, I think that Taoist Xiao wants to get back last night's embarrassment, so he challenged our small gold temple in public. He thinks that we can't deal with Yuanya alone. He wants to laugh at our small gold temple. He really didn't expect that senior brother Abbot would take advantage of the situation to propose a competition in 10 days. He even proposed that whoever loses would leave Longevity Town, forcing him to a dead end. He lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. How can we compare to Martial Uncle Xinghai's cultivation? Amitba. Zen Master Mingyu chanted, I was also stunned by Taoist Zhao's anger this afternoon and lost my cool. That's why I proposed that bet. Actually, now that I think about it, Taoist Xiao came later. His existence doesn't matter at all. Whether he is here or not, Jiangchao Temple is still a broken Taoist temple. On the contrary, our small gold temple is in a disadvantageous position. If Martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come and it was someone else, there might really be a problem. Then what should we do? Ming Fa was also shocked and said anxiously. Zen Master Mingyu smiled, of course, then again, even if Martial Uncle Xinghai didn't come, Yunlin Temple will send a Martial Uncle of the Transcendence Realm. That Yuanya is definitely not his opponent. You and I can rest assured. Chapter 3177. Chan Si Miao smiled apologetically and said, that's easy. If it's not something important, why can't I take a step back? Zhang Xiaohua saw that the two of them didn't avoid her and only treated her as an object. She also knew that her life wasn't in danger. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the ground and stared straight at Qiu Feng's magic tool. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Feng Shu said, how about this, fellow Taoist Chan? I have an idea, but I don't know if it's suitable. Feng Shu, please tell me. I'm all ears. Yes, this cauldron is the last resort for us to get through the heavenly tribulation. If we all get through the heavenly tribulation safely, we won't need this cauldron. So, I was thinking, instead of fighting over this cauldron now, why don't we put it away first? Chan Si Miao's eyes lit up and he nodded. That's right. We're only in the middle stage of the soul formation stage. There's still some time before we pass the minor tribulation. Why should we fight to the death now? Why don't we use it when we pass the minor tribulation in the future? Also, if fellow Taoist Chan successfully passes the tribulation, we won't have to fight over it, right? Feng Shu flattered him. Thank you for your kind words. Chan Si Miao smiled and said, also, although our cultivation levels are similar, we won't pass the tribulation at the same time. How about this, let's make an agreement. Whoever passes the tribulation first gets to use the cauldron first. If the person who passes the tribulation first succeeds, the cauldron will be given to the person who passes the tribulation later. What do you think? Very good. I like it. Feng Shu clapped his hands and said, it's decided then. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, Feng Shu frowned and said, we can make an agreement like this in the future, but, what about now? This old man originally planned to let this guy go to my Immortal Ascension sect first. After this old man is done with the Imperial Demon Valley, I will take him in as a disciple and use my sect's cultivation method to cultivate him. In the future, when I possess his body, he will have a good foundation. Chan Si Miao was also in a difficult position. According to his thoughts, naturally, he also wanted to get Zhang Xiaohua into his Immortal Music sect and use the Immortal Music sect's cultivation techniques to cultivate her. In the future, when he wanted to possess her, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, at this moment, it didn't matter who took Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was doomed, but, how could they let the other party take her? Why don't we find another sect and let him stay there? Feng Shu suggested. Don't. Chan Si Miao shook his head like a rattledrum. As long as such a good cauldron is placed in Dawn Rain Continent, all the cultivators who are about to transcend their tribulations will definitely fight over it. We absolutely can't let any sect know about it. Of course, Chan Si Miao did not say one more thing. Who knows what the other sects have to do with you? If you did something, how would I know? Perhaps even if I was the first to use the cauldron, would still fall into your trap. At this point, this train of thought had no meaning to continue discussing it. The two of them did not trust each other, so how could they be at ease with other sects? The two of them stood facing each other quietly. After a long while, Chan Si Miao urged, "Fellow Taoist Feng, could it be that there's no other way? Could it be that we're going to imprison this guy somewhere? Or let this guy cultivate alone in Dawn Rain Continent?" Feng Shu's eyes lit up. He clapped and said, "Fellow Taoist Chan is right. Why can't we?" Where does fellow Taoist Feng want to imprison this guy? Chan Si Miao was slightly stunned. It's not good to imprison him. After all, this cauldron is someone we want to possess in the future. Imprison him for a long time will be detrimental to our future development. Fellow Taoist Feng, don't tell me you're going to throw him to Dawn Rain Continent. Chan Si Miao said in disbelief, "If he's discovered by others, how can we still have a chance?" Fellow Taoist Chan, have you forgotten that the big hide in the city and the small hide in the wilderness? Even if you imprison this guy somewhere, he'll still be discovered by others. Furthermore, there will be many chances of him being discovered. Why don't you just let him cultivate in Dawn Rain Continent? There are countless cultivators in Dawn Rain Continent. Who would recognize such a lowly cultivator? Furthermore, if the two of us join hands to restrict this guy's middle dantian, who else would be able to discover it other than cultivators above the void refinement realm? How could such an insignificant cultivator be discovered by a cultivator with a higher cultivation base than us? Even if this guy's aptitude is very good, but, there's no need to wait until then. You and I can transcend the minor heavenly tribulation, right? Fellow Taoist Feng is indeed wise. Chan Si Miao clapped again. However, he immediately felt bewildered. If this guy doesn't have our guidance and only starts from Qi refinement realm, I'm afraid, his lifespan won't be enough. Feng Shu smiled bitterly. Could it be, that fellow Taoist Chan has a better idea? If fellow Taoist Chan is still worried, why don't you let me bring him back to the immortal sect? Of course, Chan Si Miao shook his head. Then, Feng Shu whispered a few words to Chan Si Miao. Chan Si Miao was shocked at first. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. If fellow Taoist Feng thinks so, then I can only agree. Then, Feng Shu said again, since that's the case, the two of us will swear a hard oath. From today onwards, the two of us will never reveal this matter to anyone, including our own disciples. Furthermore, no disciple of the Immortal Ascension sect or the Immortal Music sect can give this guy any guidance. Wherever this guy goes, where he lives, whether he cultivates or not, it has nothing to do with us. Yes, that means that before we transcend the minor heavenly tribulation, we are absolutely forbidden to have any contact with this guy. Only when one of us transcends the heavenly tribulation can we appear together to capture this guy. Yes, if you and I want to do anything to this guy, we must discuss it with the other party. Only when both of us agree and both of us are present at the same time can we do anything. Also, if this guy is discovered by others, we must take action at the same time, to cover up this matter. No matter what method we use, we must kill that guy. But, what if it's an old ghost who's transcending the heavenly tribulation? Then forget it. Let's preserve our lives first. Also, what if there's any change in this guy? This is not possible, right? It's better to be safe than sorry. Fellow Taoist, let's make this clear first. Alright, if there's any change, we can investigate it. However, if one of us goes, we must inform the other. Neither of us can go looking for this bastard alone. I'll say the same thing again, this matter must not be known by others. Alright, we'll do as fellow Taoist Feng says. Seeing that the two of them were almost done discussing, Chan Si Miao thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. Then, the two of them dripped a drop of blood and mixed it together. In front of this drop of blood, they made a heart oath and pointed at the drop of blood. The drop of blood split into two and turned into two strange runes that flew to their foreheads and disappeared. Fellow Taoist Chan, it's time for you to use your secret technique. Seeing that they had made a heart oath, Feng Shu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said indifferently, the memories of the past few days shouldn't be left behind. Well said. Chan Si Miao stretched out his hand and 10,000 broken fireflies flew out. Zhang Xiaohua flew into the air with the broken fireflies. In the hands of a soul formation cultivator, Zhang Xiaohua was like an ant. He had no power to fight back. The moment the broken fireflies fell on him, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a kind of sadness. The sadness of being a fish on a chopping block, the sadness of being an ant. This sadness didn't decrease even as his consciousness gradually blurred. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's ashen expression, Feng Shu wasn't surprised. He looked around and waved his hand. The storage ring flew into his hand and disappeared. The bag and strange-shaped magic tools on the ground also disappeared. Even Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were taken by Feng Shu. Then, Feng Shu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Hee, little guy, I wanted you to raise him like a pig, but now I have no choice but to raise him like a sheep. Your fate was already decided when you saw us. Of course, it's not like you don't have any chances now. First, you can pray to the heavens and ask the heavens to reduce the heavenly lightning when fellow Taoist Chan and I transcend the tribulation so that we can safely transcend it. Fellow Taoist Chan and I promise you that as long as we transcend the lightning tribulation, we will immediately release you. Second, you can also cultivate diligently. As long as you transcend the tribulation before us, don't worry, we don't have to do anything. The small heavenly tribulation from the soul formation will definitely destroy this restriction." Zhang Xiaohua only listened in a daze. His eyes were straight, as if there was no spirit in them. Or you can do what you did just now. You don't want your life and self-destruct, turn around and reincarnate. Feng Shu ignored his reaction and continued, however, this old man has to remind you that if you disintegrate, the restriction that Chan Si Miao and I placed in your dantian will immediately alert us, and we will immediately rush over. Before your corpse turns cold, we will do something else to ensure that we can use it when we go through the tribulation. Of course, this is under the condition that you know who you are and remember what happened today. Feng Shu seemed to still be saying something, but Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was already blurred. It was as if he had fallen into a gray space. There was no possession, no furnace, no pain, no sadness, fellow Taoist Feng. Seeing Xiaohua standing in the air with an expressionless face, Chan Si Miao smiled and said, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Now that it's time to seal it, I wonder if fellow Taoist will make a move first. Or will I make a move first? You and I will make a move at the same time. Feng Shu smiled faintly. Just now, I thought of something. It seems that your immortal music sect and my immortal ascension sect both have half of the incomplete heaven and earth dual forms devil sealing formation, right? Fellow Taoist Chan, don't tell me that you haven't studied it properly. Chan Si Miao laughed and clapped his hands. I also have the same idea. If we use this incomplete immortal formation to seal this guy, even void refinement realm cultivators or even higher cultivators won't be able to break it. Not only that. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Feng Shu's eyes. Not only do you and I want to seal this guy's middle dantian, we also want to seal his Naiwan palace so that he can't cultivate normally. Furthermore, fellow Daoist Chan has the advantage in the middle Dantian seal while I has the advantage in the Naiwan palace seal. These two seals are connected by the heaven and earth dual forms devil sealing formation. Even if the old ghost Du Jie comes to break the seal and take over this guy's body, we will make him suffer. Alright. Let's do as fellow Daoist Feng says. Chan Si Miao laughed loudly and waved his hands. Countless mysterious spells were cast one after another. Countless hurricanes rushed into his hands from 100 li in the sky and gradually drew countless white brilliance. At the same time, Feng Shu did the same. Wherever he waved his spells, countless black brilliance was also produced. For a moment, the color of heaven and earth changed. Rumble. Thunder faintly appeared in the sky. It was as if the heavens were mourning for Xiao Hua who had just stepped into the dawn rain continent and hadn't seriously looked at the beautiful scenery around him. Boom. After an extremely loud sound, countless air waves rushed in all directions. Seeing the two layers of black and white seals fused together and entering Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace in middle Dantian without any obstruction, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu raised their heads and looked at each other with a dignified expression. At the same time, they raised their hands. A white brilliance like a silk was drawn out from Xiao Hua's middle Dantian and swam extremely slowly toward the Naiwan palace. At the same time, a black brilliance like a black line was produced in the Naiwan palace and welcomed the white silk. Even the avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators were extremely solemn at this time. Their gazes were fixed on the black and white silk and didn't dare to be negligent. The strange thing was that the two gossamers were like ants. Every time they swam an inch, the void seemed to be about to collapse. Every time they swam an inch, the two avatars also became a bit dimmer. It seemed that at this time, even the two avatars couldn't support this immortal seal. Woo! The moment the two gossamers touched, a mournful wail like a ghost and a howl like a wolf suddenly appeared. A strong fluctuation followed the two gossamers instantly turned gray and entered Zhang Xiaohua's body. It quickly rushed in all directions. The wind and clouds in the sky changed again. This seal actually triggered a celestial phenomenon. Shwa! Thousands of crystal lights burst out from the two avatars. The avatars of the two spirit-severing cultivators, Chan Si Miao and Feng Shu, rapidly dimmed and then turned into specks of light and disappeared in midair. Rumble. Wherever the fluctuation passed, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared from the sky. There was also a torrential downpour. It was as if the heavens were crying and also as if the heavens were angry. Following the thunderstorm, Zhang Xiaohua's naked body fell from the sky. Two sparkling tears hung from the corners of his eyes. It was unknown whether they were tears of the heavens or his own tears. The rain continued for several days, and the lightning flashed in the sky for several days. It was impossible for the anger to not have an end. When the anger had no target to vent, the clouds gradually parted and the rain stopped. A seven-colored rainbow hung in the sky like a giant opened eye, revealing a strong sense of pity. Under the eyebrows of the giant eye, a black dot gradually got closer. When it got closer, it was a magic treasure that looked like a small boat flying over. However, the strange thing was that there was no one on the magic treasure. It seemed to be an ownerless magic treasure. However, when the magic treasure flew over a mountain stream, the light of the setting sun reflected on the magic treasure. A cultivator in a green Taoist robe suddenly sat up from the magic treasure. That's right, he sat up and even stretched his back. The cultivator looked at the sunlight reflected on the mountain peak and smacked his lips. Sigh, I just closed my eyes and another day has passed. Time is too short. At this point, the cultivator had already stood up. He tidied his Taoist robe and muttered to himself, this old man has been waiting outside the valley for so long, but I still haven't snatched anything good. Why did all the spirit stones in the world run into other people's pockets? Why didn't a single piece run into this Xiao's storage bag? Don't tell me I have to return to Yellow Flower Ridge empty-handed again today. The cultivator said in a bored tone as he looked around. The rain from before was really heavy, and the mountain stream was full of flowing water. The water in the stream was very muddy, and it flowed everywhere. On both sides of the mountain stream, many small trees and branches were blown down by the strong wind. Many mountain rocks were also shattered by the lightning, rolling down from the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was in a mess. Io, is this a person? A white flower suddenly appeared from the dark green leaves and was reflected in the cultivator's eyes. The cultivator cried out involuntarily. Wasn't this white flower person the sealed Zhang Xiaohua? She just rushed into the mountain stream along with the heavy rain. This person is actually still alive. The cultivator landed and immediately discovered with his divine sense. He couldn't help but frown. If she's dead, it's easy to deal with. I can just bury her. But this person, forget it, let's bring her back to Yellow Flower Ridge first. After waking her up, we'll send her down the mountain. Immediately, the cultivator took out a Taoist robe from his storage bag and casually draped it over Zhang Xiaohua's body. He carried her onto the flying boat. The flying boat rushed into the sky and quickly left. Zhang Xiaohua's story in Dawn Rain Continent was spread out along with the flying boat. Chapter 3178. That's good. Ming Fa heaved a sigh of relief and asked again, Senior brother, what is the transcendence realm that you mentioned? I don't know much, so I'll answer your questions today. Hearing Ming Fa's question, Zen Master Mingyu had no choice but to answer. When I was in Yunlin Temple, I occasionally chatted with Martial Uncle while he was preaching about Tao. We talked about the 9 realms of Buddhism's supernatural powers. What 9 realms? Ming Fa couldn't help but ask. I only know the 4 realms of benevolence, transcendence, Ru Go and Ming Jin. Zen Master Mingyu answered, Martial Uncle never mentioned the other 5 realms, so I don't know either. Martial Uncle Xing Hai is only in the transcendence realm. If it's Ru Go and Ming Jin, how powerful would they be? Ming Fa asked enviously. Oh, right, Senior Brother Abbot, you. Didn't I say it earlier? We are different from Buddhism's Dharma protectors, so we don't have to emphasize on cultivation realms. Zen Master Mingyu smiled, we only need to exhaust our energy to serve Buddha, and when we have enough merit, we can attain Buddha fruit. That's the best outcome. Sai, how can it be easy to attain Buddha fruit in Buddhism's 7 realms? However, the sapphire Buddha fruit would probably require tens of thousands of merit points, not to mention the supremacy, Heavenly King, Golden Gang, Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. This penniless monk does not even know how much merit points would be required to obtain the Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. According to what I know. Zen Master Mingyu hesitated and said softly, some Buddha fruits can't be attained in a lifetime, but in 2 or even 9 lifetimes. TSK. So difficult. Ming Fa took a deep breath and said angrily, previously, I was ignorant and thought that Buddha fruit was Buddhism's supernatural powers, but after hearing Senior Brother Abbot's words, there's a huge difference. Don't be discouraged, Junior Brother Ming Fa. Speaking of the supernatural powers of Buddhism, I've been practicing for more than 10 years, but I've only just stepped into the realm of benevolence. If I want to cultivate benevolence to perfection and enter the dust realm, I'm afraid it's impossible in this lifetime. Zen Master Mingyu encouraged Mingfa. However, we have spread the Dharma in the Longevity Town and revitalized the Buddhist sect. With the accumulation of merit, it's not impossible for us to attain the indigo Buddha fruit in this lifetime. Yes, I understand. Mingfa put his palms together and lowered his head. Buddha is merciful. Buddhism is widely spread. Regardless of whether it is the cultivation of divine abilities or the accumulation of merit, it will pave the path to heaven under the feet of us bodhisattvas. This disciple is willing to make the indigo Buddha fruit my lifelong pursuit. I will give my everything to Buddha Tathagata. Excellent. Zen Master Mingyu also pressed his palms together and said with a smile, Junior brother, you are so ambitious. You will definitely be able to attain Buddhist enlightenment. I'm very gratified. Disciple thanks Senior Brother Abbot for clearing my doubts tonight. Ming Fa stood up and thanked him. Disciple will take his leave now. Yes, Junior Brother Mingfa. The immortal Buddhist ceremony in 10 days will be the first for our Shaojin temple. You must not make any mistakes. Start preparing from tomorrow onwards. Zen Master Mingyu stood up and instructed. Yes, I understand. Senior Brother Abbot, please rest assured. Ming Fa agreed and slowly left the meditation room. Sigh, competing with the Jiangchao temple is really an unfair victory. I wonder if Martial Uncle Xing Hai will agree. Looking at Ming Fa's departing figure, Zen Master Mingyu sighed. However, I don't think he will watch us get chased away by the Taoist priests of the Jiangchao temple, right? The two monks of the Shaojin temple were thinking about the Buddhist challenge in 10 days and preparing for the immortal Buddhist ceremony that was held once every 10 years. On the west side of the Longevity town, in the Longevity Academy, which was several times larger than the Shaojin temple, the sound of reading resounded from the academy, resonating in the night sky. Following the sound of reading, wisps of faint mist danced in the night sky. Also, traces of undetectable brilliance slowly scattered, enveloping the entire academy. Within the brilliance, in a corner of the academy, beside a lush bamboo forest, a disdainful voice reprimanded from within a small and exquisite library, Jun Feng, you are a little reckless. The immortal Buddhist ceremony can be lively, but it is only held in our Longevity Academy. Why did you drag the Shaojin temple into it? A small temple actually wants to stir up trouble in the Longevity town. Why don't you take a look at the morals of these monks? Huh, Mr. Tai, you worry too much. Following this voice, another voice sounded in the library. It was Zhu Junfeng, Dean Zhu of the Longevity Academy. He held the fist-sized lamp on the desk and looked at the white-haired but hale and hearty thin old man in front of him. He smiled and said, I just happened to be returning from a walk outside the town with a group of scholars. When I heard about the bet between the Shaojin temple and the 3 Taoist priests of the Jiangchao temple, I felt it was funny. That's why I spoke. I wanted to let them know that in the Longevity town, only the Longevity Academy counts. Whether it is the Shaojin temple or the Jiangchao temple, they are jackals of the same tribe. Yes, I just feel that competing with the Shaojin temple and celebrating the immortal Buddhist ceremony is beneath the dignity of the academy. It's not that I am dissatisfied with your arrangement. Mr. Tai nodded and said, if we can use the immortal Buddhist ceremony to suppress the arrogance of the Shaojin temple, that would be great. That's exactly what I was thinking. Zhu Junfeng explained, in the past few decades, the Buddhism sect has been wantonly spreading Buddhism in the hidden immortal continent and the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Although this doesn't violate the public opinion of the 3 continents, they have been brazenly establishing temples and sending some ignorant people into Buddhism. This has affected the rule of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. I used the immortal Buddhist ceremony to make the Shaojin temple suffer. This is also a blow to them and let them know when to stop. Don't be greedy. The Buddhism sect has big plans. We Confucian cultivators are already vigilant. Mr. Tai frowned, the Buddhism sect has been building temples in the hidden immortal continent and spreading Buddhism to the point where it can't be suppressed. However, we Confucian cultivators have been building academies in the Western Paradise and teaching students. Progress is slow. The Buddhist people in the Western Paradise are very ignorant. It's hard to use benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith to teach them well. Even if it's difficult, we have to face it. Otherwise, how can we go up and down to seek? Zhu Junfeng was also somewhat worried. However, from what I saw today, the Shaojin temple has been unscrupulous in order to destroy the Jiangchao temple. The Buddhism sect's intention of eliminating dissidents is really scary. It's far from our Confucian cultivator's breadth of mind. That's right. That abbot of the Shaojin temple called Monk Mingyu obviously had the confidence to win. He was sure that after 10 days, there would be a Buddhist expert who defeated Yuanya. That's why he restrained himself and pushed the challenge 3 days later to 10 days later. He even used leaving the longevity town as bait to trick Taoist Shao of the Jiangchao temple. His methods are really despicable. Chapter 3179. Poor Taoists. The Immortals and Buddha's ceremony is in 10 days. Although Longevity Academy won't make a move, they will disappear from Longevity Town under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. Mr. Taiyan couldn't help but lament the fate of the Rivertide Temple. Who says Chongqing Academy won't do anything? Zhu Junfeng smiled. Since Mr. Jianli is here, don't go back empty-handed. No matter what Buddhist masters come from Shaojin Temple, let Mr. Mo do it. Let them see what the Confucian cultivators of Zhongxian continent are like. Oh, Mr. Mo Yen is coming. Mr. Taiyan was surprised. I haven't seen Mr. Mo for years. Why did he come to Chongqing town? Mr. Taiyan said proudly, Mr. Mo is young but mature. He is a famous scholar of Chongyan sect. Isn't it like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Hearing Mr. Taiyan's question, Zhu Juanfeng's smile faded slightly, and he frowned slightly. He was also puzzled. Not to mention Mr. Taiyan, even I am puzzled. The Longevity Town is just a small part of the country of Shi. Our Longevity Academy is just one of the hundreds of academies in the country of Shi. 15 years ago, because of the appearance of a fox demon in Mount Cheng, the sect sent Mr. Lu Tinghan to eliminate the demon. I passed by the Longevity Town and stayed for half a day. Since then, no other scholars have passed by here. Even if there are disciples of the sect who want to cross Liao River, they come from Jishan Town. Very few of them come to Chongqing Academy. Mr. Jianli's arrival is very sudden. Didn't the sect say anything else? Mr. Taiyan didn't believe him. Oh, Mr. Jianli. Zhu Junfeng pretended to exaggerate, Sir is a senior elder of my Longevity Academy. Before this little one came to Longevity Town, Longevity Academy was managed by Sir alone. If the sect has information, how could this little one dare hide it from Sir? Ha ha ha, Mr. Taiyan laughed heartily. He stroked his beard and shook his head. I'm just curious. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Whoosh! At this moment, a green sword light flashed in the night sky outside the library. It cut through the open window and rushed in front of them. Who is it? Zhu Junfeng didn't have time to check what the sword light was. He turned his head abruptly and looked out of the window. His originally black and white eyes flashed with a faint clear light. Zhu Junfeng used the greenwood eyes of a Confucian cultivator to examine the situation around Longevity Academy. Mr. Taiyan waved his hand, and a ball of true qi flew out from his sleeve, instantly turning into a dozen or so strands to surround the sword light. Within the true qi, the sword light suddenly converged. It was a thumb-sized green flying sword. Mr. Taiyan opened his mouth and infused his true qi into the flying sword. The surface of the flying sword immediately began to roll like water. Gradually, something similar to a bamboo joint emerged from the flying sword. Principal Zhu. The vigilance on Mr. Taiyan's face faded. He smiled. This is a flying sword message from the sect. Try using Longevity Academy's sword comprehension technique. Zhu Junfeng used his greenwood eyes to observe for a moment. There was nothing strange within a few miles of the Chongqing Academy. He knew that the sword light must be a message from the sect. He nodded and formed a sword sign with his hands. When a few streams of Zhen Qi rushed into the bamboo joint like flying swords, the bamboo joint slowly opened. A clear voice came from the bamboo joint. Zhu Yan, I am Mo Jianli from the sect. I am now on the Liao River, which is more than 15 miles south of the Chongqing Academy. I have something to ask you. As Mo Jianli's voice faded, the bamboo joint slowly dissipated. Then, it turned back into a thumb-sized sword. Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng reached out and the sword landed in his hand. He carefully examined the sect insignia on the sword. He couldn't help but frown. He looked at Mr. Tai and asked curiously, how did he get here so quickly? Last time, the message said that he would come to Longevity Academy in about 6 days. Moreover, why did he go to Liao River instead of coming to Longevity Academy so late at night? Could it be that, his main purpose of coming here today is Liao River? Since Mr. Mo is here, why don't we go and ask him? Why bother guessing? Mr. Tai said with a smile. When Zhu Junfeng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. Tonight, the sky is clear and the stars are like lanterns. I really want to go to the Silver Han Dynasty with Mr. Tai. We'll play the stars and welcome the guests from afar. That's right. I want to go with you. Mr. Tai was in high spirits. He shook his hand, and a jade pendant flew into the air like an auspicious cloud. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed in a puff of true qi. The jade pendant flashed with a faint white light. Then, it turned into an auspicious cloud several feet in size and floated in front of Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai raised his leg and stepped on it. The cloud rose into the air and rushed out of the library. Mr. Tai's robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. Mr. Tai's auspicious cloud pendant is indeed marvelous. It's not something an ordinary origin artifact can compare to. Zhu Junfeng's eyes flashed with a divine light as he praised. He extended his hand, and his index and middle fingers came together to form a sword seal. Rise, following Zhu Junfeng's soft command, a wang sound of a sword rang out. The treasured sword hanging on the wall of the library flew out of its scabbard, and like a silver dragon, it streaked across the air and rushed past Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng nimbly leaped onto it, and the treasured sword did not stop there either. It also rushed out of the library. In the sky above the library, other than the sound of students reading, Mr. Tai's voice could also be heard. The building is 100 feet high, and the stars can be plucked with one hand. I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky. Zhu Junfeng heard this and laughed inwardly. Mr. Tai is in high spirits today. I'm afraid that Mr. Mo Jianli has inspired him. Mr. Tai has spent his entire life practicing the classics. Today, he has only reached the middle stage of transforming energy into qi. He is only a scholar. Mr. Mo, on the other hand, has practiced the noble spirit river. He is only in his 50s and has already reached the last stage of transforming energy into qi. He has become the youngest scholar in the Chongyun sect. Facing a child who once wanted to learn from him, no one would be able to remain calm. Sigh, where do saints come from in this world? The desire to win has never ceased. If Mr. Tai is like this, how can others be spared? Fortunately, although I am a young scholar, I am still much younger than Mr. Mo. Facing such a prodigy, how can I live with my dignity? Zhu Junfeng stood on his flying sword, looking like a sword immortal. He was even more graceful than Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai's high spirits had already attracted the attention of countless students. When Zhu Junfeng flew out, it caused a stir. Strong, quiet as a virgin, moving as a rabbit. Using qi to control the sword, moving unhindered between heaven and earth. This is my life's pursuit. A few students with delicate features could not help but clench their fists and sigh. I am willing to use my heart to strike the sky. I am willing to use my pure heart to cover the 9 provinces. I am willing to use the righteous energy of heaven and earth to destroy all demons and monsters in the world. Some students even sighed in the sky. However, more students were still whispering to each other. Since the headmaster has such a cultivation, if we work hard and train hard, we will definitely be able to win first place in the annual competition. Only then will we have the opportunity to enter the sect to cultivate. Only then will we be able to fulfill our ambitions. Our wish to sweep the world with our swords and cover the 9 provinces will come true. That's right. It's better to retreat and form a net than to admire the fish in the abyss. Of course, I won't lie to you. As they spoke, some students woke up from the chaos. They picked up their books and began to study word by word. Not long after, wisps of clear energy filled the entire academy, becoming denser and denser. Outside Longevity Town, night had already fallen. The fog of dusk only began to slowly recede at this time. The Liao River, which was dozens of li wide, was currently emitting hua-hua sounds of water. Under the bright moon, it flowed endlessly towards the east. The moonlight was like frost, sprinkling specks of water on the river. From time to time, fist-sized splashes would rise up and then turn into fireflies in the air. Occasionally, large whirlpools would appear in the rapid flow of the river. The dried branches and leaves floating on the river surface would all be sucked into the water. Although it was already late at night, under the moonlight, the Liao River seemed to be as bright as day. Not to mention the huge ships in the middle of the river. From time to time, they could see the dozens of small boats fishing at the river's edge. It wasn't just the huge boats. Under the moonlight, it was the time for the fish to swim upstream. Tens of thousands of small fish were like notes jumping around in the waves. They jumped and attacked the water, going against the current, unwilling to go with the flow. It was a scene full of vitality, a scene of people wanting to fight against fate. Unfortunately, on the dozens of small boats, there were some middle-aged men who wanted to take advantage of the night to go upstream and catch more fish to feed their families and buy more clothes for their children. Looking at the nets cast time and time again on the small boats, there were also heavy shouts and joyous laughter. Although they were tired, their harvest was bountiful. On the other hand, those fishes who wanted to change their fate would immediately fall into the nets of others as soon as they jumped up from the river surface. Other than becoming the meal of others tomorrow, there was no other ending. What bravery, what change, what unyielding will, they all turned into the moon's shadow in the river. Woo! Without any reason, a gust of cold wind suddenly rushed out from the river. A few seemingly ordinary waves rose up with a whoosh, immediately capsizing several small boats nearby. The river surface that didn't seem dangerous suddenly became a whirlpool. Nearly 10 people on the small boats fell into it and were immediately sucked into the whirlpool. There was almost no time to call for help. On the contrary, not far away, the fishermen who were celebrating their harvest inadvertently saw this and no longer cared about fishing. They shouted loudly, urging their family members who were trying their best to stabilize the small boats. They ignored the whirlpool on the river surface and rowed towards the small boats that were spinning rapidly in the whirlpool. There were even a few fishermen who didn't even think and jumped into the river, wanting to save the nearly 10 fishermen who had already disappeared. Chapter 3180. These fishermen might not be familiar with each other, but since they were still boating in the middle of the night, they knew that they were all people who worked hard. If they could lend a helping hand, no one would be stingy. How could their honest and upright hearts think more than that? Since those fishermen did not surface from the river, how much stronger could they be? But the strange thing was that these fishermen were much more agile than the upstream fish in the river. In a short moment, they had already neared the numerous large whirlpools. However, the moment the fishermen touched the whirlpools, they immediately sank into the water and did not show their heads again. It was as though they had never appeared in the first place. This time, the numerous fishermen who had rushed over from behind turned pale with fright. They hurriedly screamed and fled towards the shore with all their might. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late. The numerous large whirlpools were like huge mouths that could devour people. They were getting bigger and faster, moving towards these people. Help! The heart-wrenching cries for help could not travel far on the surging river surface. Not to mention the sound of splashing water, even the sound of thousands of fish falling into the water could drown out these cries. Just at this critical moment, a rumbling sound of flowing water suddenly appeared in the distant night sky. This flow of water was as continuous as the river water, but it also seemed to be more imposing than the sound of the river water. It was simply like a waterfall that washed down from the cliff. Following the sound of flowing water, another voice that was full of energy and even more powerful than the rolling waves sounded. Hold on for a moment, this MO will save you all. Looking at the source of the voice, a long river that was like the Milky Way descended from the 9 heavens. On the long river, there was a scholar who stepped on a crimson cloud. He was dressed in a white scholarly robe and was flying over on a sword. Help! How could the numerous fishermen who had half of their bodies in the whirlpool care to look at the immortal's grace? They hurriedly shouted for help. Speaking of which, it was strange. When the scholar's voice sounded, the whirlpool on the river surface immediately weakened. Although the fishermen's bodies were spinning uncontrollably in the whirlpool, they did not immediately fall into the river like before. In a short moment, the scholar had already landed on top of the fishermen's heads. The scholar's thick eyebrows and his face was full of tranquility. Although he was facing the life and death of several people, his thin lips were tightly shut and there was no sign of panic. Go! The scholar waved his hand and a brocade silk handkerchief flew out. The sword wind became 10 feet long and the silk handkerchief fell down and easily wrapped around a fisherman. Then, the silk handkerchief flew to other places and wrapped around a few more. As for the scholar himself, he controlled the flying sword and grabbed the air. 2 fishermen were pulled out of the river and were brought to the shore. This humble one thanks Mister for saving our lives. Several people landed on the shore. Their faces were already deathly pale, and they didn't think much about it as they lowered their heads and kowtowed. Ah, get up! Crow's feet appeared at the corner of the scholar's eyes. He did not look young. He waved his hand and said, "It's late now and the Liao River is not peaceful. It's better to go back and rest early. Although fishing for money is important, your life is more important. Sir, please save old second son." One of the fishermen said anxiously, "He still has a 70-year-old blind old woman at home." The scholar looked at the Liao River which was still without any waves and bit his tightly shut lips slightly. Plop plop. Several fishermen hurriedly kowtowed again. They might not know who old second son was, but they knew that without old second son, that 70-year-old blind old woman, would not be able to live for long. Wait a moment. The scholar hesitated for a moment and flew into the air again. At this time, 3 slightly older old men flew over from the distant sky. They were all dressed like Confucian cultivators. However, these old men did not carry swords on their backs. Instead, they stepped on a faint green cloud. The 3 old men were very respectful when they saw the scholar. The scholar gave a few instructions and the 3 old men chased after the uncontrollable boats on the river. They seemed to want to send these boats to the shore. The scholar waved his hand and a sword light rushed into the night sky. The direction was the Longevity Town. Sword light flashed around his body and then he rushed into the Liao River. A few moments later, when the 3 old men sent the boats to the shore, Mr. Tai and Zhu Junfeng arrived together on a cloud. When they saw the situation, the 2 of them were shocked. When they heard the fishermen say that it was dangerous, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other and then looked at each other. It was not that the Liao River was not dangerous. It was not that no fisherman had died on the Liao River. It was that, as the fisherman said, Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai and had never heard of it before. My name is Zhu Yan, and my courtesy name is Zhu Junfeng. I am the Dean of the Longevity Town Academy. Greetings, martial uncles. Zhu Junfeng saw that the 3 old men were Confucian cultivators and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Mr. Tai and did not dare to be negligent and bowed as well. Dean Zhu, junior brother Tai and we pay our respects to you. The three of them hurriedly returned the greeting and introduced themselves. They were all Confucian cultivators of the Chongyun sect. Their names were Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. However, they did not tell Zhu Junfeng their courtesy names. After the five of them greeted each other, Zhu Junfeng did not ask too many questions because there were still fishermen from the Longevity town. He looked at the three of them and said, Mr. Tai and will accompany the three martial uncles here. I will go and take a look. Dean Zhu. Qiu Jian hurriedly called out, the river is dangerous. Mr. Mo Ming won't even let us go near it. You should, it's fine. Zhu Junfeng smiled. I have been in the Longevity town for a long time. If I haven't been to the Liao River 100 times, I have at least been here dozens of times. I have done many things like rowing at night and drinking. Dean Zhu. Li Mo Ming said unhappily, I know that you are in charge of this place. However, since Mr. Mo Ming is here, we naturally have to listen to his orders. Mr. Mo Ming said not to go there. That place is definitely dangerous. Furthermore, I have come here today precisely for this matter. If you think that a little scholar like you can handle it, then I will wait for Mr. Mo Ming to return and immediately turn back. Yes, I know my mistake. Zhu Junfeng's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed. It's good that you know. Li Mo Ming nodded and did not say anything else. He raised his head and looked at the Liao River. The wide Liao River was the same as before. There was no danger at all. There were very few giant boats in the middle of the river, but one would occasionally sail by. The lights on the giant boat flickered with the stars in the sky, and the fragments of moonlight on the river's surface seemed to resonate with each other. It made one wonder if this was the falling stars in the sky. Whoosh! A long river flowed against the current and rushed up to the sky. The brilliance of the river instantly covered all the stars and moonlight. Chapter 3181. Mr. Mo is back. Ji Dong frowned and exclaimed, but Mr. Mo, yes, Mr. Mo stepped on the river and flew across the sky, landing right in front of them. Unfortunately, his hands were empty, not even the corpses of the fishermen. My apologies. Mo Jianli landed, ignoring Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Taiyan. Instead, he walked up to the fisherman and bowed. I have failed you. Not only did I not find Sun Lao and the others, I did not even see their corpses. Mr. Mo, you didn't go with the river? The fisherman asked in disbelief. Of course I did. Mo Jianli was not embarrassed by the fisherman's pointing fingers. He explained calmly, I have checked the area within a few miles. Including the bottom of the river. Hiss. The fishermen were shocked, their bodies trembling. Could it be, I don't know what it is, and I didn't see it, so I don't dare to say anything. But for now, don't come out to fish at night. Mo Jianli said in a gentle voice, of course, we will try to find the reason around the Longevity town, but there might be some accidents. You should wait until the truth is out. But we all fish for a living. Even if we don't come out at night, we have to come to Liao River during the day. One of the fishermen said boldly. Sigh. Mo Jianli sighed, looked at Zhu Junfeng, and said to the fisherman, the Longevity Academy of the Chongyun sect will do its best to protect you. However, you all still need to be careful. Mo Jianli then took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the fisherman. He said, this is for Sun Lao's mother. Please give it to that poor old woman for me. Thank you, Mr. Mo. The fisherman took it gratefully. I thank you on behalf of Sun Lao. I will definitely bring this to Sun Lao. Please don't worry. You can go now. Mo Jianli waved his hand. The fishing boat has been found. Go home quickly. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mo. The fishermen were overjoyed, but still scared. They packed up their fishing gear and their harvest and hurried back. Greetings, Mr. Li. Zhu Junfeng could still call the few scholars martial uncle, but Mo Jianli, who was a scholar, could only call him grandmaster. However, among Confucian cultivators, teacher was an honorific, regardless of seniority. Most Confucian cultivators liked to hear this honorific, so Zhu Junfeng naturally addressed him as teacher. Yes, Principal Zhu, there was no trace of a smile on Mo Jianli's face. He seemed to be feeling guilty about what had happened just now. He cupped his hands and bowed. This old man will be troubling the principal for a period of time from now on. I don't dare. Sir, please call me Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng hurriedly said respectfully, Sir, you are my senior. Regardless of knowledge or cultivation, you are my teacher. The dean is just a common name. Sir, please don't humiliate me. All right. Mo Jianli nodded, then bowed to Mr. Tai and said, Mr. Tai, I haven't seen you for many years. Today, I see that you are still as strong as before. Mr. Mo. Mr. Tai was not convinced before he came here. However, when he saw Mo Jianli was neither arrogant nor humble. Mo Jianli was so amiable even in front of a few lowly fishermen, he was convinced. He hurriedly bowed and said, In the early years, I just explained a few things to you. I don't dare to call myself your teacher. Sir, you are wrong. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Mo Jianli's tone was still a bit indifferent. Although you have never been my teacher, a few words of advice are enough. It is the tradition of Confucian cultivators to respect their teachers. If I don't acknowledge you as my teacher just because my cultivation is higher than yours, how can I carry forward the inheritance of Confucian cultivators? Huh, Mr. Mo. Mr. Tai laughed. You can call me Mr. Mo. You don't have to call yourself my student. Otherwise, as a scholar, if I were to hear a scholar call me teacher, I would also feel uncomfortable in my heart. All right, I got it. Mo Jianli didn't hesitate. He nodded and said to Zhu Junfeng, Junfeng, did you hear what the fisherman said just now? Do you know what's going on? I've heard about it. Zhu Junfeng hurriedly replied. I've never seen such a situation in all my years in Longevity Town. However, legend has it that thousands of years ago, Liao River was inhabited by the Water Tribe. These Water Tribe are cruel and often eat mortals alive. Every year, the Longevity Town would have to hand over virgin boys and girls on time. Otherwise, they would flood the town. That's right. Mr. Tai nodded. I've heard about it too. Because of the Water Tribe, the Longevity Town was plunged into misery and suffering. The people had no way of making a living. Almost every family was wailing in grief. 7 out of 10 people left for other places. Later on, an immortal passed by the Liao River and saw a group of fishermen carrying a crying boy and girl to throw into the Liao River as a sacrifice to the Water Tribe. Only then did he make a move to subdue the demon. He fought with the Water Tribe for 3 days and 3 nights, fighting until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. In the end, the Water Tribe was killed. Blood flowed all over the river. The immortal floated away. Later on, in order to commemorate this immortal, the Longevity Town built a Taoist temple for him on Jiangchao Ridge. It's called Jiangchao Temple. Zhu Junfeng continued. They even called the statue the god of the river. Junfeng, thousands of years ago, was there a Longevity Academy in Longevity Town? Mo Jianli asked abruptly. Of course there wasn't. Zhu Junfeng said curiously. My Chongyun sect only built the Longevity Academy 1,200 years ago. At that time. I'm afraid my Chongyun sect was still a small sect, right? Mo Jianli nodded. However, even if there wasn't a Longevity Academy in the Chongyun sect, there was still a Jingzhou Academy in the bamboo sect. So why didn't the Longevity Town spread the story of the Jingzhou Academy, but instead built a Taoist temple in Jiangqiao Ridge? This. I don't know. Zhu Junfeng was a little embarrassed. The Academy's records about this are not very detailed. I don't mean to blame you. Mo Jianli explained. I received a secret order from the sect and found this information in the sect's records about the Longevity Town. I didn't know about this before. Mister, please enlighten me. Zhu Junfeng clasped his hands and said. There's no other reason. It's because the students of the Jingzhou Academy from the Bamboo sect all died in the battle with the Water Tribe. None of them survived. And that so-called immortal was just passing by when the Water Tribe died and took advantage of the situation. It's not like the story said, where they saw some virgin boys and girls. Mo Jianli sneered. That so-called immortal was not a Taoist cultivator, but a Buddhist disciple. But that disciple was not a monk who shaved his head, so he was mistaken for a Taoist cultivator. A Buddhist disciple who didn't shave his head. Zhu Junfeng was surprised. There's such a person. Which one is it? The sect's records didn't mention it in detail, so I don't know. Don't ask too much. I guess the sect didn't want to leave behind a thick mark of the Buddhism sect in the Longevity Town. Mo Jianli said lightly. And in the following thousands of years, the number of Buddhist cultivators gradually decreased. On the contrary, there were more and more monks who shaved their heads in the Zhongxian continent. Oh. Zhu Junfeng was deep in thought. Mr. Tai frowned and said, Mr. Mo, so what happened today, this? I don't know either. Maybe it's a little strange. Mo Jianli sighed. He turned to look at the moon, which had already set, and the Liao River, which was covered in mist again, and said, Our Chongyun Martial School has received some news. It seems that some water-kind creatures have come to the Liao River. As for whether they are the descendants of those water-kind creatures thousands of years ago, and whether they want to harm the Longevity Town, the Martial School has no right to know. But for the safety of the Longevity Academy, I have been ordered to come here. Hiss. Hearing this, Zhu Junfeng gasped and said hurriedly, The Water Tribe are naturally demons. They have a long lifespan, which is far from the human race. This Liao River is far away from the East Sea, and there hasn't been any Water Tribe members wreaking havoc for hundreds of years. If there really are Water Tribe members coming, they must be the descendants of the Water Tribe. It's too early to make a judgment now. Mo Jianli waved his hand. It's better to wait and see. Oh right, Mr. Tai looked at Zhu Junfeng and said in a low voice, The Shaojin Temple seems to have sent experts here too. Could it be because of this? Maybe. Mo Jianli's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. The Buddhism sect is everywhere in the Zhongxian continent. Their dharma is the best at bewitching people. What happened in the Longevity Town thousands of years ago may be hidden from ordinary people, but it may not be hidden from the Buddhism sect's experts. And now they have many spies in the Zhongxian continent. The sources of information are no less than us Confucian cultivators. If the Chongyun sect can get the information, they can get it even more. Besides, the Shaojin Temple has grown from a small temple of 2 or 3 monks to a temple of 30 or 40 people. Its future is limitless. It can't be ignored by the Yunlin Temple. I just don't know which monk from the Yunlin Temple came here today. Zhu Junfeng suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, This afternoon, a demon appeared on the streets of the Longevity Town. Oh? What demon? What's its cultivation level? Mo Jianli's eyes lit up as he asked. Zhu Junfeng hurriedly told him what he heard, and then said, A few students from the academy who returned early have seen it. Mister, why don't you come back with me and ask for more details? That's right. Mo Jianli clapped his hands and said, Since there are traces of that demon, I'm more confident now. Ji Dong, you stay here. If you encounter anything strange, just go back to the academy and report it to me. Yes, Mr. Mo. Ji Dong answered and walked out from the crowd. Chapter 3182. The others followed Zhu Junfeng back to Longevity Academy. Ji Dong flew to a hillside and stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the rapidly flowing Liao River. Liao River's water was like thousands of years ago. Although the waves were small, they were not completely dead. Under the small waves, there was an incomparably surging undercurrent. This undercurrent was not something that could be seen clearly by the greenwood eyes and divine sense. Longevity Town's turbulence did not affect Xiaohua at the tidal river temple. Xiaohua sat on the praying mat and calmly refined the earth crystal Yao milk. In front of this mountain of crystal milk, Xiaohua's refinement was tantamount to a foolish old man moving a mountain. Although Xiaohua still had some Mo Zhao's corpse in his space, which also had a corrosive effect on this crystal milk, the stingy Xiaohua was not willing to part with it. This was all heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Wasting even a little bit was disrespectful to heaven and earth. He could only move it bit by bit like an ant moving house, turning it into a part of his cultivation. Now that I've arrived at hidden immortal continent, perhaps I can find my origin. Xiaohua secretly thought as he cultivated, since I have the 18th level of qi refining technique, it is obviously different from Dawn Rain continent. The Taoist technique of hidden immortal continent is also different from Dawn Rain continent. The classification of the lower levels is also very different, very similar to my cultivation. Maybe I didn't come from the 10,000 demon realm, but from one of the 3 continents. The heavens sent this Xiao back to fulfill this Xiao's dream of returning home. Of course, if I can't find my home here, then I will do my best to improve my cultivation and return to Dawn Rain continent. Presumably, those 2 old farts from Immortal Music sect and Immortal Ascension sect will know something. Xiaohua thought of this, and his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Other than Xiaohua, there was also Xiao Jian who was restless. Tonight, Xiao Jian was like sitting on a wave. He was suddenly thrown into the air and then fell down again. Even now, he was not at peace. It was because he really could not guess Xiaohua's cultivation. On one hand, he doubted Xiaohua's origin, on the other hand, he believed in Xiaohua's innocence. On one hand, he overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, on the other hand, he doubted his own overestimation. After all, Xiao Jian did not detect Xiaohua's divine sense, nor did he detect Xiaohua's true qi. He did not believe that Xiaohua's blocked meridians could cultivate true qi. But it was clear that since Xiaohua was able to produce miraculous pills and possess divine sense, his background was in no way simple. But what made Xiao Jian about to go crazy was that this Taoist cultivator with an extraordinary background actually didn't even know about the essence energy of the 3 continents. Even with his wisdom, he couldn't figure out if Xiaohua was testing him or if he really didn't understand. Rather than calling Xiaohua fellow Taoist, Xiao Jian might as well call him Senior Xiaohua. However, rather than calling Xiaohua by his real name, he still wanted to call him fellow Taoist Xiaohua. In the face of the challenge from the small golden temple, just Yuanya alone was no longer of any use. The only person he could rely on now was Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the only person Xiao Jian and Yuanya could rely on to not be expelled from the Longevity Town. Compared to Xiao Jian's distracting thoughts, Yuanya was much simpler. This guy hugged the branch of the banyan tree and slept soundly. His saliva, along with the smile on his face, almost got stuck on a banyan fruit. If the townspeople who flocked to the Rivertide Temple to pick the immortal fruits found out that the thing they regarded as miraculous pills was actually stained with Yuanya's saliva, would they beat Yuanya to the ground and trample on him 10,000 times? Would they not care about the happiness Yuanya brought last night because of his dream of becoming Xiaohua's disciple? The night passed quickly. It was not delayed by the deaths of several fishermen in Liaojiang. When the first rays of dawn appeared, the sunlight passed through the banyan tree and fell into the temple. Xiao Jian's heart was even more anxious. If not for the fact that he couldn't use his divine sense often, he would have already released it. He really wanted to know if the River Tide Temple's liveliness last night was able to attract the townspeople's attention. Would it be able to make them slightly shift their gaze and piety from the small golden temple to the River Tide Temple? At the very least, there was no need for him, the representative of the River Tide Temple, the successor of the Taoist school, to show his face in public and set up a stall to sell divination, right? Listening to the chirping of the birds on the banyan tree, Xiao Jian's eyes from time to time drifted towards the small door of the temple, ready to be drowned by the tide of people at any time. Unfortunately, after looking for the time it took to eat a meal, the small door did not even make a creaking sound. First, there was still the pleasant chirping of the birds, which made Xiao Jian feel that it was too noisy. That's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Jian woke up. Since when did his River Tide Temple have birds? Those birds were a delicacy in the eyes of Yuanya, who grew up in the forest. Especially when Yuanya did not have enough copper coins to buy meat buns. Therefore, after Xiao Jian and Yuanya arrived at the River Tide Temple, there were no more birds chirping in the morning. How come there are birds today? Yeah, has he already stuffed his teeth with meat buns? Xiao Jian immediately had a bad feeling. When he hurriedly rushed to the west wing, Xiao Hua, who was meditating there, was already nowhere to be found. Damn it, the two of them couldn't have eloped, right? Xiao Jian immediately became anxious. Although he was paranoid for an entire night and did not eliminate his doubts about Xiao Hua, but thinking about it, if Xiao Hua was not by his side, he would have no one to rely on. It would be just like when he was alone and did not have Yuanya. Xiao Jian rushed out of the temple even more hurriedly than before. When he saw Xiao Hua, who was on the empty ground next to the River Tide Temple, using the Big Dipper magical fist, and Yuanya, who was obediently lying behind a small tree in the distance like a leopard peeping, his heart immediately calmed down. Hee, this sunlight is really beautiful. Xiao Jian looked at the distant morning sun and took a deep breath. He raised his hands and stretched his waist, pretending to dance a few times with his fists and legs. He opened his mouth and scolded, "What a good-for-nothing. How can a small tree support your fat body? Since you want to secretly learn, then do it openly and brazenly. Why do you have to be so secretive?" Xiao Jian's words immediately startled the chirping birds on the banyan tree. Naturally, Yuanya also flew up with the birds. This guy's face carried a trace of shame. His hands and feet nimbly climbed up the small tree. His whole body borrowed the elasticity of the branches to rush up the banyan tree and then hid his whole body between the branches. Xiao Hua naturally had already seen through the appearance of this pair of master and disciple. He secretly laughed in his heart and did not pay attention to them. The current him is already 200 years old. He can really call himself an old man. Xiao Jian and Yuanya are just two little children in front of him. However, Xiao Hua's face is so tender that he also likes others to call him young man. The Big Dipper magical fist was used one move after another. The slow and steady flow melted the earth crystal Yao milk bit by bit. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and enjoyed this relaxed and tranquil atmosphere. He did not seem to care about Yuanya secretly learning. If the Big Dipper magical fist could be learned so easily, would it still be a bone-tempering secret technique? Even though Yuanya, who had escaped, still revealed half of his eyes on the banyan tree. His eyes were burning with passion, but Xiao Hua did not expose him. Xiao Jian also did not think that Yuanya, who was always ignorant of the ways of the world, would be so shy today. He actually escaped back to the Taoist temple. He strolled in front of the Taoist temple for a while. From time to time, he would look down at the Jiangchao Ridge and see that there were already some people on the main road. Unfortunately, these people were only limited to the main road. Not even half of them flowed towards the Jiangchao temple. Xiao Jian sighed. He knew that his dream was shattered. He loudly berated, "You quickly get down for this old man. Follow this old man to the town. Similarly, the yes, master that Xiao Jian was accustomed to did not appear. Instead, it was Yuanya who asked in puzzlement, Master, didn't we have so many copper coins yesterday? Why do we need to go to the town again? Oh, that's right. Master wants to eat steamed buns, right? I will look for a while and then go buy some for Master. Idiot. Xiao Jian had already entered the Daoist temple. He angrily scolded, What do you know? Do you know how to sit and eat? Although there are a lot of copper coins, it is not enough for us to eat for a year and a half. This old man should take advantage of these days when the Daoist temple's feng shui is flourishing, to earn a few more copper coins. While speaking, Xiao Jian hurriedly entered the east room. There was a series of crackling sounds in the room. It was as if someone was looking for something. Last night, there were really a lot of people who came to the Daoist temple. There were really a lot of people who rushed into Xiao Jian's room to search for the so-called elixirs. Even the box that Xiao Jian locked with a copper lock was pried open. Let's go, what could Xiao Jian say? Inside the achievement box was a pile of copper coins. It looked much cuter than the copper lock. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Jian had already tidied up. He was still wearing the same Daoist robe, the cloth bag, and the bamboo pole. Io, Xiaohua's Daoist robe. Lowering his head to look at his own Daoist robe, Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that the clothes that Xiaohua was wearing today were not the same ones that he was wearing yesterday. Moreover, it looked a bit strange. It was different from what he was wearing. What was special was that the material of the Daoist robe seemed to be of a much higher quality than his. Where did this guy get these things? Look at how he has nothing on him. Damn it, did he take the copper coins from the main hall yesterday? Xiao Jian suddenly woke up and hurriedly went to the main hall to check. However, the achievement box was still locked. He picked it up and weighed it a few times. The weight was the same. Only then did he fiercely look at Xiaohua's direction and extinguish the thought of interrogating Xiaohua. Master, wait a moment. Let me take a look again. Xiao Jian walked out of the main hall. Yuanya's careful voice came from the banyan tree. You idiot. Xiao Jian berated, quickly come down. How many times have you seen it? You still can't learn it? It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's that you are not cut out for it. You are just a petty person. Yes, Master, Xiao Jian's familiar reply finally appeared. However, there was a trace of depression in his tone. It seems that I am indeed not fit to cultivate with Master. It is only the 108 fist and leg style. No matter how I look at it, I can understand it. However, after I hit the front, I forgot the back. That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.